they had. So in a sense,
what's
I
up?
kind of
How we
agree with
doing?
you. I get
Hello,
it,
hello.
but also I feel like they still look just so much better
How
than
is
yesterday.
everyone?
What I will say is they're playing dive now.
Yeah.
Like, apart from
Hello,
like
good
Icebox,
evening.
but like
Good
they are
evening, good
transitioning
afternoon.
into that neon meta. Like, this is a very good sign for a team that was all throughout earlier in the year, like pretty locked into playing no dive, playing like those Phoenix comps a lot. This seems to have given them a lot
Shima,
more
thank you. I
Well,
watched
let's continue the conversation though on Saadhak, right? Because
I watched one of the games on one of the highlights on it.
We're gonna get out
Didn't
of
look,
this.
didn't look crazy convincing, but a win's a win.
Turned out that it was okay, right? What do you want to see
Had
more
enough of them.
of going into this one?
Before that, I just have to say how funny it is that this dude literally went from throwing wall, he like literally just throwing deadlock utility standing in place to then sprinting around on the neon. Like, what a ridiculous roll shift
Just a
between
tad
stage
close,
one
yeah.
and stage two.
Checking if the YouTube chat is working. YouTube chat's working.
It's like playing on like, on like a Game Boy Advance and then turning into like an iPad baby all of a sudden. You have like 1 million apps you download. It's crazy.
Playing like all the fingers on his phone.
Yeah,
you
like
know?
the attention span, like 18 tabs open.
Yeah, but the thing is,
Broad
though,
coaching
is that
masterclass.
that
I think most
flexibility,
of the
that actually is quite impressive.
most of the
you know,
team
for
hasn't been
anyone
in
to
the
be able to pull
country.
off,
I
let
don't
alone
know.
especially
I
the
don't think they've
IGL
had time
team,
to prac.
too.
I feel like when you're
Not
in
expecting
that
too
role
much.
switch scenario,
Not
you tend
expecting
to
too much.
bring the ideology of different roles to certain roles. So for Duelist, Saadhak, yeah, he's a little bit slower. He's not the zoomy neon that we've seen Ja kind of do, but he does have so much brain
They have a
when
plan
it comes to
built
his util.
around it.
Yeah, there's so much planning around his util, around what exactly he's going to do, the timing of his util, that
Or
he
his
sets up
death
his
best would
team
be-
as well as himself to
This
get
would
some
definitely
kills. So
be,
I feel
huh?
like he just did that really, really well. And so again, that's why I'm really looking forward to seeing Loud play.
Yeah, honestly, I think overall it's been impressive to see Saadhak, you know, not only take the reins in this role, but also acknowledge like some of the setbacks that they had at the beginning of the stage as well, and now they find themselves here. There's a team that I think, you know, Athena, that could turn things around. It is Loud. I mean, this is a team.
A little more
of
neon cam
champions and a
today.
team
I mean,
of people
Saadhak
who
will be
have
playing
just so much experience at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we even just
Do you
heard
think
that they
100
have all this
Fees have
experience
had
with
time
Pancada,
to
and they have
innovate
the
after
confidence on
Shanghai?
top of that to kind of push their agenda onto whatever it
Maybe
is
on
that they wanna
maybe
do.
on a
And I
couple
feel
of
like
maps.
having that confidence is something that Loud needs,
I'm
'cause
just not sure we'll get those maps. This is the this is the thing. So it's like
overhype.
you can always
A little bit of
change up
overhype.
some of your
Bit of
stuff to
overhype.
fit the new
And
meta.
I don't want to fully buy
If you
in
don't
yet.
get the
Like,
if you don't
I
get the
am
maps,
cautiously
then
optimistic,
everyone thinks
but
you're
I
still
am not,
behind.
even though, like,
And maybe
there's
you're
a
still
lot
behind on a
like,
couple of
rule
them.
changes, right? Like,
You
this is
can't
a
change up
very
7
different
maps in
Loud,
like 2
even though
weeks
all these
or like a
players
week.
we associate with
How do you feel Pancada though added to the team's performance against?
Dude, I
each
can't
other?
wait
felt
until
like he was-
Paul V comes
he
into
wasn't
chat and
as
sees
present
this.
as I
It
thought he would, but
is
it seemed like it probably
by
was a
far.
few more
Look how good it
intangibles than
is.
it was anything else, right?
Yeah, I mean, I still think Pancada is a fantastic
It is
addition into this team. Like, don't get me
my
wrong,
heavy
I think that this is
favorite.
going to be
It's
a very big
incredible.
improvement for them, and I think it makes sense how he's come into the team. For me, it is more just figuring out
The
like,
zoom-
what
the
this team
zoom
looks
is
like
just
with
everything.
Saadhak in the duelist role off of more tape. I'm
It's
bought into
so
Pancada.
good.
I didn't need I don't need more tape to be sold on him.
Yeah, 100%, man. That's the reason why, you know, guys are champion for a reason. But let's go ahead and hear from Loud's STK, the coach of the team, and send it over to Elizabeth, who's standing by.
Hi, STK.
You replied to a tweet of it. That's so
I have two
funny.
questions for you. My first
Did he
one
like
is,
it?
how do
Or
you
did he
prep for a
comment,
match
Lexi?
against a team like MIBR when the roster is just all in flux and you're not sure who's going to be here?
We did the same that we did past game against CG because we have no material against them, so we focus more on ourselves. And for the match today, we were watching the mistakes that they did in the past match, so we can fix it and play better today.
Are you aware that they have the full team back today? Okay. My second question for you is, you have an
You
undefeated
aware they have
streak
the full
against
team
Brazilian
today?
teams. What have we done to make sure that streak stays
Web
alive?
VT, thank you so much, man.
I think
Appreciate
that,
the raid, dude. Hope your stream is
normally
good.
We know each other a lot, so I think that we have an advantage on that. I know that they will be really prepared, especially Fraud, because he has like a feeling to destroy us. So good. I think it's will be a really good match, and I hope that we do a really great show and win this and make our run like going and dreaming for champions.
Yes. And my last question is, you see all the green today? Yeah. Can I have a jersey? I really, really like it.
Yeah, you do.
Really? Can I have one?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You're not lying?
Yeah.
Yay! Goodbye. Go, we're good.
So I just...
Is she allowed to do
Elizabeth
that? I
just
want
took this
allowed
job to get free clothing.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you
This
gotta.
is unbelievable.
Sometimes you
Did you
gotta.
pay for what you're wearing?
Do your shot, I
I'll
guess.
plead the fifth.
Okay, I critique.
Am I
her,
sold
but
on the
think Megan
Saadhak
needs to
duelist?
get one of
Do
the
you know what? I
Gen G
actually am.
mascot hats.
I actually am. It's just the fact that it
It's
didn't
the
look
best
insane
item I
because
own.
Jorgamo looked insane.
That you ended up getting that
Don't you
one.
own a
Like, I think we'll look at
jersey,
this and
maybe?
be like, I think after this game, everyone will be like, it's good. I think it was good. It's just the fact it wasn't Jorgamo.
There we go. All right, well, that actually gives us a perfect segue, I think, to MIBR. So perfect. Right? So perfect. All right, guys. Well, look,
YouTube
this
chat's
is a
coming in
team
to see
that,
the poll we give. That's
unfortunately,
sick.
you know, coming into this stage, we were unsure what we were going to get. They were winless, and now
Body looked
they're
great. He
in
just got
a
overshadowed by
rebuild
God.
stage
It's a
in the
very good
middle
summary.
of the season. They played with subs last week as well. So there certainly is a lot of turmoil, a lot of things that are in flux at the MIBR camp.
Everything you're seeing on your screen right now isn't real, and it can't hurt you.
It did technically happen, but it's not real.
It's not real.
Yeah.
They were playing with 2 subs. They had a very quick turnaround to realize to sub people in. There was a language barrier, and they were playing some wild comps. I think that past results of that game will not dictate who MIBR is that we see today. They're going to be playing with their full roster with the 2 new players that they're going to be debuting alongside Paint. It is basically a completely new roster with new expectations, and we don't know who they're going to be.
I am genuinely curious, though, whether or not like that ISO
You're talking about
Yoru
top 3
is their
duelists in
actual
NA.
read on Ascent, or if that was just something they were just throwing in there. I assume that's going to be changing pretty drastically, but like that was wild.
I mean, I kind of hope not, because I think it was crazy, but surprisingly, when they played, I'm gonna agree a little bit with Mimi here. They actually didn't play that bad with 2 subs.
No.
Like, they put up some numbers, they played okay, and I feel like
They were
if you
always at a
have-
deficit.
They actually had some good ideas with the. I don't think the
Exactly.
ISO did a ton, but I think some of the Yoru stuff was cool. Even like the decay combos and things. Like it
So
was
that's why, like,
better
I'm
than you
hoping
think.
the meta kind of stays the same for them. It's just like now the execution is a lot cleaner because they have the people that they've been practicing with.
And this is also a great position, weirdly enough, for MIBR.
How much time does it normally take to bring a new comp to a map? And how do you go ahead with it?
And on top of that, you have a
I think if everything goes well and the coaches have like pre-prepped it, or the coach and IGL have pre-prepped it, I think 2 days of practice is enough. If everything goes well and it's like a well thought out
I
comp.
would say too is interesting.
So including like prep of the comp, all of the rounds.
Something they were doing in stage 1, even with like
You could probably smash out a new comp 4 days, including the coach. Like 2 days to think of the new comp and everything that is like legit, all of the strats, then 2 days to prac it. I think that's pretty much good. So you can do 4, but I think if the coaches are working, you can smash it in 2. Does that make sense?
Just in general here in America.
And I feel like something
2 days
really
of
small
prac,
to touch
basically.
up on too is in the interview we just heard that they were ready.
Your boy Lotus, thank you so much for the 13 months. Thank you. How you doing?
When you're in that Brazil region,
Honestly, you could maybe
and
smash
you
it out
play
in
so
3
much,
if
you
the
spend
coach
so
and IGL
much,
work
you
pretty
know
hard.
what it's going to take to kind of win out in those games, meta-wise specifically and playstyle-wise. So they have that going for them too.
Sure, but like we already discussed, MIBR lose today. They're out of contention. But I want to credit MIBR management because I think they're really taking
I like
the
that
right
question, though.
direction
That was a
here.
good question.
They're reinventing their team. They're bringing in fresh players. They're taking the risk
I know that
a lot of
Heretics
other
have done
teams
stuff
who have
in,
been struggling in the season aren't doing.
Yo,
And
man.
I think they're setting themselves
That's
up
outrageous.
for future success into the next season of VCT.
I know
because
that
it's not impossible
Heretics
that
have
they're gonna make
played
playoffs, achieve much
comps
this season. But
like
this is a
2
chance to find
practices.
out if
Like
these are
they've
the
just
right
done a
players,
day.
if this is the right
But
roster,
in that day,
it'll
they're
set
doing a
MIBR
lot
up
of
for success in
like
the
server
future,
time
and I
and
actually think
talking
that's
through a
big
lot.
for these players.
I know
and for
that
the
they've kind of done
organization.
stuff within a day.
You have a
The
rough
coaches
start,
have
but if you finish
prepped
strong,
it pretty
despite
heavy.
the, maybe not making it to champs or whatever, I think that's something you can, rest your laurels on and be like, hey, look at us, like we did this, and maybe this is something you could build upon for next season.
I've been watching much
But, though, we
VCT
had
again.
early-
The split.
Elizabeth, oh my God,
Which
words are
region
hard.
is
You
looking the
think
most
this-
interesting?
Rest your laurels, old man.
For some reason, I don't think I'll ever be able to pinpoint it.
boy.
Pacific is the most interesting to
Thankfully, someone
watch.
much younger than me, Elizabeth, actually spoke
America's
with the
is-
IGL
America's
Messina
is
his
the
thoughts about this new
closest.
roster. Let's take a look. I don't know.
I'm assuming. So obviously the standings
But Pacific
are not
is the
here
most
today.
fun.
So
But
how
yeah,
long-
America's
when
has
did
the
they
most
arrive,
best
and how
teams.
long have you guys had to practice with each other?
Os meninos chegaram ontem. A gente teve literalmente 2 screens pra jogar, pra eles sentirem mais ou menos como funciona aqui no NA. E é isso.
They just arrived yesterday, and we had literally just 2 sessions of gaming to practice with them.
Bro, this is so
With that,
messed.
how does your game plan change
You
when
guys are
know,
lost,
your
man.
players just arrived yesterday and you only had 2 times to practice?
Eu acho que a principal mudança pra gente agora é que agora a gente vai poder comunicar totalmente em português, então pra gente vai ser mais confortável e também cada um vai poder voltar pra sua função principal.
I think the main thing is that we're going to be able to communicate in Portuguese again, so we're going to be more comfortable, and everybody else is going to go back to their original roles in the game.
Real best of luck.
No language barrier, no problem. They should be cooking today, MIBR, or at least that's what Mazine feels like there. But let's go ahead and take a look at the new additions to this MIBR lineup, because you got Paula, you also have Rich that has come on board here. And, you know, Mimi, these are two players that could very well, you know, contribute a lot to this team. I mean, that's at least what MIBR is hoping for here.
Yeah, I was talking a little bit more to the Brazilian casters after I did that interview with them, and they were really kind of selling me on this Paula guy. Apparently, he's been kind of a prospect for quite a long time.
Some fancy replacing Redcar. I'm
happy
that I'm happy that EU teams are starting to just take risks and plan ahead for next year. It feels like it's a move for next year. I know that technically they're still in, but the chances are super low. I think that making moves like this for the teams that are pretty much confirmed out, I think it makes the most sense trying stuff.
Don't ask about the Phoenix.
I would like to have seen it more.
Icebox, and I don't really know what the deal is with that, but yeah, you know, if we're seeing the Rays, the Jet, perhaps like a Neon, because obviously like it's very hard to judge a duelist's like actual agent pool because the meta was so stagnant for so long. So just because he has a ton of experience playing the Rays and the Jet does not mean the ISO or the Neon aren't going to be coming out from him.
Yeah, good point there. And another thing that was mentioned earlier was Loud's record against Brazilian teams. So this is an organization, Loud, that has done quite well against that region, against her against her own region.
I mean, quite well. They're 24-0.
Quite well. It's like they're the Undertaker of Brazil. And a bit of wrestling reference there. But the thing is,
how many non-ISO comps have been played?
I don't think so.
Not that many ISOs, to be honest.
Utterly shocked.
There was
I think we had really
there was
good
1 week
of what this Loud team could
Lewis
be
where
the
it was like the busted ISO patch, and like there's a couple of teams that forced it.
And Les was absolutely insane. They've had
I say a couple, it was like what, 6 maybe?
Together for MIBR. This is a squad that I think could have potential in the future, but I'm highly doubtful of it being today.
But now it's pretty normal.
This is real, but also it's not that deep.
Like there's only a few.
Have had 2 gaming sessions. 2 gaming sessions. That is it. They're not winning today. Yeah? It's just not happening.
Yeah, I agree with that.
They're up against Loud. It's not happening.
What if they have this sick honeymoon period? Just like all of a sudden.
I mean, me and does his best Demon 1 cosplay. He just shows up. Look, he's moved our desk.
You're moving the desk and everything. You know?
In terms of pressure, though, coming in at this point in the season for your debut is probably the best time to do so, right?
That's true.
It's already basically, you're already in a tough spot. Just show us what you can do. Do your best. I mean, you know how hungry those players
I definitely think that like
are to get an opportunity like
there's
this.
some super aimers that look good on it.
A big name team and come out and play. So honestly,
Alpha.
I would love to see something special today. But
they're the ones
really,
that like.
Really difficult.
I mean, the thing is too is they're kind of in this position where they literally have nothing to lose. I feel like unless they go on a crazy win streak, they're not going to be able.
Even
to
then, it's out of their hands. Right?
I feel like it's a waste of time watching those games. So yeah, there's been some good Neon stuff.
Pop off and show like, hey, we have no pressure right now. Like we don't literally have anything to play for other than to prove ourselves.
I think loads of the Neon stuff is incredible.
One by one, they just like.
I would be heavy leaning into Neon at the moment.
We've seen it with teams in the past.
Yeah.
I mean, EG won a world championship because your boy got a knife kill. So, I mean, you know.
I think there's a world where it doesn't even get nerfed.
Same thing.
I know, a lot of things happen. You know, look, I mean, it was a butterfly effect.
In history.
A lot of things have happened. It was a butterfly effect.
Many people have been telling me.
All right, let's
You read in the Siso's chat that I was secretly coaching Liquid. Is that true? Bro, when would I have the time for
this? See what everyone says. I went for MIBR. When did I do that?
When would I ever be able to have the time for this?
Actually, I remember why. Yeah.
Why did you do that?
I was playing the odds.
But that's not real.
Trying to be.
It's not the stock market.
And, I mean, you also voted LEV, which is a little out of character.
I actually voted LEV because after 100 teams lost to Fury, I was like, I gotta bet on Aspas.
You do have a history of overreacting.
But 3 LEV believers?
Oh, don't you bring that up to me on broadcast of all things, maybe. But honestly, I think Aspas. I just can't bet against Aspas.
Sure.
You know, he's just too
fair.
nasty. So, and I want to see what more he can cook up. You know, what more the team can cook up. That's my reasons. What about you guys, huh? Why you guys always put me on the spot?
Loud 2-0, easy, no problem.
No notes?
What about game 2? I think that's harder to pred.
Yeah, but that's like so far away.
Are we thinking about that? I just feel like consistency-wise, they've had a lot of time to cook and they've had a lot of time to play together, and I just feel like they have that edge over MIBR.
Them being loud?
Yeah.
All right, well, guys, you heard from our desk. They all grilled me for my prediction, but it's
Did I
all
watch
good.
the England
Just
game?
another day
I
in the
watched
hood.
like
Let's go
3
ahead and
minutes of
start this bad
highlights.
boy. VCT America starts right now.
I was sleeping, man.
Deixa passar a frieza do argentino e agora sim, pega o primeiro, pega o segundo.
O Tex caminhando para esse ponto A mesmo. E agora chega a Tizin, 4 kills para ele, ponto do MIBR.
33rd loss rate, yeah, pretty much.
Whoa!
What happened here? Well, that wasn't great. I might have to cut this one.
Riot Games Arena. Hoje é dia de duelo brasileiro e eles vêm finalmente com um time
man,
completo.
that was horrible, bro.
Boas-vindas pro MIBR.
Why is it only on the right?
Quando me perdi, encontrei comigo mesmo e tirei forças, eu não sei da onde. Amigos eu ganhei, perdi, são coisas da vida. O que me dói é a minha família longe. Torcedores vaiam, outros me motivam. Vou persistir nessa longa estrada da vida. Vencer a obrigação, derrota é uma lição. Desistir pra
Yeah, it was really loud, man.
hoje mesmo busco o que é nosso sonho.
Did they boo them? Did they boo them, or are they shouting a name that sounds like boo?
Seja quem quiser ser, esteja onde quer estar. O foco sempre foi vencer.
E do outro lado,
Boo is the
faz
song?
barulho e faz
Oh, okay, yeah, I think that's right. I think we've done this before. I think I remember that. Dude, who picks a walkout song that has boos in it? Like, that's one way to actually just wreck the mental of your team. Instinct_FPS. Thank you so much. Thank you with the prime. It's to get the mental stronger. Okay. Do they get to pick their own walkout song? Yeah, Orgs get to pick their walkout song. Orgs get to pick their walkout song in EMEA and Americas. I'm pretty sure.
Loud and MIBR take to the stage. For Loud, they need to start their run and start it now. And MIBR, they got some fresh faces on that lineup who are looking to make a big splash, here today.
MIBR's stage is already almost over. A loss here would secure no chance at playoffs. But for Loud, this is actually a really important game. They had chances to win against EG in week 1, but couldn't clinch it in the end. And now they're on the tipping point of whether this squad could make playoffs. And Loud missing out on playoffs would be really unheard of.
Yeah, both these teams are
Top
super
3 bundles.
with each other
I'll do top
so
4 because obviously Liquid's number 1. But after that, I would say Paper Rex.
But I wish there was some new comps.
Probably Billy.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm kind of thinking about
And
roles-wise, and it kind of makes sense for them to keep running MIBR camp, to keep running the Yoru and the ISO. For
You think
example,
they're going to go back to ISO even
Voice
with
is kind of
change?
nice,
I think
dude.
it's possible. I think that ISO,
I think that would be my
especially on,
3.
like, up-dominated maps, I do think the ISO gives you a lot of power, both being able to tank a shot, the push wall too. Like, there's some pretty good options.
The DRD one is
I do
nice.
think his push wall works really well on Ascent specifically, so I'm not mad about it. But I don't know. I just feel like going back to that Jet or going
Does the caster get to sit while casting? No.
more,
But a lot of them, again, I'm not speaking for all of them. Maybe Pansy will know, will be able to tell you in chat. But a lot of them like standing for projection. That's at least what DDK and Bardolph used to say.
Even if it's with a different team, everyone has played the standard Ascent comp. Everyone knows the standard flashes on KO, the standard pathing on Jet. I think it's the easiest kind of comp to just slot people back into.
I'm seeing Jets.
You say, I'm seeing Jet. Why'd you say it like that?
I don't know, because I have to like peek in. You gotta squint.
Yeah, and we just get normal comps. It's normal comps. We got a Cypher. We got a
what you were saying, Mimi, you got
Killjoy. Surely we don't need to do the 1x1 pick for Ascent when we've just seen them all.
It's a big matchup for them, for their careers.
Saadhak on KO, so 2E's.
So put someone on Jet, let them cook.
2E's Jet.
Yeah, for three of these guys, it's their debut stage here in VCT Americas. If you could put up some rounds, put up a performance against the team that has defined your region, that's 24-0 against Brazil, that's a good way to get your name out there.
I mean, and we saw Paula's stats on Jet and Raze.
Red got kicked. Yeah, we spoke about it a little bit. I kind of just think, I'll recap it again. I kind of just think the teams that are out, I think you should just experiment and look ahead for next year. I also think that that's what Giants are doing, and the fact that Cloud is now IGL is what they said in the interview. I think it kind of doesn't, like what if Cloud is IGL, then what is Red Guard there for? It is kind of like the thought of it, so I think that makes the most sense. Yeah, I think they're just trying something.
Back when he was a tier 2 prospect in Brazil, he was a primary duelist for his team, and he was pretty damn good back then.
You bring in Red Guard to be IGL, but if he's not IGLing, then I think it makes sense.
Saadhak also back at home on comfort on that KO
it was a common thing as well. I remember it being talked about with 2E's playing, different roles outside of that, and they were like, I remember vividly speaking to Fraud about this, him saying, we picked up 2E's because he is flexible. We can teach him these things, but he is a nasty duelist.
And that's when Fraud was on Loud, of course, back when he was coaching for this roster.
Yeah, I think having a flexible duelist, a flexible player just in general is super important. And having this ability to switch through two of your players
Sigma will find out, I guess. Find out next year. The good news for him is there's a lack of IGLs. Bad news for him is it's heavy meta on fragging IGLs.
Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters.
It's a weird one at the moment.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy the Great. Dre, I think we've got a lot of things to talk about in this matchup. We've got to talk about Loud being undefeated against Brazilian teams. We've got to talk about MIBR with this debut. We've got to talk about the pursuit of champs and how Loud always seems to make a run. And if they're going to do it again, it has to start here. It has to happen here.
Yeah, it's like that one match at a time mentality that Potter was talking about.
Bring back Scream to IGL if we're going to fragging IGLs. Probably the best meta for him that we've seen in years. I will say that much. Not that I think he should be IGL, but it is a good meta.
I was doubting myself because I can't believe that stat. It's unreal.
Okay, like got Loud on the fence, we got MIBR on attack.
24 times now, the opportunity for the 25th as MIBR is still in desperate pursuit of their first win of the year. Currently sitting at 0-6, but on the attacking side of Ascent, I think all eyes go towards this player right here, Paula. He's been regarded as the future of Brazilian Valorant. There's a lot of hope on this kid's shoulders, but it's a tall task he's facing here.
He looked very confident in the walkout.
Yeah, and they're gonna have to retake this one. Sova eats the
help him put the in-ears in.
He's not gonna be able to help him there as he is the first.
I was gonna say Sova eats the knife, so he doesn't have time to recon, and he just kind of needs to stay alive. Okay, clears over towards middle. That's nice though.
Loud locked out.
Hey, got a little bit of a tag. Bomb's still not planted yet as well.
The good news for MIBR is they got over towards B, and they still have an Omen flash.
Dagger that landed in B main as well.
And Loud don't.
Gives the info for this. Maybe an Omen flash? Pancada already used it.
Meanwhile, the fight goes off and back. Spawn, our team will fall. Liazi on the swing will crumble at the hands of Pancada as well. Loud looks so comfortable here.
Yeah, I really would have liked to have seen some kind of play with the Omen flash instead of just double. Instead of double. Ah, man, I think this is going to be a really rough game for MIBR.
And they took their time with it, Doug. They were so patient.
We're really about to see the lack of time together this team's had. Ride with the Prime. Thank you so much for the 6 months. Thank you. Right. Be nice.
Right here.
I appreciate the 6 months.
Nice work.
Tough to have us over there with the Sheriff in hand. But very well played. I think you're right. They played it very slowly. I think they were very methodical in their approach, and that's often been the DNA of Loud, right? They seldom feel bothered. They seldom feel frantic in their approaches.
And if you let them set up a retake like
heavy
this,
only guns,
it's just nearly impossible to deal with because
even
they
in
are
the
so
anti-eco,
rehearsed. They're so dialed in on their timings. They don't really give away anything free, so you kind of have to disrupt a team like Loud before they set up for that retake.
Kanzine playing with a little bit of fire.
Yeah. Almost got burned.
Here. Meanwhile, Paul is taking some space, but he's already been spotted, and that's a dash now gone. So we'll see if they can.
What skin is this? What the hell is that?
Because something else we can mention is the Killjoy versus the Cypher. I think both characters have their net positives, but I mean less on
Overdrive.
Cypher is a spectacle to behold. You're gonna see him taking a lot of fights on the
That's the
side of the
Fnatic
main,
classic.
at least, and then probably mixing up his trips on this defensive side. It's a very slow approach on this.
What's
eco
this?
round for MIBR.
Yeah.
They're
What's
trying
the
to feel
little
out the map,
numbers?
trying to feel out the setups
Bad
and
track.
I like what they're trying to do here, though. They just smoke deep in mid, which is often indicative of a split B, but if that's where they want to end up, they're a little late behind it.
Ooh, Kawazine, he almost got caught right there.
Meanwhile, it's Liazi who falls. Rich is going to join him.
30
and
left.
MIBR
Actually does
yes,
count
they don't
kills.
have a weapon
Oh,
advantage,
it
but
is
they
Star
really have no space on the map either. With 20 seconds left in the round, the spike is still by Swan. They haven't really found much A. A tough spot for them to be in.
Looks like they have an opportunity here to maybe get something going, but not Tui's cleaning up.
Okay, very, very nice. Pyro, that was pretty funny. It was savage, but pretty funny. Pyro says the MIBR win counter. That's crazy.
To Mazine up middle.
That's so
that was
crazy.
the key factor into this round, and basically what shut out MIBR from pulling off any type of bomb plant or even getting onto the site. It's that nice cleanup, nice share shots. Connecting for Tui's on that jet roll. Haven't seen him play that in so long. Maybe in ranked.
Yeah, it's been a while. Back-to-back flawless rounds for Loud. MIBR still looking for their first kill of the map. This might be where they do it. You take a look at the buy for Loud.
Right.
You've got
Let's
smattering of
give him a first buy.
different bits of weaponry.
First buy. Contact on short, recon, reface, or
that Gigolo will make him
Kinda.
found out, but Mazine, he gets spammed almost to no HP.
Really nice swing from Saadhak.
Bubble.
Taking matters into his own hands. Getting a couple
I'm
kills.
surprised
with Paul.
Pangata committed to this after
What's the response on
what
the other side
happened.
of this from MIBR? Paul just got tagged again, and Tui's confident on the swing.
Oh, that was so nice
Putting
as
down the
well.
opposing
Double
jet.
smoke to potentially reposition.
Again, a big advantage here for Loud.
The rewalk through mid as well. Finding the timing.
I think this
on
might be
Artsine.
really brutal to watch, man.
Killjoy roll.
Nate, thank you so much for that, man. Appreciate the 5 months.
It's no choice.
I'm doing
Yeah,
great, bro.
It's
Thanks for
gonna be
asking.
an angle to save maybe here, unless he can catch off any of the defenders making a mistake. But I
Yeah.
don't think that.
I mean, the
Loud are gonna
flash.
give him anything right now.
The
There's
flash
no
was
reason
incredible.
To lean
In fact,
towards
he got
B
double was mental as well.
whatsoever. You have 2 Cypher trips there, one in mid, one B main as well. Only thing you got to worry about is Cat or A main.
So you can tell, I mean, as we think about the round that we just saw, given that it was their first gun round, MIBR's, you can tell what the plan was. The intentions were pretty clear. I think execution, Dre, I'd love to get your thoughts on this, because to me the execution felt sluggish. It didn't feel decisive. It didn't feel confident.
It could feel
Guys
like
are bold
that,
for predicting
but, I mean,
MIBR.
MIBR, they were just trying
True.
to set up for an actual hit onto A or whatever. It's the proactivity from Loud that was the
They
deciding
just got
factor.
dealt a bad
They
hand
took
as
the
well.
fight
Like, they were having a
to
bad
MIBR
year
in that
anyway.
A main, that KO pop flash, the
Or being
stinger,
able to
everything of the
actually
sorts.
practice.
And honestly, one of the players from MIBR actually tried playing anti. Rich, the rookie, he turned that flash but just couldn't connect on the flick. The trades were there. for Paula, but it just wasn't enough. You said Tui's was confident there, but I think Paula was a little bit too confident as well after getting those first 2 trades. Just sitting in the open, crouched. I mean, that's so hard to convert a kill like that, relying on your mechanical talent.
Tui's still with the outlaw.
He hasn't slowed down a bit. He's gonna get another one right
Oh,
here.
no way.
Gosh.
That was pretty. He really hasn't had any reason to slow down. I think it's part of the issue.
Yeah, the disruption in these last
Garmols, thank you, man. Appreciate the 13.
Everybody on the side of Loud has
Thank
been
you for using your prime on me.
short of spectacular.
Well, and you think about what an approach would be for a team of Loud's caliber playing against a team who's making their debut, really. As Tui's gets forward, Ace potentially on the other side. He's going to have to do
These guys just jumping, bro.
The good team that he is, handing it over. The eye power race for Loud. It doesn't get much easier than that.
Yeah, that was a freebie, especially with the guy on tiles not being able to trade.
9-0,
running rampant.
That's wild.
And he got kills everywhere. I mean, what, the first 2 kills were in mid. He even overextends right here with a jump peek, connects onto the head, goes all the way back to B side. He's everywhere in this round.
Mr. Worldwide.
And then Heartseen, he gives
Zinging.
up on trying to
Zing
shoot
in
the player that's just
QT
jumping around 'cause he
23
knows
with the prime.
He wants to deny the ace, but he just couldn't connect.
Thanks so much, man.
That's
Appreciate
so
that.
I will say this, though, before Tui's antics. When you think about a team like Loud and their caliber and their pedigree,
Tui's? Yeah, he has a good chance of just farming pretty heavy here.
Again, is making their debut as a full roster for the first
It
time.
makes this map so defense-sided. No joke. It is literally the Odin over towards B. Like the fact that you can't take one of the mains on attack because they have a gun that can shoot through the wall, it's busted. And the fact that there's always like every site that you get into, it's a multiple things, right? You've got B main which gets spammed at the beginning, so you can't really get into a main. So B main's wrecked. Then you look at all of the sites, A and B, they all have like a straight back wall when you exit out a small choke point where a recon can be behind you. So Sov is incredible, right? So Sov is just insane because of these 2 walls. One of these walls that you can spam, obviously, and then you've just got really thin walls everywhere where you can have KO knives that 100% don't get shot to get you info as well.
Maybe there's something that
and then you have no util to get out, and it's like long rotates in case you get wrecked by knives. It's just pretty much all of those things together.
Unless we'll just sit in B main and take a gunfight. Why not?
And small checkpoints.
Yeah, to have been a fly on the wall, because I think, again, when you're this new...
Hey, kill trip, though.
I mean, there are so many things that need to be a part of the conversation. Some messy shots from Les.
That did not look like Les. That did not look like Les. Okay, if there's a few of them going about, MIBR will take it.
And then they had all B space. So they were able to get the spike down, and ultimately they lost the retake attempt, yes. But this time it's a 4v4, though.
Oh, look at this.
They've been taking mid. I mean, this was the same as their pistol, right? Where they just fast over towards here.
On to Rich, but still a trade.
Tui's 10-0.
1-for-1 found. Blade still on mine. Tui's not spotting a target.
Wow.
Paula's on the swing, and Tui's is there to punish one.
But he should be dying from the guy market, yeah.
He's taking some damage. Liazzi striking beautifully, though.
Yeah, good positioning from him.
Yeah, that was a way better post plant for MIBR. And a part of that was less with that challenge.
Yeah, I mean, let's just miss up.
I mean, he just couldn't settle his crosser.
Why is Breach bad on the map? Breach isn't even bad on the map. Breach is good on this map. Just Sova, KO are better for the reasons I said.
Almost went crazy on this retake, but it was this right here, Liazzi, who got into market, made it nearly impossible for Loud to execute that retake. Honestly, that's such a pivotal spot to be in.
Disruption again, the name of the game. MIBR fast here off of a paranoia. The blades are popped. You see the Hunter.
They get over towards site here. We haven't got any ults to retake, and he manages to take down Server at the back. This guy is absolutely sending it.
Those knives will not do.
Still adjusting to the main stage for sure.
No, here Tui's has an op in hand. Shot rattling off, now connecting. MIBR still with site control. And it's very reminiscent of what we saw in the previous round. Remember, it was Liazzi who flanked around through mid. This time it's Artine who's going to try to do the same thing. But as is always the case in these late flanks, timing is everything.
This is pretty nice from Loud.
Deal with some of what Loud are trying to do and allow our team to get into a good position. He may have a shot at this, but Rich and Liazi crumble.
They did very well here.
Just a couple of seconds left and no teammates to fight alongside. Too Easy's gonna be able to
Yeah,
sink the
Cage,
defuse.
dash, smoke to get out through the one-way over towards door. Over towards heaven, we had nade. Maybe there was a flash that I missed as well. It's a really nice retake. Omen flash is good as well.
It floods everybody to a spot where that Omen flash is going to connect. And Pancata just coming out of that switch area, he's able to clean up 2 kills for free, basically. But yeah, that's that adjustment that needs to be made. Oh, beautiful. They lined up for him. So another clean retake, and
okay, they win one.
Flank from
They lose the next.
Not on
Money's
point,
in the bin.
not on time. The players on the site
Try
couldn't
force
live
into
for
it.
Nearly long enough.
I will say though, I do want to give some credit to Paula, and sometimes it does seem a little
Got 4 people that come by if they lose this.
Forced, if you will, but you think about in the previous round, that push into heaven.
He could have gotten that kill.
Easily could have, and that's what you want out of a duelist, right? You've got sight, scale, go make a play, go take a little bit more space, go be aggressive. And I think when you think about a player making a debut, that's not something you always see.
That is true. That is very true. Someone who we did see do things like that though was Artsy in his debut.
Hang on, Tui's with the op. Paula first to tag. Nicely done with the Cloudburst to stay alive. Dash away. You imagine MIBR are going to want to go fast here. They don't have Rich. He's waiting on the other side.
No way, no way.
He gets 2, not able to settle on the third, but
Dude, he nearly got the third because of the recon as well.
Mazine is on the site, but he doesn't have the spike. And again, Rich so far away from the play.
Yeah, they had an anti-KO ult set up.
That's a very nice
And
shot,
the
though.
trips
That's going to buy a little bit more
annihilated them.
time. With 30 seconds left, there's still so much left to do. Mazine will fall.
30 seconds left.
Rich in a 1v2. So far away from the spike.
Louder showing a lot of respect right now to Rich. So he does have an opportunity here to get that bomb planted, get that spike planted, and he has a dart up as well. Omen flash,
it's
KO
definitely doable.
flash,
10 seconds left.
Mollies, TPs,
Omen
pretty
flash,
much full utility for this
KO.
retake. A perfect molly.
Does a little bit of damage. There's the molly, there's the paranoia, and there are the closing shots from Saadhak to get Loud another round.
I mean, it was nice from Loud.
For Loud at first, giving a player like Rich all that type of space, but they're so confident in their utility on the retake, and that's why, right? The molly to basically make Rich go into a spot where that Omen flash is going to connect. Oh, here was that no scope. I feel like it rarely works that way.
Yeah.
But I mean, when the barrel's in the face, it better connect.
Very nicely handled by Loud. I think part of the issue too is I don't think they realized where the spike was. So you had to respect Rich. You had to respect his positioning, and given how much time was left on the clock, so into the 8th round to go. 2 rifles in the hands of MIBR.
That would do well to lose this round.
Very little success found, and it has just felt like an uphill struggle.
Yeah, same message.
6-1, it's definitely tough. I'm wondering if they lose these next 2 rounds, maybe another timeout for this half.
Possibly.
That dagger did connect.
Smokes out. Paula tries getting ahead of it a little bit, but not been able to find any success. That was clean though.
Ooh.
Out from Rich, dropping.
Yeah, there's a big miss as well. Okay, not that one though.
This op hasn't really done a lot, but it's finally starting to settle. Saadhak getting the best of Liazi. A little bit of space found on the site. Still not enough to commit to the plant though.
That was so chaotic for a moment. Now,
it was ugly.
Finally some settling to the storm.
And so here, our team's gonna get the spike down, or should, barring that. Oh, that was very close. But he has his ult online. Does he force it here? It doesn't matter. Instantly gets dropped by Kalanzine.
And again, another great retake from Loud. They look so good, so coordinated on these retakes. The utility also is just so on point right now.
The Soviet util is great as well.
There was a shock dart kill from Kawazine on the bomb, on the spike planter. Some really nice things being done from Loud, and yeah, it was a little scrappy.
Ivy champion. Thank you so much, man. Welcome into the Slug Club. Thanks for using your Prime on me. Appreciate the Prime usage, mate.
That was really interesting, to say the least, but still, they convert. Another round win, another retake round win.
At least it's both Brazilian teams, that's true.
Scoreboard
Okay,
right
a
now,
bit of a
that's
better
3
chance.
rounds in a
We
row
got
where
KO,
they fused the
and
spike.
let's check out Loud's KO ult set up again.
right now for
Wanting to
MIBR,
fight more over towards middle. Looks like they're going for
gotta
Vision
figure something
Strikers
out
and to
on these
retake
both
over
plans.
towards A. They got the kill trips with one person to get kills on short.
Dropping Paula. Meanwhile, Tui's is in your lap.
Yeah, that's nice.
So aggressive.
Did they KO all?
So decisive again.
Probably not.
And there's trips on A for anybody that's trying to flood. Smart from Liazzi to walk up here.
Top of the door, Kamanzin.
Wait, we Omen ulted over towards B. Wait, it's kind of... They hear it? If they'd heard it, they would have fast flooded.
No Mazine on the other side.
Yeah, he's on an island. He just saw Pancata, but his timing might be bad. I say that, but
wait, you reverse smoke the door?
For Loud, it might actually be a thorn in their side. They got to speed up right now because Mazin's about to come up huge.
2 big kills there. Kamanzin and Pancata fall. Still less than Tui's in the play. And that might be enough. 2v2 now. Tui swings a little bit too far out. Can the op do anything here? Will they even give him the swing?
Honestly, Mazin cooked a little bit here. Get over towards the site, instant ult to back of B, and he did a weird smoke at door, and I think it like confused them so much that they thought they were hiding in it. He did this smoke, like something you would normally do to hold the opposite sides. They were kind of looking at it, and they didn't want to push into it. I guess they were just spamming it, and that bought them so much time to get up heaven.
Honestly, this was looking disastrous at the beginning. It was a really good aggressive defensive push from the side of Loud. Will be 2 rounds on the board for MIBR after that.
Couple of flashes traded, and now they all use.
It's the EG Classic.
He's gonna survive. Very nicely handled. They're dueling along.
Wait, how did Mazin not even get hit here?
With no
I swear on the cam we're looking at that looked like it was on fast one.
Just came out of that only taking like chip damage from his own Sobal.
Oh, okay.
Paulo with the smoother shot.
So precise on that one.
I mean, I get why people are excited about this kid. Had some really nice moments. Kamanzin falls.
If they could somehow get 5.
Now pushing forward, and MIBR again have found success enough to get out onto the site. It does not look like there's a late flank here or anything they're going to have to worry about.
So great.
Loud. Yes, they're at a numbers deficit, but they can turn their attention fully forward. I worry about the weaponry, though. I mean, Tui's has an op in hand. He just took a ton of damage, down to 55 HP.
Yeah,
no
I think Tui should go save on his 1 HP.
Really hard to bring back. Saadhak.
He's got a lot to do here. Settles the first. Gets the second.
My God.
Not able to land on the third.
Right. Okay, 3.
Their losses already.
And then 2 chances to get an extra one.
HP is more concerned about saving the op. Wisely so. If Les can get a couple of these exits, these matter. They don't have a ton of money. Liazzi denied exit.
Oh man, they're all going down.
Every single
A win's a win. 3K on top of this. I mean, it's just gonna be a lot of light arms. It'd be interesting if they wanna buy an outlaw.
Getting those guns out of the hands of MIBR is everything. Look at how Mazin was
yeah, it's just in the middle of both ults.
Right, but it was that entry on both these entries. Previous duelist and current duelist opening up that entire A site, allowing for a 5v3 post-plant scenario. Really good work so far. MIBR crawling back into this half slowly.
It's 3 rounds on the attack side, so we'll see how much more they can put together.
Placing swarm grenade.
Early paranoia. It seems like they want to go fast towards B. They're gonna have to
yeah, they just resorted to doing fast strats, but I mean, this is a nice hit.
Dodge away from the dart, but you don't dodge away from less.
You should run.
What the hell is the spike doing?
Already starting to rotate over too. He's trying to get some high ground with Liazzi waiting on the other side of the smoke, having to wait for the
what
lockdown.
the?
He's gonna die while it happens. This is very nicely handled by Loud, but the spike is out. MIBR are out.
Full info on the members of MIBR as well. A 4v2. This is going to take some heroics from the side of MIBR. Mazin, he was the deciding factor in one of their post plans.
Remember how often you've highlighted Loud look comfortable. They look confident in these retakes. They're going to have to do it again. A 4v2 still in their way, even though they lost 1 for it.
They handled it well. So as soon as MIBR hear the ult, they know he's gone back over towards the site, and then there was a mid-round call to go through market and try and join the, I think it was the Omen.
Yeah.
And then what ended up happening is the other 2 on site were just on their own, wrecked.
A lot of the times on the first map. So for them to start like this on a first map is a good sign. And this coordinated fight together. fight anybody that's holding the lockdown. And then
Mama Benji Fishy. Hello, hello. Good evening.
He had full info that entire time
How we
because
doing?
of that Cypher ult that was invested from Les. So even with the player dropping early and making it
this is their
3v2
last buy.
retake, I mean, that flank is just
Devastating.
so strong.
Timing is miserable to deal with. The buy is
miserable.
Odd.
Yeah, it's last round right now.
Yeah.
MIBR feeling the negative effects of those exit kills that Loud got in one of those rounds previous.
Isolated. Yeah, Tui's
Hold up.
Really no one to cover him because
And we got an op here.
It's a great
no
opener.
one to watch that. Now in the smoke, unable to settle.
God, they're gonna win this one. Yeah, they're gonna win this one. Free B site.
B-site as well.
I like
But
that.
what is that from Rich? A little bit antsy, a little bit too ambitious of a peak in the mid. The numbers game was won.
Oh, look at Liazzi's positioning.
It was really
He's
bad.
tucked, he's hidden. Saadhak has no idea.
Beautiful spray control.
And so MIBR have a numbers advantage here. They've got a rifle in hand too for Artzine.
Oh, that was nice. Wait,
so good, but
I thought that hit.
Better Mazine on the trade. Pancada by himself. Healthy too. No damage dealt so far. Time short though. But Spike has been going off for a little bit. A lot of the onus here on the controller.
And they got an incredible crossfire.
Yeah, but this crossfire is
Oh.
too deadly. I mean, maybe.
I mean, the crossfire doesn't matter. He's already gotten his way through.
Oh my gosh.
It's been smoked off. He's got it. Challenge to smoke. Mazine goes in aggressive. He's gotten it to one. He's gotten it to half. The flash in his face. He tucks with the shorty in hand.
I think they did pretty good to get 4 at the end here, really. Kind of stole it a little bit. Made it into a doable half.
Straight into there. It almost finessed around. But good work from Liazzi from start to finish of that round. Getting that kill in mid, then closing it out at the end there, just delaying time.
That was so uncomfortable.
Yeah, a good salvation to a half that looked like Loud was going to run away with, and that was
Yeah,
a
I
nasty
agree.
entry.
From 7-1 to 8-4, you take that all day.
I mean, they put Tui's out there in a position, yes, with an op in hand and how hot he's been, it makes sense to make a play. But Rich was just better in that moment. There was no way for Les to help over the smoke, and then, again, that was almost... that was almost disastrous. But it works out the way of MIBR. They get to their 4th round. Earlier, we spoke to MIBR's Artzine about the team's role swaps for Stage 2. Take a listen.
Falando pouco dessa mudança, eu acho que foi uma mudança boa, porque, querendo ou não, eu me considero um jogador versátil dentro do time. E eu sou aquele tipo de jogador que o que o time precisar que eu jogue para ser melhor por time, eu vou jogar. Querendo ou não, com os nossos novos jogadores, o nosso novo duelista, eu acredito que ele tem muito potencial, muito talento também, eu me vejo bastante nele.
I mean, overall, Cypher. I mean, to be honest, overall Killjoy just makes the attack easier.
Para que ele se sinta bem assim no jogo,
I don't mind them. It's not like I look at a comp and be like, well, this isn't the one. They both work.
Jogar e dar o meu melhor como sempre.
His versatility is certainly being challenged as we see him transition over to the KJ role, and maybe the defensive side will show a little something different. We've talked about it. It's been very heavily documented. The defensive side of Ascent is just an easier side to play. So maybe that's what MIBR need here. Is 4 enough?
Yukomki with the tier 1. Thank you very much, mate.
Is a must-win though, for sure.
Thank
when
you,
you have
thank
an
you.
8-4 half, otherwise it just gets out of hand. Loud can sit at 10.
Another prime.
And then you're looking
I think I did.
gloom on that bonus if you don't convert that cleanly as well.
M6.
But
with the prime. Sorry that I missed that, bro. Appreciate using your prime on me.
Thank you for the role of Killjoy. So I'm expecting some big things out of Paula and Artzine. They have to step it up right
Question
now.
why is Omen so used on
who's been so stable all year
on other maps
honestly,
and to other smokers?
He's been on as well.
Just
he's so
literally
good. He's the IGL.
smokes are
Someone
incredible because of the one ways that you can do.
He needs it.
Like,
He's looking
you
for
have
it
so
as
many
best as
one
he
ways
can.
that other
I think on the
agents
other side
don't
of things,
have.
we've got to
That is a
highlight
giant
Tui's
thing.
16 and 6
Got
at
an
halftime.
extra movement
Pretty
ability,
freaking
so if your
good
duelist
on
ever
the jet,
dies,
all
you can
things
kind of
considered.
entry with a TP.
Again, for as
can also create a lot of
treacherous as
pressure in
attack
some of
side
the
Ascent can
opening
be. We'll see if he's able to replicate
areas.
that success,
Like
or
you could have got
perhaps
to the
even
other
build upon
side.
it with the massive lead that
And
they've built
the
themselves
flash.
here.
The flash is
I think
just
it's also,
insane.
as much as we've talked about Mazine, and
Omen
yes,
has a
he's been
stacked
good.
kit.
I think
is the easiest sum
for a
off of that.
stage like Ascent to be calling up against
Aizel with the prime.
Saadhak,
Thank you so much.
everything
Thank you
that's
for
gone on
the
and
2
all
months.
the other extenuating factors that are taking place around it, that's tough.
Alder with the Prime, thank you so much for the 4 months. Thank you.
You go into and you're like, damn, this guy's good.
Astra really thrives on maps that have like really big rotates.
That
right?
info
So,
on that cam,
especially site to
all
site.
3 members being seen for the
Your
side
breezes, probably Abyss as well to an
It's
extent.
been pretty good so far.
The Artzine molly and then the smoke, but Loud funnel anyway. They flood out past it. They try to get out onto the site, and they're ahead of MIBR here.
Yeah, that solo swing from Artzine, had he waited just a couple more seconds for his teammates to get in, maybe a different outcome. But either way, there's also a mid deposit here of Pancata.
Oh, he's gonna get caught out. He doesn't know. First shot goes a bit wide.
Yeah, dude, when the first shot came in and missed, I was so worried.
Good. And so this is going to allow them to swing up from spawn. Less forced to wait on the other side as Paula gets a little bit more aggressive, tries to dash out, but he's been lit up, and now he's dead.
Yeah, this recon was everything.
MIBR really, you're starting to feel the struggle of them trying to get out onto the side, and honestly, they had some of the tools that they needed to do it.
And you're also starting to see the struggle of only playing together before this match for, what, 2 days? No one was there to shoot the dart. It was a little bit uncoordinated. Artzine on a different page than the rest of his squad, who was about to flood in with him. So yeah, it's just a little bit of a disconnect so far, but this is to be expected, I think,
for pistols.
from a roster that, you know, has only had 2 days of practice going into this match. And Loud, I mean, they're playing to that advantage, to the max. Not really.
Hudson has a hero.
Just doing some very simple strategies so far in that pistol round, at least.
So 2 people that can scout out, die and pick up the guns.
And now just an A main default. Wine knife that'll clear out all of wine. It's a little bit of A main.
4-person stack on A.
They're still a little worried. They're worried about a trap setup here.
As they should be.
Yeah. But the name of the game has been extremity control so far in this round for Loud, and they haven't gotten fought on either side. Problem is, now that they're all leaving A, they're running into a stack, so if there's no utility invested, like a drone or anything, and they decide to just exec drive,
Felix, hello mate. How are we doing?
Thank
you, dude. 21 months as well, Felix.
The
That's
only
wild.
real delay utility.
Thanks for your prime. Hope everything's going right, mate.
He's the only one with the molly. The camera, or the turret, excuse me, has already been traded out.
Okay, they realize that the stacks here, especially the knife hits 2, and they see full util. And that is... Wait, how is Les around the corner?
And Paula has to give up pursuit.
There's still 4 people here, though.
MIBR are ahead of this. They've
What?
rotated so
Okay, we switched over to him, but he ate the flash.
Rich and Paula, the 2 newcomers to the roster, the only ones left standing, and now it's all on the duelist. With a classic in hand, facing 3 from Loud. Trying to buy his time. A 4 and 13, a couple of targets spotted, one of them dealt with.
This round's been... this round has not been convincing.
Easier for the kid.
MIBR had a chance for sure. Bonkalizer. Bonkalizer with that whole year as well, man.
I mean, Loud didn't run into a stack, but I think MIBR did a really good job of making this costly.
Good round for MIBR.
This is the round
and a nice
that
read as well with the
MIBR
B-stack.
need to convert. They need to win this, and they need to win it clean, because if they win it, but everyone drops with their guns, or they only keep a player alive, their economy is going to be in shambles. Basically sets Loud up to just
this poor guy, I'm
this
sure,
win, this map win
because the observers switched him after he got
already.
flashed, so we didn't get like the flash thing.
Tough.
So it just looked like he was just
and
aiming
right
for.
now for Loud, it's looking great. I mean, look at this buy, and they have full buy next round as well. A fast A main take. Not going into an execute unless just going
Why
up
would
mid.
you?
It's a very common thing that we've seen on maps like this.
Of
4-1s.
this, if you wanted to use your early dash.
Your Cypher or Killjoy walks up mid. Don't really have to worry too much about that B main control off the rip, because you can just come back and re-clear it.
So far, all going according to script.
Okay. I mean, they tried to get someone A main.
Keep an eye on Artzine's.
They at least create the question mark in A main. And after they've done that, they didn't get a kill.
Here, I mean, MIBR are getting a little
group to be here.
Peek towards mid to see if there's anything there.
They should have trouble getting through the choke point, but honestly, I'm looking at the setup from MIBR, and it's a perfect call. So
there's 3 there.
Gonna work.
Because someone's got to be watching A main. That's why you see this KO all invested into the B main hit, dodging all utility.
Okay, so they double orb default, and all they wanted to do is secure that they get A.
Not going to tag anyone.
And they must have looked at it and felt like as soon as they have ult, they can for sure get through.
We're so good at in the first half. Can they get a retake the same way?
Dude, this after plant trip is just so good.
They connected on 2 players, but nothing being done with that.
Exactly. Where's the follow-up? Where's the go? The paranoia out now. You've got Amalia that's waiting on the other side as Paula, expecting some utility that never comes. Still swings out, drops Kawanzin, but pays for it with his life.
Time, Doug.
It's so short. But Liazi's gotten a couple of kills. How much more can he find, though? Less.
Which HP is
forced
that?
To sit back. He's so far away from the play. Spam going to connect onto one.
Okay, nicely done in the end from MIBR.
They should have, and they did. 1.57 left. That was closer than I thought it was going to be.
The actual whole round from Loud was pretty good. I don't know if they have just a straight up read of how they like to play B, but
I mean, if they had just survived for 1 second longer, 2 seconds longer here, instead of doing this and everyone swinging out.
But they had stingers, right? So they wanted to play with stingers. It wasn't too bad. It was a pretty good bonus.
A good round win for MIBR. They keep their economy kind of stable.
Stable enough.
Yeah, stable enough to have a 4 rifle buy. And that judge, I mean, it could be so strong on this map. We've seen Saadhak use it the most out of any player, I feel like. Him and Vanity.
I'm curious about what the setup is. Yeah, I didn't know if they tried to tuck him into wine or whatever it was, but it seems like they've opted to put him up close. And there are members of Loud waiting.
I just wonder if Saadhak is aware of this, seeing the money.
Dude, 4 people? Oh, no.
I wonder if
he could actually annihilate them.
Page of his own book, but it might be a dry swing.
It's a dry swing.
It's a very good trade.
Yeah.
I think that's a W for Loud. That could have been deadly.
Yeah, it could have been 2, perhaps even 3. Keep an eye on Mazine and his positioning. Spamming through, Kawanzin will fall.
Well, this was nice though. Omen flash into swing on Heaven. The trades at the moment is great for Loud.
He's been doing a good job of getting that first blood, that first kill, Paula. But
that's kind of it.
He gets traded so fast.
And that's massive props to Loud for being able to do that every time.
That's how you deal with a star duelist.
Or someone who's looking to make a name of himself.
That was messy from Saadhak.
Ardsy nicely handled. Les and Pakata left for Loud. They've gotten the spike down. They just need to buy their time here as best as they can survive. Pankata left alone, a 1v2. Ardsy weak. He will fall. The snap onto Mazine, not connecting yet. But time is short. 85 HP, no armor. Pankata takes a slight step back, buying his time, forcing Mazine to make
Damn, what a round from Pankata. He was so calm with it.
The Red Bull clutch.
He played it very, very well.
That's the Pankata we know. He didn't really show that in the last series against EG, but he's back. Warmed up on the stage. Nice clutch. And the trading game from Loud, it's been amazing. Not allowing that judge to get multiple players.
Yampy Fonda using the judge on Ascent. I think the Yampy clip got it banned, got it nerfed. Like the first nerf for the judge.
You know that the spike is
down, you know you're weak. Instead of forcing
the fight, he tucks
Pretty sure that helped.
Baits him in.
He played that 1v1 to perfection.
Very beautifully done. Meanwhile, Paula looking to get aggressive with the Guardian in hand. Getting a kill, a second. Saadhak.
These are the moments where he gets the first blood. Now he gets 2
Wait, Chad, that was a nice shot. He had a really nice shot there in the middle of that.
Felt like an eternity.
It's absurd.
That was the only rifle they had, too.
3 members of MIBR went mid to support Paula there.
All right, how do they keep a close eye on this? Pankata's TP
no
towards
smoke
back B.
or
had an opportunity
spawn, so he has to
flood
go
out, but they're
close Omen flash.
An insane timing.
Or we just swing it and kill all 3.
What a timing from Loud. Pankata and Les just smothering them from 2 different angles. Good coordination though on that. You saw
I mean, it was
Pankata's
very well
peeking
coordinated.
at the same time as those players are coming through the smoke out of B main. And now it's up to Mazine in a 1v3 with just a stinger to his name. Yeah, he's got some utility, but he's getting wrapped by Les right now as we speak. He's going to be taken out shortly.
We need some clips to the Odin now. That's actually very true. Needs to be where it needs to be a big event.
They've just so
all the right devs are watching.
Dismantled MIBR from top to bottom.
Yeah, on MIBR's map pick as well. It seems to be the story.
Did we get to see his other kill?
A lot of these teams.
It wasn't. I thought it was
new rosters,
but it was so nice.
Nerves on their map pick.
It might have looked a bit more impressive with him doing the updraft and just landing.
And it's new. It's new for them, right? To be fair, Paula, yeah, he's sitting at 9 and 17. I've seen some really nice shots out of this kid.
Agreed. Yep.
It's gonna take time, for sure. There will be a timeout.
The problem is, though, Dre,
the pros seem to hate
something
Abyss.
the teams have much of a luxury.
Yeah, I think that's the general
stage 2
thoughts as well.
The 6 spots for playoffs are
I think it's fine.
On. Yeah, I imagine
I don't know
this
how
rebuild
it's gonna
from
play.
MIBR wasn't something that was, oh yeah, we're making this roster to make playoffs. I think it's more of the long haul picture.
Big map.
You know, like
it is a very
what
big
are
map.
Players that we can pick up.
I think that's one of the
get them
issues.
some experience in this stage 2, and then have a God squad for next year, or like have a big foundation, right? So that's what they're going to be working on. It's a long-term project here for them. But on the opposite side, Loud, they have to.
Actually, seems to not like it either. Yeah, it's true. It's not a very liked map.
They missed out on what, their first international in so long.
It is useless.
Ever.
Right?
Yeah.
Ever. Maybe ever. Yeah. And if they don't make champs, that's crazy. It's the end of an era for sure.
They always find a way. We'll see if they can do it again.
It'll probably play a little bit out like
Icebox.
I agree with you. It's not going to be. It's not like as big as some of the other mids, but or like not as useful as some of the other mids.
And SDK brought up a good point. He's like, I know Fraud's going to want this win so bad. And it makes sense knowing the history between those two.
And if Fraud is anything, he's a competitor, man. He's a fighter.
Looks like Artsen's got some fight to him still. Picks up that kill under the IGL of Saadhak. The thing about Saadhak, though, is like, he's playing Neon on a lot of these maps, plays KO, and he plays it pretty aggressively. Nice kill from Liazi on the lurk on less. But even when he falls short, even when he goes for an early aggressive kill and it doesn't go his way, he's still able to IGL at that moment and just micro his teammates.
What he can,
mid-run them around.
Oh
Beautiful.
My. Nice shot.
Kill from Kyle Hazine. Oh my goodness. That was
You'd imagine MIBR lose this
Talk
one.
about microing pieces around. Come on, we'll pay for it. He will fall.
We had to say.
Tui's and Pancada left alive for Loud. Oh. And Pancada continues to be Pancada.
Now it is full info now for MIBR that there was a player in mid, there's a player in B main.
This would be a tragic way for this map to end.
Yeah, especially with Tui's being so
this game
low
is where they both
jet
run
right now. Oh, can't connect.
15 seconds.
Settle the shots. Only player from MIBR who's not in the play right now is Mazine, but he's starting to rotate over. They haven't really made their way out. Tui's and Pancada fall.
We'll slow count it down. 6.
Yeah, nice round from MIBR. If Loud are gonna give us free kills, why not? We'll take them.
Great from.
Walk into my crosshair.
I'm
That's
not
pretty
gonna
much
lie.
what happened for Artsine and Liazi.
Just wanted to dual B main.
But look at their economy. They win the round and it's still in shambles. You can't see it right now because we're seeing the replay. I love this angle. So satisfying when you connect this shot.
That's a LAN angle. Yeah. 1000%. Don't try that one at home.
Yeah, Les tried to, he actually tried to perfect peek that as well. But he did a little crouch swing on that. Oh no. We're gonna go into a tech pause. We don't know what happened.
Maybe building a little bit of suspense, I guess. As soon as we figure out what's going on, we'll let you all know. It seems like something on the side of MIBR is the culprit. And so discussions will take place. Solutions, I hope, will be implemented, and we'll get back into the action as soon as we can. If you are just joining us, it's been a Loud show from beginning to end. Currently sitting up 12-6. I think there's a lot of reason to be excited about this roster for the future of MIBR.
What comes back first, Pearl or Fracture?
We've seen some
Actually a good
very
question.
special individual moments for the youngster.
I guess.
But
Fracture.
by and large, excuse me, it's been all Loud. And I think, as we mentioned earlier, Dre, the goalpost, if you will, cannot be more different for MIBR.
That's
some
savage,
success,
dude.
some reason for hope, some reason for excitement. But for Loud, the expectation at the beginning of every year and at the end of every year is to make champs. And they somehow always do it. And it seems like they're on that trajectory again. Still
Production has no faith.
That seems like where they're headed.
Well, I was really curious going into maps like this where you have to run Jet or Raze maps. I know Saadhak has ran Raze before, but I was really curious who's going to be the duelist player for
How
this
would you
team.
buff non-dive
I mean,
duelists
why
to
would
make
it
them
be? 'Cause
viable?
he's already
I wouldn't
duelist
buff
on
them.
Sentinel
I would
anyway,
snuff
right?
the dive duelist more.
So it's cool seeing Tui's pick this Jet up again. And yeah, he looked a little bit shaky with some of his first shots with the op, but maybe that's just
the duelists are already too strong in this game.
Operator. I'm sure as time goes on, he'll get even better.
You can't just buff all of them. You'll just see 3 in every single game, especially ranked.
Yeah, he's delivered. I mean, he's delivered.
And the knives, he looked great on the knives as well. So poised with them.
He's playing well for Loud. I think Pancata looks very good. The roster change that they made in between stage 1 and stage 2 seems to be exactly what the doctor ordered. I am being told that we're getting back into the action.
Sonia, I maybe have time on Tuesday.
That was the culprit.
That's the most likely day,
for the delay.
but I'm not sure yet.
But that has since been fixed, and we should be getting into action here.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the 4 months.
The way of Loud on
Thank you for the prime.
map pick. Lotus the next, and then if needed, we would be heading over to Sunset for the decider.
Yeah, I think I don't want to see the other duelists get
MIBR with 4
the only duelist I'm okay
with
getting a small buff
and a scrappy
is Phoenix,
I mean,
and
both squads kind of
even that scares me a little bit, just because it's such a good ranked agent.
The economy.
Yeah, but the Blades are often the difference maker.
And I just spoke about how good Tui's has been with them so far. Let's see what he can do here. He's getting set up with full utility.
Liazi's really far away from the play. It doesn't matter because Tui's falls, but they pop the ult to get the knives down.
He got so much for that Sovo.
2 ults invested, 3 kills found.
Yeah, and that was nice play. I'm a big fan of what MIBR just set up and how they did it. They understand the win condition for Loud is just Tui's dashing in with those knives. That KO ult being popped denies that completely. All of a sudden, Artson gets a free kill. Rich is using his Sova ult in a diagonal crossfire in that market area as well. Actually ends up connecting on a player in B main. I mean, he'll take that.
They're just really able to pick them apart. I think Artzine also being able to carry
the
the 2v4 to the
2v4.
next, barring an investment here late, certainly bodes well for MIBR. But
yeah. Do you know the one change
said,
that I would have made to Jet
Loud
ages
still
ago
have 2 rifles
was
in hand,
that you can only dash forward. I think that's such a
very free. That's
it's such a good skill change.
Up in this space.
You have to be fast with looking to the right before you dash or wherever you dash to.
It's such
I think Jet should only be able to dash where you're looking.
Fully clearing everything out. I think the question
that's
is,
what I would change to dash, because then it's still good at getting through the choke points, but on defense you can't do some of this mad stuff.
He's in a 1 and done.
So it's like you get a bit of a counter, but it's still good at like diving through choke points. Raze, I don't know what the hell to do to Raze.
Is that they have numbers, they can send 1-2 to deal with
I don't really want to take away the second satchel, but
Saadhak's left alone, can't deal with the remaining members of MIBR.
What to do if you low sense?
The defensive side will get to their 7th.
That's get wrecked basically,
good
man. Play a different
from
agent.
MIBR to just hold that setup, have crossfires. Liazi spotted Kawazine there. They had this little awkward standoff for a second.
Kill issue? Yeah, basically.
The instant reaction for Liazi to come back a little bit more into spawn, set up that pop
No
flash,
refreshing nade. You only get 1 nade.
To take
Pretty
that
good.
space back from Loud. That was nice.
And we see some of the makings of that play that you mentioned at the beginning of the round with the 100 Fury.
He connected. Oh.
Nice. Well, guys. Boy, Rich. Nice to be honest. Nice. Well, boy.
Okay, some vibes from the squad of MIBR.
Yeah, they're feeling alright. They seem relatively calm as well.
Hunter's Fury from Rich connected on a player B.
Do you think duelists aren't balanced
there.
enough? I think duelists are
Loud have
the strongest
5
at the
light
moment.
armor.
Dude, Neon, ISO,
See if they can
they're all so strong right now apart from Phoenix. And even Phoenix is insane in rank.
Oh, it's getting active. Oh. But just not able to punish.
Yeah, not confident enough on that specific swing, but maybe the trade right here. Rich has an opportunity to kill the drone.
The problem is you got to balance it for ranked as well.
Didn't take his window of opportunity. Maybe that inexperience
And the duelists dominate ranked.
He was set up really well. Meanwhile, Mazine having to deal with 3. Manages to drop 1, but a flash in his face. Now Loud kind of thrown into disarray a little bit here. They have a couple of options. They still have plenty of time to figure out where they want to end.
And I get it from the side of Loud. I get why Saadhak called to go A there. You just got 2 kills in mid with a lean towards B. You droned into B main. You might think that those players of MIBR are going to rotate and bite on that drone, but they didn't. And it worked out to their benefit. MIBR now have a chance.
Oh man, I think they just missed their chance. Double stack over towards short.
Saadhak controlling his troops.
Ooh.
I mean, just gets obliterated.
Nice shots, bro.
He's been crispy these last couple of rounds. Another numbers disadvantage for the
And he just
side.
gets around the corner before the other guy's going to duel him. Whoa!
What?
Okay.
That's how that ends?
Okay, I was not expecting that one with 3 on short. Nice shots, man.
Into his own hands. What was that?
Very nicely done by Saadhak.
That was so fast.
13-7 the way of Loud. It seemed like MIBR
Okay, double pistol helped him a little bit.
But
just double slow start for MIBR because of it.
Why not?
So many first bloods from the side of MIBR. Crazy.
It just wasn't enough. 13-7 the way of Loud. Again, MIBR had a couple of things to be excited about. Reason for hope, if you will, but it might take a bit for that hope to fully come through. Loud, up big. And that was on their map pick, too. I mean, maybe Lotus will have a little bit something different to offer on the side of MIBR. We'll see what the preparation looks like, given that they only had, what, 2 blocks of scrims. Maybe they'll be able to conjure up a little bit of magic. We'll see on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. Lotus up next.
Every time I needed a new phone, I had to switch carriers.
I told him at Verizon, everyone
Sigma
can get the
Beta.
best
I get that
deals.
it's your
Like that
name.
iPhone
It's in your name to be
15
baiting, but
Switching all
relax
the time.
yourself.
It wasn't easy.
Like, I'll just ban you because you're being annoying.
Here's your wireless contract.
I need a
So
lawyer.
take that as your final
Those were
warning.
hard days.
Representative.
Now that I got a huge storage and
Okay,
battery
all Prodigy
upgrade,
just
I'm
does that.
officially done
Respect.
switching.
New and existing customers get iPhone 15 on us when they trade in
Honestly,
any
so
iPhone,
fine
any
with it.
condition, guaranteed.
I really wish you told me sooner.
I did.
Red Bull.
Trying to find like loopholes for the rules, but does that like flame people? Dude. All right, chat and go spam some ads. Here to flame me, that is perfectly fine. I'll be back in a little bit.
Beat back. Take my beat, my beat, my beat, my beat, my beat, my beat, my beat.
passar a frieza do argentino. E agora sim, pega o primeiro, pega o segundo.
Ali o Tex caminhando para esse ponto A mesmo. E agora chega a Tizin, 4 kills para ele, ponto do MIBR.
Liz here with Coach SDK of Loud. A stolen MIBR map pick, beautifully done. Now I have to ask you, a lot of kind of the community and talent at large were having some trepidations about Loud's performance this split, you know, coming with Pencata, new system. Do you think this map and this split you'll be able to silence those doubters, and why?
I think that we need like just a little bit of confidence because I like the, I don't know the word in English, but we say that have a timing that is all bad. We haven't like this feeling that our team will like step up after the first win, so we can create confidence and all that. And I think that winning the first map against MIBR today, and if we continue win the series, it will make us like more stronger for the rest of the tournament. You know? Is the MIBR win going to be the only thing you do to help your confidence, or is there other things going to be do to help the team's confidence? I think that we are playing better in practice. That's making us more confident. But a win in a tournament will be much better for us. Let's lock them up too.
Loud manages to win MIBR's map pick of Ascent 13-7 as now we get ready and set up for Lotus. Welcome back, everyone. And look, I mean, we don't got to sugarcoat it, right? That was a rough showing for MIBR, but I think we all knew that, and they were showing life at the end there, right? They were showing, but it was already too little too late at that point. And I think it's also safe to say that Tui's on the jet was just nasty.
He was phenomenal, literally playing insane. I mean, for showing what he can do as that duelist, he really put up the show. He was getting entries, he was clutching, he was being aggressive with the operator, with the outlaw, and he was constantly making a name for himself with these peaks.
SDK was talking about Loud needing a little more confidence at times, and I really think that Tui's brought that. He was taking a ton of swings throughout this one. His Blade Storm rounds were lovely. I think his opping was good. Maybe a little overconfident at times. I think we saw Loud honestly making quite a few mistakes in this map, over peaking in some of these moments, taking some risks that didn't work out, but they did lock it up. And now they've shown us that they have two different players who can play duelists at a high level on very different roles that I think gives them some cool flexibility in terms of comps going forward.
Yeah, we still have to like map out what all of their maps are going to be and who's on what on those. Of course, we are going to be moving into Lotus next, so we know that's going to be Saadhak Playground on the Neon coming through, and that is the map of the two Neon performances that he looked very, very strong.
Yeah, of course. Well, let's go ahead and hear what MIBR has to say as we get ready for map 2.
Here, the coach of MIBR, Fraud, a stolen map pick from you. If you lose the next map, you are out of playoff contention. It renders the rest of your season null and void. That noted, how do you think your two new boys played today?
I think we started off a little slow today. Maybe a little bit of the nerves, just getting used to it. I mean, they arrived about 24 hours ago, so they're probably still a little jet lagged, but yeah, it's no excuse. I mean, I think that we just started off the game a little slow. We didn't give ourselves enough of a chance, and to be honest, you know, playoffs or not, we're here to, you know, win games and win maps and stuff like that. So regardless of where we go or where we are, you know, we're just focused on this match right now and hoping to turn this best of 3 around.
Well, best of luck, homie.
A rough situation for sure for MIBR with their players coming in, you know, basically, as you heard Coach Fraud say about 24 hours ago. That being said, though, I mean, regardless of the fact, Loud still, round after round, we're just dismantling what we were seeing from MIBR and really didn't give them much of a pathway into that match.
Sure, I don't think it was like insane macro or anything. I think Loud were really just like looking for fights constantly,
they were just there.
like over-fighting, to be honest. But what was specifically exploited from MIBR was MIBR's, in my opinion, lack of like team-wide map understanding and fundamentals in that regard. And it makes sense because they've only had, what, like 2 days, like next to no practice. And that's going to be spread out across multiple maps. But like specifically like in a post plant, heaven not being held, people getting swung out, smokes are going down, that's not being communicated. There was so many moments where solo players from Loud were just stepping out into lines and there wasn't consistently like crossfires being set up and teams actually holding it. That was MIBR's biggest problem.
And that's why I don't feel like looking at that first map win for Loud, I'm not like, Loud is so back, that was an insane performance. I'm like, they played well against a team that hasn't had time to prep, and I think they realized at a certain point that they could take more risks than they normally do.
I would argue that Loud weren't playing very well. Like, I think individually, obviously, like, they're very skilled 5 players, but they were playing so incredibly loose. Like,
so they're in ace? It's mental, isn't it?
Unassisted by utility, that they were just winning. But, like, I would come away with that game and I would say, yeah, they were going into that game with a very different mindset than if they were playing playing against one of the.
There's Zelda poster. Dude, so Comfy. Liquid says Liquid will just like, do you want any of these? And then like linked me all of their displays. And then, dude, this one is like it literally looks like it's
better. Yeah, I mean, I feel like if
it looks like it's from Zelda, so I was like, well, I'm gonna have this because that's a banging game.
I would encourage my players to go and take fights that they want to.
I was like the perfect age for Ocarina of Time in game.
But at the same time, you have Saadhak right-clicking a flash and A-main and able to get 2 with a stinger.
This one looks like Zelda, and then this one kind of looks a bit like Haven.
But there are also plays that you need in order to kind of step up the confidence,
like the little weird pillar things,
play the mental
and kind of like the new map they have a new pillar.
Would you not want to see them though tighten up their gameplay, because this is role swaps for a lot of players, like new roster coming in. It's a team that had a tough stage 1. Like, I want to see them tighten up against the weakest team in our league.
I mean, when it comes to their attack side, I feel like for sure they have to. I will just
best
speak on
ace
their
ever.
defense.
Yeah, it's definitely up there.
Okay, I don't mind it.
There's
I feel
so
like
many stacked shots in that.
But when it came to their attack, it was just so rough.
Yeah, I'm fine with the more confident stuff when it's 2E's on Jet, showing out his debut. Let him have those moments, but I want to see them look more buttons up here, where we expect them to play this Neon comp for the second side. As we look at MIBR's comp, they're playing default, no surprises, not a lot of practice time, play what's comfortable. On the other hand, I really like this comp in the past for Loud when they were
Saadhak
playing
Neon.
Lotus. They beat EG here. I think Saadhak had really good ideas of when he was.
Do you miss an ace? The Darien ace, and I guess it's probably easiest to find it on.
I think this is a chance for Loud to show
on
a more
Reddit.
Together Loud and put this to bed cleanly.
Definitely up there for the best ace ever.
We're gonna send it back over to
definitely
your
worth watching.
This one is Doug and Baby Bay for the call.
Juiciest, thank you so much.
Golden Boy. Yeah,
16 months as well.
We'll see how things play out on Lotus. MIBR.
Thank you very much for the tier 1.
Unfortunately, doesn't feel like the score is indicative of how Ascent went, but again, given Lotus,
one of the top clips of my channel in 24 hours. Yeah, you know how to do that, then do that.
Flexibility that's offered on teams. Maybe we'll see something.
I have no idea how
this is a map that I've historically liked.
That easy to find, I imagine.
Keep in mind, this is a completely different roster now, for the most part. But I just feel like they have really good fundamentals on a map like this. If they brought anything over from the previous iteration, I hope it's that. Because that's what you need to work on when you're a new team like this. Working on your foundation, your fundamentals, making sure that you're doing good on the post plants.
All right, straight in. We've got Loud on defense. We've got MIBR on attack. And it is Saadhak's turn to play duelist.
So these are all things that we need to look forward for MIBR. That's a great start.
There goes Saadhak.
Yeah. Maybe that's the difference. Is get 2E's off the duelist and Paula can just diff Saadhak on the other side. Who knows?
Hey, it's early on right now.
The timing of that is crazy, though.
Saadhak, he was putting up some numbers on when they played against EG.
He was. And again, he closed out the last map, but MIBR with the numbers advantage, they have full control of A. They should be able to get the spike down. We'll see what kind of utility they have left. They don't really have a ton. I mean, Paula's got his nade. That's
yeah, I'm pretty sure he was running back.
Pretty good nade.
I don't think you would want to be dueling against the wall that he's on, so I want to say he was falling back. There's a lot of body shots coming in there.
Numbers the way of the attack still, and it seems to have gotten a little bit better, but Loud always punch back just when you think they're going to be able to walk away with a round.
Oh no, not little bro, not like this.
What a nightmare.
Oh boy, Kawazine just wrecked everyone, and the pressure of Wingman was just too much.
As the pistol goes the way of Loud.
And it looked like it would have been MIBR in full control, taking that one away. That entry from Paula, it was so clean. Having the nade to basically split the retake up.
Nice, love that. Dude, he was actually dueling up close against the... that's some bad positioning from Saadhak.
That shot was
Never want to be there.
This one, it was kind of free. But the disconnect there, right? Mazin, yeah, that flank probably works 9 times out of 10, but everybody dropping like flies before then. That's the problem.
You should be able to tank the spam now, Desp, is what you're saying.
Artillery for Loud. Arsenal they've brought into this round. It's considerable. Bulldogs, Guardians. And some aggressive space taken from Saadhak already.
Yeah, and on the other side of the map, we're watching Artson right now. There's 2 rounds in a row now with that wall going up that MIBR has been semi-aggressive. Kawazine did spot that, just like Les has just spotted Liazi in front B.
Saadhak caught. Not really able to find safety, not really able to get out. So he will fall.
Oh,
that's 1 kill found.
The gun. Rifle grabbed as well. Not a rifle. Little SMG, I guess.
It's better than nothing.
Hey, that gun is deadly in the right hands.
Yeah.
That run and gun was too good with that stinger.
Here.
Cam goes up from less. Only bit of utility from the Sentinel towards C. Pancada's here over the top with the Bulldog.
That fade eye actually baits out less to pick up front B, so it's only Pancada anchoring this site right now.
Spam through smoke, not connecting. You can see the rotations out from
Whoa.
Lotus. Les gets 2 on the round. They thought it was safe. They thought they could get through, but you just slam
like
face
nice
into
shots.
left in a position like that, and there's no way through. So Tui's cleans up the round. Loud get to 2, and they're going to carry, what, 2-3 rifles into the next?
Yeah. I mean, MIBR did a good job of, you know, maintaining 2 players at A that entire time, but the problem with running this double controller composition is you don't really have that much explosive utility, especially on an eco round like that. You're not usually investing into it. Whereas yesterday when we saw EG play, you know, they're able to steal away those eco rounds because they have a breach, they have a fade. If anybody's playing in corners where they can get punished, that's when the breach comps come in full effect.
Right.
A aggro, A for an aggro A, and they just step into it. That was nice, and the Omen flash hit both as well.
Yeah, and everybody else has to fall back into that broken door area.
This actually looks really good for
MIBR.
MIBR.
All 4 members of Loud are basically grouping up and reconvening for this retake.
I'd have got a couple of people here early. Omen flash if they wanted to fast forward.
Go about this. concerned about
Omen flash goes in, they're going to drop down.
Given how that's been part of
they hold on to the back of sight, but
on Ascent and now on Lotus as well. Rich with 2 big kills. Kamanzine and Picado, the only 2 that remain. MIBR with full control of the site. They've got the spike down. They have plenty of time to settle.
Racking up the first steps. Saadhak,
For
yeah.
Loud right now, they're just going to go for damage. I guarantee
He was close to getting free, but he got
went
the first kill on the second round.
Pancada gets clothesline, leaving Kamanzine all to his lonesome. You're right. Any damage dealt here is a success. The dink is all little B.
And they would have loved the kill there. It's actually a really good round for MIBR.
Disastrous as it could have been for MIBR.
These 2 should have maybe come
You
down.
spoke about utility. What utility do they have? They had a bunch, but ultimately it was just Rich swinging in the back sight there. That was the deciding factor in that post plant. Yeah, he got stormed by utility, but this peek out. Oh, that was a nice entry from Paula there, but it was this.
Well, I still like the idea from Loud though. I think the idea is not too bad.
And the follow-up on the Tuis.
The fade eye comes down a little bit earlier. Like, I'd be tempted to put the fade eye closer than what
That's
they
what I'm
did.
worried about for this roster right now. Can you keep up the heroics against a team like this?
It's a difficult thing to do, but they're going to have to find a way. It seemed like a very similar approach to the beginning of the round for Loud. They sent Saadhak in as aggressively as possible towards A, deny that space from the opposition, and then flip back.
I would love to see the replay of how Artson just got one tapped by Kawazine.
Yeah, I missed it too.
That was a pixel angle.
Les has gone exploring.
Yeah, but he shot the turret, so they know that someone's behind. So they try and take a bit of map control and they win double duel. Oh, he is on for an insane round. Yeah, you're going to be using your ult into this one, especially after doing that.
And now Les can get a little bit more active and a little bit more aggressive.
Dude, and he did insanely well to just util dump and distract Lester's swing.
He's in the smoke.
He's saving.
But there's no way for him to get out.
What a round from Kawazine. These first 3 kills were really impressive.
The unthinkable, a monstrous round from himself. That was ridiculous. I mean, that transfer onto the player swinging him broken door. I mean, I imagine we're going to see the entire highlight of him because he was a one-man army there. Look at this.
There's that pixel angle you were referring to earlier.
And
but this is what's most impressive, yeah. Fighting
man, the adjustment there is impressive
and then
as hell.
transitioning over to Paula there is beautiful.
And for MIBR, it was a good call.
Dude, yeah, MIBR did good. Cool, I like that. That's just solo.
Kawazine was just a force to be reckoned with. You got to take him out. They did a really good job of getting proactive in heaven, getting the number advantage at that point.
They might not want to reckon with him anymore.
Yeah.
Bring them down.
I'd definitely be scared of him.
A different defensive look for Loud this round. They've taken so much space C.
They're so aggressive.
And MIBR are not taking enough proactive space towards A. So you see it on the minimap. The walls are closing in. Getting real uncomfortable there. They have no choice but to go forward. They drop the nightfall of their own and try to get out towards A. Keep a close eye on our team who's trying to get up towards stages. As the rocket goes up, Kawanzine.
What?
No
Wait,
way,
what?
he didn't see him.
I did not see this guy.
So that's the Gecko down. And the flank that I thought was going to be more active is just now starting to come online.
They're not even checking for this thing.
Saadhak clearing every corner, every single angle it possibly can. Meanwhile, Kawanzin again continuing to farm, making a feast of MIBR. Now Paulo's left in a 1v2. He's healthy. He tries to pre-fire the angle. Lestis on the big swing. That's 3 for Paulo, though. 1 more left to find.
So sure he's the other side. Ooh.
Oh, he almost hit it, but Pancada just passed him again.
Dude, I would love to see this guy's POV. I have no idea I haven't seen this guy next to him.
Kawanzin once more. Yeah, he didn't
Yeah,
turn around
Kawanzin's
and
just
help
been
his
unreal.
teammate. Didn't take out Paula, who converted that rocket kill. But
what's he on? 9 kills or something?
I mean, everyone from the side of MIBR thought that all of heaven was cleared. Kawanzin, he dropped.
It was smoked the whole time.
Right there. That's that rocket kill. But Kawanzin dropping here.
Yeah, we're never gonna see
it.
It
made it so MIBR was. They thought it was
Rocket
clear.
blocked his view.
Didn't realize
Simply
he was
put.
still there.
Yeah, that might have been it as well.
Paula, he tried his best. Nice side steps on the left there. Just too many targets to deal with. Too many angles to be worried about.
Dropped before he got there as well. That could be it also.
That's such a tough thing to try to address in the moment, too. But MIBR really have no choice. He brought 2 rifles into this round, a Guardian and a Vandal from Zine and Arzine, respectively. And it's again, it's a different look for Loud. Nicely handled
on the raid boss as well.
One of the 2 rifles that are in play.
Somebody's there.
Yeah, and they got an extra rifle here.
But the counter punch from Les is too good.
Yeah, he just runs all the way and peeks deep. Helps his teammate out.
Saadhak still has a stun. Waiting on the other side of this door. As the ult goes down. Does he have enough space?
Yeah, they're going to take a lot of space, but there's going to be Fishel to retake this.
Yeah, flood into tree. You saw over there, Tui's, you wanted to get a little bit antsy, get a little bit proactive with that Thrash, but now to have it on the retake.
Fishel goes from heaven, but no one follows it up, only stairs.
But it is going to get cleared out.
Gets info though.
Omen Flash hit no one. Not the best retake at the moment.
A little bit of space. Last down to 18 HP.
I think this could have been so much better.
It's
actually a really poor retake.
Just can't. I mean, Loud have really been shut out of this side.
Yeah, that was shocking, man.
I thought Pancada was about to have another moment. But MIBR settle it.
And that was like a light buy round from MIBR. That initial rifle that they killed got an upgrade to the round. That will be 2 for MIBR. That's awesome. Really good work from them. That little
they just didn't use the Util well here. They could have done
right under heaven.
I mean, they could have comboed. They could have followed up the space with the Fishel, and they went for a lever.
I don't blame MIBR for believing that they could win that round, even with the scrappy guns that they had. When you take out a player like Kawanzin, who's sitting at 9-2 before that round, that would give me the confidence to want to go in and just take that site. Why not? The Destroyer's not alive anymore.
And so into the next we go. 4 sheriffs for Loud. MIBR very healthy here. They have 3 members with over 3,000 credits.
They played a good map so far, Doug. I like the way they've approached it. I think, yeah, some of their post plants haven't been too clean, but that's to be heard of when you're
3 people here.
It's so hard to be coordinated in a game like
Saadhak
this.
descended in with his ult.
Nice little roll out there from MIBR.
They have an Omen Flash. They can time Omen Flash dizzy.
Forward. Rich should get the spike down. Wall goes up. Can Saadhak get active here? They deal a little bit of damage with that ult that he's popped. Trying to drop a couple, but they're really
Surely
not
Omen
giving
Flash
him a
send it.
fight. Oh, but
Oh my god, Kawanzin.
He's still causing problems.
Pancada, bro, you gotta use your Omen Flash. What's going on these past 2 rounds?
98 HP, no armor. Trying to get up close and personal, but cannot. And neither can Pancada.
Oh, shockers, man, back
They
to
deal a
back.
little bit of damage,
I'm
they keep
calling
it
a timeout if
competitive,
I'm
they
Loud
keep it
here.
close. But MIBR is still on top.
Yeah, and now MIBR is able to build up an economy. That was a really good post plant there. Good trading coming out. I mean, Kawanzin was almost going off again.
Just no idea. It's like they're not.
Kills. He's so
they're not creating a
right
plan
now.
at all.
So clean.
I mean, he tried his damnedest.
And you know what's funny? Saadhak was the first guy in the site and somehow made it out to water.
Yeah.
And Kawazin's the one that goes out first.
Fills in, gets a kill.
It's so interesting how Neon works.
But
Sometimes
again,
you just be running around, jumping, doing things.
I mean, again, though, nicely done by MIBR. You know, when you've got a player like Kawanzin who's played as hot as he has on Lotus, you see his name a couple times on the kill feed, it's easy to go, oh no, it's going to happen again. But they're able to keep things close. They're able to get the round away. Now just one, separating these two Brazilian squads. And MIBR have explored towards A.
Ooh, I like this though. This is pretty smart over towards door. They make it look like they're trying to hit the one way, but they actually missed the one way, and then he plays close to the judge.
Deep camera from Les. I mean, it will ultimately allow the entire team to lean towards A. We only see 3 members here right now for the side of Loud.
You're a lunatic.
There's going to be much more.
Absolute lunatic.
I say that, but Tui's might get overwhelmed by Paula. Nice entry. Rich gets another one.
Bro, why does Loud just look like a one-man team at the moment?
Who's going to stop him?
I mean, it's going to have to be by committee. But again, MIBR are playing this very nicely. They slow the round down as soon as the tap goes in. The Nightfall goes out.
What is going on with their util,
Only
bro?
one player hit by that Nightfall as well.
I thought Pancada might try to ult around it to try to catch him slipping, or Kawanzin's just going to frag out by himself. 3 on the round for him so far. Why not?
He still has a tether as well.
But he's so weak here. Hey, 57 HP, and they're just going to have to deal with the pit. Maybe
yeah, this is how you want to handle this, though. Yeah, I mean, that's nice. Just straight up spraying. They lined up here.
Connecting on the
Thank God for the Kawanzin, by the way. Doing so much work.
Which I feel like MIBR probably should have converted. But this man right here that we're on, Kawanzin, he's an absolute menace in the server on this Lotus defensive side. 14-4, his second fade out of the game.
I want to see this Pancada 2K again. I mean, that's what secured the round. And again, man, we've been able to point to a couple of very specific things that MIBR have been doing that have worked. And they've worked really well. But then
that's how that looked.
2 kills like that, and like
I thought it was like a lineup or something. He actually like transferred it.
Yeah,
that's kind of crazy.
I think the big disconnect in that round is okay. The inevitable is Kawanzin
yeah,
right now.
I tell you what though, like MIBR call a timeout here. I'm kind of happy if I'm Loud's coach here.
Liazi, he was
and they can definitely be way cleaner with some of the stuff they're doing.
He's playing in. Everybody else is playing out in the Viper's pit. He gets caught, not even aware that he could be shot from heaven. So it's very micro mistakes that MIBR are making right now. And sometimes you start making mistakes like this when you want to play so much together as a team. So it's just growing pains for this roster right now. But they look good so far on this half. Definitely better than the Ascent attack. Let me tell you that.
It doesn't take much. But you're right. Again, MIBR look notably more comfortable here. It's these little things that if they can clean up, that might be all the difference. You imagine that's part of the conversation here.
And also, Paula, he's notorious for it. Yeah, that's crazy.
Dude, Artine, the poor guy just literally caught a stray.
Yeah.
He was just like walking in.
I think we go map 3 now.
But Paula,
Kawanzin's playing too good. Kawanzin's playing too good, and it's so easy for Loud to just play a little bit better.
His jet is pretty good too, but he's mainly known for his raise.
Because they clean up some of their retakes of just
kind of pop off. He's 8-6 right now, doing way better than the last.
Just needs to be util together.
At an individual level, at least, and that's just that comfortability playing on this agent.
Face your fear.
No, I felt
aggro cam.
It's 2.
Aggro cam super strong.
There's no other layer to this. I think I might be
or like an Odin or something.
Holy! Gets over the top, draws Saadhak
what a shot!
Forward, but Les is there on the counter. Still playing backside. It doesn't matter if you can't hear a damn thing because you've got Kawanzin.
Huh. Okay, the cage was huge, man.
Tries to keep MIBR back. Artine responding with a couple of kills of his own now, down to 39 HP. Trying to play back.
Wingman goes in, can flash off Wingman.
Tui's and Pancada left to try to figure out how they deal with this retake. I think there was a moment where they spotted Tui's head, but on the swing, Liazi and Artine clean it up.
Nicely done from Mountain.
From MIBR. This time being proactive, peeking together on the post plant. That's one way to fix your post plants. If they're just not working when you're trying to play fundamentally sound, at least do something coordinated. And this split on A. It was the flank from Artsin. He cleans up 2 players back sight and then the double swing to clean it all up at the end. Beautiful.
Nice.
Whoa. Dude, we got a little snippet of it. Holy hell.
Just one round now between these two.
That's like a jump scare, bro. There was that.
At the beginning of the round. MIBR being corralled and forced in towards B.
Yeah, we've seen this round before. We've seen that entry before, but it was Kawanzin the last time around.
Saadhak was able to get his one, keeping things at 4 apiece. Tui's as a stinger in this round as you see this attempt at a take from Loud towards Worm with 3 out. They've got the paranoia to try to pave the way. Tui's able to get the best of Rich, upgrade a weapon, and continue to farm. Now it's Thresh. And that spit will buy a little bit of time as RT takes
I like the smoke to cover him to do it.
Wow.
This is cool.
Or leaving Pancata to his own devices. Tui's not able to settle the shots. RT with 4 on the round. The possibility of an ace. Pancata playing around the smoke. The tap of the door of the spike, excuse me, as Vazine spams through, cleans him up, and we're tied at 5.
Artsen's utility in this round, yeah, he got a 4K, but his utility was on point.
Yeah.
He throws the orb into that choke of Broken Door.
It's crazy, bro.
Really flood out, and then he mollies it last second, gets a molly kill on the probably the most important player you got to take out. And I thought it was very well played on that retake from Tui's. Not actually rushing the Omen who he connected with and holding for Artsen, but Artsen in that scenario, he was just
I don't blame the coach for doing that.
Nice work from MIBR, getting a 2nd round in a row.
He used his blind. He's missed everyone.
In their favor now. Economy of Loud looking like it's in shambles.
No, I mean it is. It is.
Yeah.
For all intents and purposes, it is. Saadhak tried punishing Artsen there.
His smoke was so good. This
worth
one.
mentioning, yeah, there was a lot of hype around the Saadhak duelist era, but he has struggled on this map.
Yeah, that's kind of nice for Loud at the moment. They got the Omen flash out of them.
Best of him a couple of times in these 1v1s. That time he falls. Tui's dancing around Mound, only able to clean one up. MIBR should be able to get out onto C pretty effortlessly here. Pancata will get his one.
It was attacker smoke? I thought this one was it. I thought the other one was the
attacker
attacker
smoke. 1v3 with no armor and a sheriff to win this round.
Yeah, no stun to come out. He's just going to have to peek out.
I guess you're right. Why would they be smoking the spine?
No one is holding for him yet.
The positions are really nice, though. Nice. Ball handled by MIBR. The post plants, yeah, very nice.
I'm not sure Loud even deserves to have 3 rounds, to be honest. I think they've been bailed out by Kawazin. I feel like all of them pretty much have been their solo plays from him.
The rest of the supporting cast
MIBR should be on about 10.
All ready for that. The trades in their favor. They fought together.
At very least 9 or 8.
While that all is happening, there's that walk up front B from Liazi, giving MIBR full confidence to just look straight forward. And then at that point, 3v1, it's just easy pick'ems for MIBR. Last round of the half, MIBR, they really brought this one back.
And they've got a couple of big ults. They've got Artsen's pit. Liazi's one away from having his lockdown.
That's why you're seeing this denial of Mound at C. That door opening up should give info to MIBR.
Paula just used both of his satchels. One was to clear the trip. The other one was back towards spawn, I guess, to try to accelerate towards A. Make a little bit of noise, draw some attention from the defensive side. So far, that's what they've done.
Really good calling right now from Mazin. The macro game is being won, but Pancata, he might have something to say about it.
Oh, he's in a lot of trouble.
What a timing. Paula with the entry, though.
Very nice snap. Meanwhile, Pancata's going to fall on the other side, too.
Oh, they're running circles around him right now.
Oh,
keep an eye on Kawanzin, though. Currently surrounded. There was no idea that he would have been there. Rich had passed him by accident. So he gets his, but ultimately that's all it was.
Good plan.
Another situation
where
MIBR
install
have a
on
big
site.
advantage.
Got alarm bot for early info.
Oh, not all.
Killjoy
This is going to be
and a good plan.
So hard for Loud to do.
Saadhak tries satcheling through, or excuse me, dashing through and can't. Leaving less than a 1v3. Has to get out to try not to get detained, and that's a sad way for the half to end, man.
Yeah, they should be happy with 5. I'm telling you. Shout out to Kawanzin for making this one close.
The way it was set up, the entry from Paula into tree, and then Rich going up at that timing, it was really the rookies that had to make those solo plays to actually sell what Mazin was trying to do. And they did a great job executing it. I mean, Pancata was not ready for that 3-man walk-up whatsoever.
Again, I've got to say it. I mentioned it on Ascent. I've got to talk about it here on Lotus. I understand the reason for the excitement from Paula. The kid has really good mechanics. There's a lot of reason to be excited. Let's actually take a listen to Pancata and hear what he thinks about Saadhak's moves to Neon on stage 2.
Não sei. Quando ele falou pra gente, eu só abracei a ideia porque
when he told us, I just embraced the idea, accepted it.
E é uma coisa que, tipo, ele tem essa coisa, uma loucura dentro dele que acaba que encaixa com a gente. Então hoje ele jogou até muito bem de Neon, então casou, né? Ele é meio maluco, o boneco também é meio maluco, par perfeito.
I love how that's the requirement.
Yeah, you gotta be a little bit crazy.
He's a little crazy. Neon's a little crazy. Why not? Let's see what happens. And yes, I mean, Pagata mentioned it on that interview. He looked really good the last time he played Neon. Today, less so. Currently sitting at 2-12.
Yeah,
just tough sledding.
He hasn't really had a chance. I mean, on the rollouts at A, he wasn't really using his stun at the beginning rounds to take that space. So that's why you saw Paula just peeking into him, punishing Neon. And that's one of the ways that you punish Neon, is like a lot of the times people respect that wall so much. If you actually just swing into it, you might catch that Neon on a timing with his knife out, you know, as he's mid-sprint. And if you have good aim like Paula does, he's going to take you out 9
Gekko's
times
just
out of 10,
strong.
I feel like, when you're swinging that. So
I think Gekko's great with another flash,
at least on that defensive
which isn't
side,
normally the meta on this map.
This double initiator without a breach.
I don't know. I probably wouldn't run a Gekko on this map.
Maybe the Neon gets more value, could take space more freely.
I think it's not the best.
Much, but on this attacking side,
I think it's not the best map for Gekko, just because you kind of want the hard info initiator. I mean, honestly, maybe Gekko Sky could work well if you were going to try and force it.
So this Gekko fade composition, I mean, with the camera as well, it can really do wonders against a composition like that.
We'll see if that is the case. MIBR does have a 2-round lead, but now they're headed to the defensive side, and, you know, not to the same degree as Ascent, but we've talked about attack side on Lotus tends to favor that side. So again, we'll see how things shake out. The double initiator comp, Saadhak, a lot of it will be on his shoulders here to go to create some space to cause some havoc, break crosshairs. He was successful last time. We'll see if the second half tells a different story.
At the very least, break crosshairs, right? He'll get way more value on this attacking half, even if he can't convert any type of kills.
Yeah, agreed.
Just by taking all that free space. So he's already doing it right now.
Yeah, he finds out all the util. Now they know that Killjoy's over towards A. Opens door as well, just checking if the turret. Yeah, this is nice.
For free.
Yeah, that's a lot of pressure. Question mark here. Question mark over towards here. Even in front of sight if they're not watching it.
They're not really moving at all.
On his own, he's created so much pressure.
You would think off of all of that utility that was just cleared out that there would be some sort of response, but this time a deep smoke out towards stairs.
Does the bait get Rich double kill?
He's got to know. The paranoia is not going to hit him. Rich is patient.
He looked to the right, so he saw the gun barrel.
I mean, forget it. Saadhak doesn't need to clear.
Yeah, as soon as this guy slides in, if you're going to trigger discipline, you got to not follow him with your
crosser. He's able to
crosshair.
respond to 2 kills of his own, not able to connect onto the third. But Loud gets the spike down, they get the kills they need, and they get the pistol.
Right? I mean...
Yeah, it looked a little scary,
double
but that's
pistol.
the power at Neon.
4 pistols, right?
Saadhak, he's just so fast to get in. He doesn't really accomplish anything in terms of killing players. But it broke the crosshair.
Yeah, 4-0
Rich,
pistols.
who was just stuck there.
Yeah,
I mean, he's looking, trying to track the Neon. But
as soon as you track
this
guy, he gets wrecked. Should always just keep looking to the left.
Next thing you know, you got a little shotgun in your face like that.
Gracias, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 9 months.
Having at the beginning of the round is, yeah, it might not necessarily be lighting up the kill feed.
Has been a little bit like down this one. Should look better on attack though.
Goes, but that right
okay,
there
4-0 for pistols, 4 MIBR.
The shock factor. It's nuts. Now it will just be a C default for the side of Loud, trying to bait out any utility. I have a feeling they're going to jump the gun pretty soon here with these Prowlers not connecting onto any players at C. That's why you see the bomb being picked up right now.
No way Les even gets one there.
Yeah, that was a nice flick. Good control on who he wanted to go for there. Door will be tapped here. Baits out an Omen flash. That's pretty good.
The guns on the other side, though, I think might just be the difference maker. You got a Sheriff in the hands of Rich, who's still playing pretty far off site.
So proactive in this post plant. Really aggressive. Saadhak, he's going to slide onto Mazin potentially.
There.
It's just forced back so far.
Just takes the space for free. And yeah, this is going to be a
he really
crazy crossfire on the actual site. Having control of water like this. 2 players also holding this.
I remember here,
angle.
I mean, MIBR are going to want to die to the spike. And so if anything Loud can do to stop that,
they're gonna hunt him. I mean,
He's allowed to hunt this.
2E's and Saadhak.
You 1000% should.
Oh, I guess Saadhak's not gonna go for it. Trying to clear the flank. But successful round for Loud. And now we're tied up 7-7.
Yeah, they keep the Bulldog, they keep the Phantom. 2 members carry full armor going into the next round.
Yeah, this is a savage buy.
Pretty much say anything you can get timed out in this chat. It's just like, I mean, sure, if you're you're just a rude person, I guess so, man. But it's like, dude, just go with the rule of, would you say it to their face? If you were face to face with them, would you go up to them and be like, hey man, I think you should be kicked from this team? Obviously not.
Building up their economy on this.
Like, what would you say to them in their face?
That they've been playing.
Just keep that rule. And if you're a dickhead, you just can get banned.
Utility out from Loud. You've got the eye.
Simple as that.
I think MIBR feeling some of the pressure towards C. The tap of the door. There's no one playing around mid.
Yeah, Loud have set this up. They conditioned it in the previous round. No Killjoy utility broken, but you already see on the minimap, it kind of forces MIBR to play in a 1-3-1. That's the strategy. They want to fast flood if it's going to be a C or an A hit.
I think Louder just like orb farming here. They rotated over to C. They got 2E's to orb, who's now 1 away from having his ult. And without any real idea of whether or not the A1 has been denied, now they know it's
Where are they
still
all
up.
going, man?
I mean, they could get the Thrash online.
This
and
is
then
such a
end
big
A.
gamble. They feel like they have such a big read into this. So much sound over towards A, but they have 4 people here.
There's 4 players of MIBR.
Wait, they actually have the biggest read ever. That's insane. Even with all this pressure over towards A and the smokes.
Calling from Mazin to call a stack on your first gun round.
They did it so early.
So aware.
And it might work.
It's gonna work.
That's the craziest part of this.
It should work.
Unless they audible and try to end back B, but it seems like they're intent on trying to get out towards C.
Are you ever meant to get into the site here? Wow, they really have the strongest read ever.
The Polo's already here.
Never seen anything like it.
It's all gone into chaos. 10 seconds left. The spike's not even in hand anymore. Wow.
Yeah, respect, man. Fraud was up all night for that one. They got a really good read. I wonder if Loud are at least gonna be like, wait, they had like 3-4 people here.
What Saadhak was calling. That is very impressive.
And take a look at it again. I mean, the kills are going to be interesting, but you're right. The macro really decided that round.
I mean, it's Valorant. Stuff can happen. You can have a site stacked, and you can still lose it potentially.
Yeah,
but
sure.
To have that read in a moment like this, when you're down a map, nicely done.
Very impressive. Again, Loud had plenty of money, so they're able to buy into this round too. Light armor on 2 members. 2E's has his ult online.
It's a very fast A default. Again, leaving Saadhak here on an island. He did a good job already of baiting out Mazin's paranoia, so it's something you don't have to worry about later in the round when you want to do an exec.
They're going to end back C here. There's still a bit of this KJ utility. You've got this high-low. That's more
did a high-low setup. Right, it might be like way better on this map.
If you're not double, triple facing that, you're going to lose it every time. So the Thrash gets invested. Saadhak dashes through the molly that was intended to delay, and he's got an alarm bot at his heels. But they've managed to get out.
Yeah, the power of Neon. He just takes all that space so quickly, even through all the utility that was thrown at him. And now for MIBR, that's a great pick. Just spam through the smoke, I believe?
I believe so. So 5v3 now at MIBR. No ults to speak of, but they have plenty of guns, they have plenty of utility, they've got plenty of numbers to fight for this retake. Kawanzine down low, able to isolate and get
he's crispy.
Not able to connect onto the third, but
he's going to have to drop like 35 for them to win this map.
Any of them.
Really is.
MIBR get to 9.
Good job from MIBR. They were aware of the previous rounds when the bomb was planted at C for Loud, that Loud liked to get proactive. So this time, just spamming smokes. Maybe we'll get a replay on that. That up-down was great to deal with less. Oh, it wasn't even a spam. There was a little gap above that CT smoke.
The sliver.
Yeah.
The fish? Yeah, maybe for sure. Should have done it when they were coming out.
Not aware of all the tiny little intricate things. That little gap in the smoke. That's usually always there. I don't know if there's a smoke that you can really do to deny that.
Whatever money advantage Loud had is gone at this point. A Guardian and a Stinger.
Map 3? I think so.
As well. MIBR playing
You'd have to see a big change up from Loud. They'd have to play way more together. It's so
not letting him get away with what
so disjointed. It's crazy.
I thought Pincata was going to be able to get away there, but Paula deals with him without any real resistance.
These guys won't make playoffs playing like this.
What a clean round from MIBR. And again, it wasn't necessarily a gun round, but it was a correct guess on where to put the stack.
Making a statement. No one will remember. I mean, to make a real time adaptation to how the enemy team is playing, that's not an easy thing to do, and it's not an easy thing to execute, because it is kind of a gamble, like you said. Right? You don't know if there's actually going to be that many members there, or if Saadhak's going to tap the door and just get out of dodge right away.
Exactly, especially on a 3-site map.
But they're so confident. This is what I like seeing out of teams, is you're willing to gamble certain sites because you know that your retake
I'm
is so
surprised
good
it's taken him this long, but I know that MIBR called a
So you
timeout
have
so he
the
could maybe
info
correct
no
some of
matter
the
what,
stuff
because
they
you
were
have your
doing.
Sentinel player there.
They just got to play
Who is
together.
Liazi? He was
It's
locking down
been
that C area the entire time.
It's been insanely
And worst case
individual.
scenario, what? He gets pushed off of the site, you set up for your retake, and so far the retakes have been looking good.
Yeah, they've been looking great.
I said we won't go all 3 maps. That's before I saw Loud play like this, man.
For Loud. This might be, what, the first one of the series for them. I think this is the first timeout they've called. I don't think they called a timeout on Ascent.
And the timing could not be better.
Yeah, they need it now more than ever.
This one seems to be getting away from them. Meanwhile, for MIBR, every round that they win, they get a little bit louder. Every single time they pop off a little bit harder, and you can feel some of the momentum swinging their way. And again, for good reason.
Their first map, yeah.
If they've been able to
I think they're on for it.
guess on a couple of these rounds, and really
We'll see.
just
This guy's
cause
standing
so
in
many
their way.
problems for
This
Loud.
guy's playing great.
And now Loud have to worry about that re-clear fight again at A.
Right.
I just want to
So
see.
that's gonna live in the
I
heads
just want to
of
see
Loud
some stuff
rent-free.
together.
How
Like
do
I
you
would love
approach
to
the
see an
A space
Omen
from now
flash
on forward?
with someone behind it.
We'll see what adjustments come on the other side.
Or
of
like
this
some of
timeout.
the
Loud down
info
3.
that they've
This
got,
might
right?
be
They got
another
a
pinch
lot
on the
of
C mount,
info.
taking
But
front
I would
B
love
main
to
control.
see the info
Oh, this is
into
fast off the rip.
It's very fast,
into
but the
Omen
Sap is
flash.
not far enough. The eye over the top to try to line him
yeah,
up.
and
No
MIBR do the
kills found
classic.
yet. Kawanzin
Or
down
it
to
calls for them
12.
to go
Meanwhile,
aggro as they're focusing on the new
a
plan.
decisive punch back across the middle of the
I
map.
would say maybe
The
in
crunch
this
was
plan
there.
they give them a lot
But it
of
was
a
ill-advised.
heads up.
It was a cool and unique idea, but
Yeah, I think the
that
stun from
showstopper,
Saadhak was
if
great
you're
as
not
well.
Dead on the target, it just feels like it just does pepper damage.
It just wasn't enough go from Paula.
Yeah.
And so he comes up a bit short. The crunch across the middle of the map doesn't time up right.
Oh, now it's just easy pick'ems for side of Loud.
He's
And
so.
the worst thing in a
I've
situation
seen a couple
like
of
this is giving
sentinels
a
that are like
round
sleeping
like
at
this
the
over to Loud.
moment, at least
When it's
this
this
week.
clean, when it feels this
I'm not sure I've ever
decisive.
seen less.
But I feel like
Not
a big
full
factor
100%
of what just
focused.
happened and why
He's
Paula
always so
wasn't
ready
able
for a
to get
push at
that
any
much
time.
space is the agent nerf. I mean, those satchels, they got nerfed. That
A large
extra little
ravioli.
step
Thank you so
that
much
he
for the
would've
2
had
months,
in
man.
that
Appreciate
last
the prem.
patch. With those old satchels, he would have gotten that kill
thank you
9
for saying
times
that,
out of, maybe not 9 times out of 10, but he definitely would have gotten that kill. I swear, because he would have gotten an extra foot forward, would have seen Kawazin fully exposed, and that rocket would have gotten that kill. So we're seeing now the Raze nerfs in full effect, and Liazi and Paula are just gonna probably go for a save. If I'm Liazi right now, my economy is thriving. I'm going for my ult orb.
Yeah.
I mean, even if I die, who cares?
One away from it, go fight.
Yeah,
But chooses not
Okay,
to.
giant round
Maybe
for
a little
Loud.
too timid for my
So the
taste.
timeout
Gets taken
really
out by
pays
Les
off
there.
on this one.
But again, they've
and
got money
the
for
only thing
days.
I would say
It
is just
should not
MIBR
be
maybe made it a bit too obvious
concern.
with some of the
That's
sound
why
cues and stuff that
exactly
they're
why
going,
Liazi
but
went for it.
you gotta shout out
that's what it
Saadhak
was
here.
saying.
His stun
The neon
save
stuck
counts
it.
in.
Yeah, but I'm telling you,
Yeah, and
old
then he
Raze,
goes
those
and
satchels,
duels
you're
with his
going,
team. Like
you're
Saadhak
going,
plays
you're soaring
unreal
through
here.
the sky. That tiny little change made a difference in that set play from MIBR. Again, it was a good read though. It was the right call to make.
They continue to guess right. It was a really cool setup here out from MIBR. They've got the pit and the alarm bot just on the outside of it to give any early notice of anyone trying to push through. Meanwhile, they're aggressively fighting A.
Yeah. Stepping into the neon wall, as I stated previously. Ooh.
A dink onto Saadhak. That's very nice.
No heal on the board either.
And of course, it was Paula. I mean, they're getting what they want, MIBR are. They deny the early C space. They deny the early A space. They funnel Loud in towards B.
And that Molly for the broken door entrance, that's the delay, that type of space from being taken.
Rod tweeted he waited 9 months for this match. He's cooking a lot of anti. Yeah, I mean, I saw it on that 4-person stack over towards C. That was mental. This is going to be an interesting retake. There's a lot of people that are 1 kill away, and Saadhak low HP goes for the luck, and oh, I thought he had 2. Killjoy, all these guys just need to be a little bit patient.
And now the lockdown that has to be dealt with.
Comes
You
in.
can't even deal with it. This is like nearly impossible right now.
No, I mean, you have...
No.
Oh, Kawanzin.
Oh, I thought he was going to get a double. That's insane. Okay, someone stick it.
Now things turning back over. MIBR with numbers advantage, but Liazi falls rich just 2, and that was the diffuser. Now Mazine's left alone. Not a lot of time to do this. Not even taken to half. Able to settle onto 1, but it's messy. I don't think he's gonna have enough time anyway, is he?
No time for it.
I don't think so.
Didn't get half. That spam was so clutch from
Dude,
Loud.
yeah, Les got such a big kill, and I was looking at the pings, and it looked like the pings were, I mean, I think they have a protocol where they ping left, and then you just spam all the way to the right. I'm pretty sure they pinged like far left of it.
What a flick.
I'm telling you, this less kill that hopefully we see, it was everything.
In a situation that should have been 2.
Okay, we don't see it.
I mean,
But that one.
And I don't blame them for not
Wow, he
turning
only
around.
just
That
flicked to the
alarm
right.
bot
It was
in
like
that
straight
smoke,
bullet.
But somehow, Saadhak, he was able to just finesse around that alarm bot. Find that timing on the flank. That was a round that I feel like MIBR had full control of again.
they've let a couple of those get away from them. And the gap is now down to 1.
And they got to go up against a lot of
3
good
ults on the
ults.
side of Loud.
And their money's in the bin.
Oh, tap of the door.
No, surely they
Saadhak
don't
get
lose
through
like
there.
this. It was
He
looking
wants to so
unreal.
bad.
The timeout
But a
changed a
little
lot
self-control
though
this
for
time
Loud
around.
to actually look a little bit more together.
Maybe for good reason. Will be a repair on
8-bit
the A.
Ducky with
They
the
wanna get
17 months.
Mazin
Thank you
off
for the
that
tier 1,
line.
man.
But Rich is here to support.
No eye, though. At least not yet. 2 seconds away, so it should be coming up right on time.
Oh, good stun.
And a paranoia. But Saadhak is through.
Oh, now we're seeing that Viper wall just come up. Allows everybody from MIBR to escape. They baited out utility, not taking a single percentage of damage.
I'm just getting a little bit low.
And a tap at the door from Saadhak. I mean, the mind games that Loud are trying to play here are really nice, but
Hudson
MIBR
has a
continuing to show discipline. How
Molly
many
as
times have
well.
we seen Loud try to
All
do
these
that?
smoke.
Try to
Fade's
manipulate
gonna get here in
rotation,
time.
draw a response out from the
Fade has
opposition.
no util.
Problem is there hasn't really been
Devastating.
follow-up when they've done that. Good trade from Liazi onto Loud, onto Les.
But Loud getting out onto B, getting the spike down. Saadhak with ult online. A swing out, just a warning shot. But Rich is able to drop the opposing Neon. With 2 HP left, manages to stay alive, at least for the time being. How do MIBR get back into this?
At least
That's another
it's
one.
the guy on
Tag
2
Twist can just go
HP.
in and hunt. But he's concerned about what's waiting on the other side, and wisely so.
Huh.
Now, attention drawn back towards Rich as bullets soar across his face. He's patient with it, disciplined, but he finally getting punished. Can Pancata get this back on his own? Oh, they're both so weak. He's gotten it down to 1. Mazina has to stick it. No choice.
Oh, it's close.
He's just got to hold it the whole way. And he does.
Oh my god.
Just
Okay,
a
he stuck
second
it.
late as MIBR get to 11.
There's no way. What are we watching right now?
Respect for
This is
sticking on the
so
spike
insane.
here. Spin to win.
Very last second. That smoke fades. Pancata, I don't blame him. It's just a 50-50 at that point.
Yeah, it really is a
It could be
50-50.
half. I feel like this was the disconnect in the round, though. Saadhak, he kind of just peeks into heaven alone there. Maybe he thought his teammate was posted on the angle the whole time. Oh my gosh.
You're right. That's a 50-50. And Pancata was in a miserable position, but very well done by MIBR. Sticking the defuse, getting up to 11. And I think more importantly, drawing out a timeout from Loud. That's their last
one.
Yep. So they'll go off without it.
With the way that MIBR has been playing this map so far, it kind of feels like they should have closed it out already. I mean, a couple rounds on the attacking side, they probably should have converted. A couple rounds on this defensive side, they probably should have.
Yep.
Yeah. So they've been playing a great map so far. Loud, they've been kind of just keeping themselves into it. Like basically stealing rounds away.
I mean, in large part due to some of these heroics. Again, we've got to highlight Kawanzin.
Yeah,
he's so good.
Yeah, he's slowed down a little bit, but still sitting at 20 plus. Pancata almost just won another 1v3. Would have been the second of the series that he won.
But MIBR, what a response in the face of the beating that they
You gotta
took
be
on
careful though.
In the face of
a loss here,
in the first half too.
reset, we go to 11-11.
Heroics per se. It's honestly a team effort right now across the board. They're all helping each other get out with the Viper wall. Utilities being used correctly for the retakes.
They look notably more comfortable here.
A little bit more warmed up on the stage for sure as well on an individual level. Artson has had some big moments.
Mazin's really far ahead of this. He's past the door. TP's across, now getting caught. He's in a miserable spot here. I don't know if he's going to be able to get out. He's stunned, he's dead.
No way, the stun was insane.
Pushing the pace, getting to... Oh, that's not what he was intending to do there.
It's okay, he did his bit, right?
Rich,
oh, wait.
Everything drops into chaos, but Kana's trying to reposition. Rich, the steady hands.
Oh, thank God for this guy.
But ultimately falls. Now Loud with the numbers advantage. The spike planted out onto the site. Paula and Liazi left to figure this one out. And it's all onto Liazi now. Les cleans up both.
Okay, MIBR gotta eco this. It's 11-11 basically.
It got chaotic.
Really, like they got no money.
Around. Saadhak accidentally hits his jump on a peak. Pancata TP's in alone, but leave it to Kawanzin, huh? And then Lester just clean up the round. Yeah, it wasn't pretty by any means, and that's been most of the round wins for Loud, I feel like, in this map.
Yeah, on this side, yeah.
But they
Match point MIBR. Dude, look what they're gonna have. Like if I was Loud here, I would honestly be tempted to just have someone that doesn't buy, just ghost up.
In a gun round, down one round.
Find if there's a stack.
Left with pistols. We've seen some
just do it like treat it like you would just second round of the game.
More so than in the past, but
like the only way they lose this is if they give him an early gun.
We're gonna be tied at 11.
Like that.
Or they won't. Rich gets one. Mazin gets another. Hang on.
Good Omen flash as well. It should be an upgrade for Mazin. There's the Vandal. Yep.
Yeah. Saadhak's gonna try to slip into hell here. Oh, there are so many targets he's gonna have to deal with. Yeah, he's gonna get sucker punched. It's leading to he's on his own.
That's crazy. That's so bad from them. Like when you know the team has 2k, why would you not just buy like literally just one person that has a ghost and just play it? Why would you force into a site without any info? Dude, Loud, this is one of the worst I've ever seen Loud play on a map. It really is.
Nice timing from Rich there. Mazin just playing his part. Using that shorty to his advantage, holding that smoke the entire time.
Dude, Desp, how does that even happen?
Look at the hype.
But like, how bad is that from them? That's insane, isn't it?
To wonder at for MIBR, it was a team that was lifeless in that first
They won double pistol and it's 10.
They haven't had a win since kickoff.
It's been a long time.
It was fine. It was not fine. It was really bad.
They're knocking on the door of taking us to Sunset. Meanwhile, Loud
against an info, zero info, just send it against an eco. It was fine in 2020, maybe 2021.
I like the confidence from Rich, willing to take that front B fight, playing to win.
He was out of his seat just a few moments ago.
This operator might get a lot of value here if there's no smokes being committed from the side of Loud.
It makes sense. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen it more, given that Loud are running a double initiator comp. Paula with the what a
bro,
shot
Kawanzin is so good, man. He's the only reason this is anywhere close.
You've lost that. You've got to try to go back and protect it. Saadhak going aggressive, going forward. Op picked up.
This is just a save at this point. You got to keep the guns. Your economy's not that great.
Yeah.
That's exactly what MIBR are doing. You're absolutely right, Trey.
Gotta go with the second chance of it. Shout out to Kawanzin. What a shot.
Just like that.
I mean, it was MIBR that had the upper hand on the exchange. Rich tagged down Pancata a little bit low in front B. But Mazin on the jump spot at A main gets dinked by Les. So he was sitting at what, like 10 HP that entire round?
Oh, and then Kawanzin.
And then that peak, that was filthy. That's a kill we usually see the operator get.
Yeah.
Kawanzin
was so clean with it. Now MIBR trying to keep some of these rifles up, and this is very costly for Loud. It's not like they have an
it's
abundance of
perfect
money
for them
here.
to get double ult.
Yeah, they made it very, very costly. Yeah, their money is
double
great.
ult, they
This
get
might come back
3k,
to
they
bite
get a
them.
full bind no matter what.
Oh, looks like Les will be able to buy at least one member a rifle. All Pancata as well, so the economy should be good.
Okay,
Saadhak's gonna have light armor.
one last chance
No ult.
for MIBR.
Used it in the previous round.
Rod is praying.
Meanwhile, potentially one round away from OT. Potentially one round away from Sunset. Paula with ult online.
Whoa. Oh my gosh.
Spam already causing so many problems. Liazzi down to 25.
That might play a factor later into this last round.
You wonder here how much space Loud are going to want to take. They don't currently have the spike in hand.
This is a spot we haven't really seen MIBR play too much. This back rubble area. And it's the fade nonetheless. So
yeah, it's normally the Omen.
This might be a really good bait from the side of MIBR. Mazin.
There's the paranoia setup. I think that's what they were looking for. And very nicely done from Loud to draw it out early. With a minute left in the round, they don't have to deal with that anymore.
Oh, and they fully stopped them from going here. The problem for MIBR is just official fatal.
1000%.
Yeah, maybe just a jump spot there would have been the better play to bait out that setup. But I mean, they're getting ahead of this.
What are they doing? Two pass and fake over towards C and then hit over towards B with fade official.
Dash, Saadhak not able to connect onto the shot, but as all of that's going
Fado
on,
hits the
they drop
Omen.
the Nightfall. They have the
Okay,
thrash.
they got the ults out of them and they got a kill getting into the site, and that is the raid boss. They got Raze ult to retake. Holy hell, they did it. They actually got him up.
MIBR so close to pushing us to Sunset. As less than Tui's are the only ones left standing with 10 seconds left. The spike's still not planted. Tui's forced to try to tuck, to try to get the spike down, managing to do so. Now, you have to deal with the 5 remaining members of MIBR. So heavily outnumbered, so heavily outgunned.
Look at them as well. Oh no, the 2 went before the guy that pressured over towards door, but they did pressure over towards door, so they think there's someone over here.
MIBR have to get active here. They have to push
Guys,
forward.
if you don't win this 2v5, Fraud is going to go mental. Okay, nicely done from MIBR. They lost double pistol and they still wrecked them. Loud here, straight up, out of the 3 years or however many years it's been that I've watched Loud, that's the worst I've ever seen them play on a map.
And it just felt like
For sure.
Loud were just scrapping rounds round by round. Honestly, a great showing from MIBR on this map.
And honestly, when it's a new roster like this, when you're trying to put things together, when you're playing against Loud, who's had all of Brazil's number for the entire time, it doesn't really matter how you get the win. You don't even really care about it. You're gonna feel good. That's exactly where MIBR right now.
8 first bloods for Paula. Rich sitting at the top of the leaderboard for his roster. Up against Kawazin, who had a crazy defensive side. So
yeah, dude, Kawazin and double pistol was the only reason this is close. Kawazin has just like a kind of more, I don't know, normal game, I guess. And doing a heavy frag like this, they get like 6 rounds. Dude, they could do this. Because if, I'm no joke, if Loud play again like this map, they lose this. Shout out to the reads that MIBR had as well. There was some good reads in here. Dude, their retakes on defense, chat. Oh my god. I'd be losing my mind, I think, if I was their coach. Okay, let's spam some rounds. I'll be back in a little bit. If they can just reset from that.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring. To the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Deixa passar a frieza do argentino e agora sim, pega o primeiro, pega o segundo.
Ali o Tex caminhando para esse ponto A mesmo. E agora chega a Tizin, 4 kills para ele, ponto do MIBR.
And MIBR stepped into the ring, some might say. Got that step into the ring. Big win, though, for MIBR on Lotus. Welcome back, everyone. GB alongside with Alina.
Who the heck is Alina?
I don't know. It just came out. But also, okay, come on. Anyway, and that's Mimi and Ender. Yeah, well, I mean, like I said before, though, MIBR, first map win of the regular season, a massive accomplishment for them, especially considering bringing in, 2 new players into the fray here. But we do have to address, the elephant in the room, I think. Loud simply just did not play up to the level that we saw last time from this team, Mimi, on Lotus. And it was a little disappointing to see, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, this map for Loud, it really feels like it was below the level that we normally expect from this squad. So many of these late rounds where players are off, they're taking individual fights. It felt like they were heavily reliant on Kawanzine to win a lot of these rounds in late round clutch hero moments. I felt like the way they were utilizing the Neon, especially on the attacking side, so many rounds they were entrenching Saadhak into specific areas of the map and then rotating away and hitting a site completely without him and just getting shut down. It was a lot of mistakes combining that MIBR, to their credit, did take advantage of to get that win. But this is not the Loud we're used to.
No, but I also don't think it comes out of nowhere either, because they were playing very similar on Ascent. They were just winning a lot more of those individual fights that they were taking. Like, it wasn't just a macro problem. I think a lot of it was just their actual ability to lock in and play the game that we know Loud should be able to play.
Yeah, I feel like we kind of saw a glimpse of that at the end of Ascent, where Loud just started to lose their marbles a little bit. And now going into this Lotus, the way that they're playing their defense, they weren't so strong on their retakes. They weren't so put together as we kind of saw towards the first half of Ascent. And so for me, watching Loud play, it looked a little lackluster, but I do think MIBR did put up a really good fight. I feel like MIBR themselves looked a lot better on their attack than they did on that Ascent.
Yeah, you could definitely get the vibe that this team is certainly, starting to feel it a little bit here, but there's still so much that MIBR would need to do in order to be able to lock up this win here. I mean, Kawanzine, you were talking about it before, guys, absolutely popped off. But it does go back to, the problem that they were having in that last game, where it was a ton of individual moments, a ton of individual times to shine. But when it came down to the coordination, when it came down to needing to be able to execute, on some of those bigger moments that they have set up there. They just weren't there.
I just quickly will have to shout out the rookies. Like, Rich ends up as match MVP in this one, absolutely showing up in that second half of the fade. And then Paula's first half in particular was lights out, consistently finding the openers. Had a couple of big ult plays. There's the one missed one, but like every ult besides that was getting pretty high value on their execs.
And I think the way that MIBR were playing, especially for a team that has had little practice, I think the first half we saw some of the post-plant protocols not quite up to what you would expect from a team who had the full time to prep for VCT, but they played really well together. These new guys were both having their own moments, and they didn't give those opportunities in a lot of these rounds. I think in the way that they were on Ascent, to let someone like Tui's in the late round go and get a multi-kill, swing alone. They were really aware of when they were trading, when they were playing together. It wasn't a crazy game plan or great macro that won them the game, but it was playing solid, fundamental Valorant with some good individual performances while their opponent was making mistakes that they punished.
I mean, we literally talked about their Ascent. They lost a lot of rounds because they weren't able to crossfire in their post-plant situations. But on Lotus, they looked great. They looked like they knew exactly what they were doing in majority of their post-plant situations. They knew how to put a wrench in a lot of Loud's retake scenarios, and it felt a lot different. I mean, if they could do that on Ascent, I think they would have run away with it. But it looks like they just,
like, there's a chance of
I mean, a team being able to switch up like that from map 1 to map 2 and being able to work on those mistakes is a huge other thing, a huge other benefit that they could get coming into the third map.
And like, we're going into a third map of Sunset, and this is where I want to take a little bit of a different approach to like how we're talking about Loud, because they're playing Neon on Sunset again, and Saadhak got on in that game. Like, it was rough. Like, he ended up with like 9 kills at the end, but the first half I think he had 2 kills in the entire half. And on Sunset, he got shut out again by Evil Geniuses when they played against them just last week. Like,
and I think
he
you were
has
looking
to
for
turn it around.
The
He
term
has to turn it
food
around.
on. I think you were looking for that one. Food on.
Food on.
Yeah, probably would have been the better option there. But yeah, Saadhak would definitely.
Oh, did my mic cut out?
I mean, there definitely was. You didn't see that same output from Saadhak that you would that we got from the last time. You know, that we saw him play here. But to your point, though, I think it really does goes to show. It's like this MIBR team. You just. Even though they're coming into this one at a bit of a deficit and prep and all that stuff, you still can't sleep on it.
We talked a lot about the slow, methodical Neon that Saadhak was giving us, but it looked so good to see Paula on that raise. And I think bringing that momentum onto the next map is going to be really good for them too, because you still have this slow, decisive, kind of util-heavy character versus Paula, who was just getting first blood after first blood and opening for his team.
Yeah, the rookies again locking in that duo of the Initiator and the Duelist. I love to see Paula back on that raise. I want to shout out Mazin, though. He was really good in that
Probably a TMB Lotus video coming in. Oh, yeah. I mean, that was a freebie.
Some super impactful calls throughout this one. For Loud, though, I mean, it's got to be a complete 180 from that second game. This would be their first loss to another Brazilian team.
Yeah, would be wild. Of course, it's map 3. Can MIBR shatter Loud's perfect record against Brazilian teams? Let's go ahead and find out and send it back over to Doug and Baby Babe.
Alexander, dude, sorry, I missed your raid. Just come back now. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh wait, it literally just came in now. Okay, no, I didn't. Perfect timing. Thanks so much, man. Hope you're doing alright. Hope stream is good as well, bro. What's up, Raiders?
Back on the Neon again. He struggled on Lotus. But Dre, this is a different comp. I think the Breach lends itself to a little bit more chaos on the side of Neon.
Yeah, it should definitely
Super Sveni as well. Thank you very much, mate.
He looks so good on that race. He went
what's up as well?
4 first deaths. Yeah, he didn't go crazy positive, but it doesn't matter. He's doing his job, and then some.
Rod? Oh, bro, he wants to win this more than anything.
Utility on the post plants as well. He had nade a couple times still, so he's doing this
pulls it off
without having to invest a bunch of his own utility, which if MIBR play their cards properly, if he has a nade,
right,
I mean,
Loud on defense, MIBR on attack. MIBR just got their first map.
Excuse me.
You're gonna get fined for that.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. Apologies. It's Screwface. He got me good yesterday. He just got back in the dome. My bad.
Wait, yeah, I missed this one.
On the attacking side. Dizzy just creeping over, but Rich.
Crunch on. Well, I say crunch on middle. There's 4 people duel in middle.
The spike's still sitting really far back as MIBR feeling the map out.
Saadhak tanks and damage. What's on Neon vs Raze on Sunset? They're fine with either.
I'm wondering if
this is one of the most. This is one of those maps where you can just do what the hell you want, man.
A little bit more in your face.
I'm fine with
knowing
Raze, Neon, no duelist.
It's pretty much disaster.
I don't really like the Jet, I'll be honest.
And
the Jet's too reliant on
getting
getting
an
ups.
idea that this is happening. They re-cleared mid without making any noise. And there's no trip on this flank. Cam is still up in the back of elbow.
Artsine, you can see Spidey senses tingling a little bit. Puts the cam up, turns around, but now understands there is pressure coming in from the other side. Meanwhile, Les striking just
he should have
tried
and tucked in a little bit closer. Could have played a Rich a bit better.
But they've lost a couple members along the way. Saadhak very weak here.
And yes, MIBR have control of spawn right now, but it's not planted for them. So this space, it's not
Yeah, let's see what the stun is like. Stun flash, that's it.
They're left with no other devices.
Flash.
Rich is in a really tough spot here. He's going to have to request help. MIBR has to come back and assist him as Liazzi falls. Paula not able to settle, not able to be steady. Rich on the swing, gets one with
shots
him.
haven't been
That's
great
all
yet.
it is. Mazine left in a 1v3. Tuiz has already gotten the defuse to half. No real challenge. They've bullied him away from stopping the defuse.
By the way.
Loud
5 out of
pistol.
5 pistols.
That was such a cool pistol round setup from start to finish. That deep camera in elbow, and then a trip basically holding all of lane walk up, and then the protocol to re-walk down mid. It allows for that crunch to happen from the back so well, because that late camera that pops up, it basically forces Artsin to be put in such a bad spot. Who are you gonna fight? The Neon behind you with the Gecko, or are you gonna run into lane that's not smoked off and there's just 2 players dialed in on you?
Yeah.
So
No, they definitely missed a lot of shots here. I wonder if
both
they're
of
like
those
nervous for it or not.
There's no good option there. 1000%.
It's tough.
And so Loud with a couple of Bulldogs into this round.
That's a good
is
start,
already
though.
fallen.
And wait a second.
6
Paul, who couldn't
HP.
connect
Oh my
any
god, I thought they were going to get a
of
second.
those sheriff shots in the previous round. He does it this time.
They have
around
camera here
against
to just
what is
re-clear
pretty
over
much
towards
a full
B.
buy from the side of Loud. And he gets out alive. 6 HP.
Spike dropped. But he's still alive and kicking. MIBR slowing things down a little bit. Ooh, almost getting punished there.
How do they want to play the low HP here? Because he could
headshot rate on the last map.
Could just go for a late lurk if he wanted
he was
to.
getting so many of those kills.
Loud have a lot of presence here towards B.
Yeah, the problem right now is if no one breaks this Gecko eye for Saadhak, he might get punished here. We've seen this happen time and time again. That's a nice entry.
He might, but Kalanzin's able to turn it, hit the fault line just like that. And that's
Oh,
such
they
a good
still
setup.
got the extra kill though. We got to keep an eye on the breach.
There was perfect.
Brius,
He
give
was
me the other
mainly
breach.
concerned about helping out across the middle of the map, but as soon as there was a hit and there was contact,
and he hears him running.
He could drop the fault line. That delayed the entire hit from MIBR.
Holy hell, they ecoed them.
As all that happened, Liazzi, he took that free real estate up middle, and now he gets that kill. It's a 3v1 for MIBR.
Spike planted.
Pancada with a Bulldog in hand, 2 smokes, no flash. None of the members on the side of MIBR have any armor.
Yazzie with the prime. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 18 months.
HP. But for Pancada, it's going to take a lot more than just that. And MIBR are so smart with how they're playing this. Look at that. They're not giving him any fights. They're taking big steps back. Understanding that there are safety valves, 3 of them built into this round. And Pancada has no choice but to go hunting and trying to find targets.
With that, they know they won the round.
A sidestep of the fall line, but at this point, I mean, it's done.
Wow, and he got the kill at the end.
What a response from MIBR.
In what shots
I mean,
to be
I should probably stop celebrating and
That was
try and get a gun,
ridiculous.
but okay.
We gotta see a highlight.
Probably could have got
of
an
all
extra
these
gun there, but
Sheriff
they won the
one
round.
taps
That's the
over.
main thing.
Les, he just got absolutely obliterated. This, oh my gosh. Oh,
that was very
so
nice.
clean. Right here, I thought for a second it was going to be a cosmetic stun moment for sure.
That one's too far. I think they could have shuffled this last one.
Big
Like
shout
if this
out
guy
to
runs over
Liazzi
towards here and drops
amongst
the
all
gun
that chaos
close.
that happened at B main to just walk all the
think
way
it might
up
have been
mid,
double.
take all that space, and basically secure
Either
the round
way,
for them.
huge rounds. Les buys a
solo
hero
with
gun.
rifle. Meanwhile, the buy on MIBR side
Might
is
have
so
the chance to do the
nice.
funniest thing, bro. They're on for it. I'm
Full
telling
armor,
you.
full rifles.
Louder not playing well.
Saadhak's already down.
Good shot.
Remember, that's only Vandal on the side of Cloud. And it hits the ground.
It's a 4v2 just like that.
He's able to scoop things up. But there's, I mean, the problem with this situation right now is MIBR has so many tools to stop any sort of attempt at a sneak deny, or defuse, excuse me.
Shot.
Paul is the first to fall, though. Wingman will help. They don't have any smokes. They don't really have anything to do.
And they spam Wingman? Yes, they can.
Their own smokes and then try to spam through it. And that's exactly what our
Very
team
nicely
does.
done, and they kind of demonstrated already that they know about smoking themselves off spamming. They've got the heretics done.
MIBR that's looking really confident right now.
Yeah, 3 guns into that one as well. Their money's great.
It was what it was.
Imagine they win
They
this.
had full control over it. It took them a while to close it out, but they got the job done. And now
They win this round, they're on for an insane
thrifty
half.
round that they won. To follow it up with a round
Did
like
Lau look
this.
good on Ascent? At least they did look good on Ascent.
Great work from the side of MIBR.
Yeah, very clean.
Enemy spotted. B.
Very, very clean. And I think that will likely continue to be the approach, and that's how you've seen the meta develop on Sunset. Drop the smokes, spam through it. It's like Pearl all over again.
Yeah. Nightmares of that map. Wonder when that's going to come back around.
Void 270 with the Prime. Thank you very much, man.
Our team has his.
Thank you for sending as well, bro.
MIBR exploring the middle of the map here.
Trying to bait out any type of utility. They're waiting for proactivity. They're waiting for a trap to be set. For good reason. You see 5 members now of Loud geared up and ready to fight in this middle of the map. Nice little jiggle there from Liazi. Gets info on 2 members trying to fight. That should be the cue to take some space
Saadhak.
on the extremities. That's why you
Saadhak
see
is
B-main
going
gathered,
for
you
a
see
play.
Pod going up A-main. All at the moment. Yeah, this has been the
Why is it
story, by the
so?
way.
Why is it
of even
so
last
individual?
map.
Why does it look
besting
like Loud have
Saadhak in
never
the
played
head-to-head
together?
duelist battle. Saadhak had what, 4 kills?
Like that right there just looked like.
Some of these ults
That
in
right there
situation
just looked
that
exactly like
they're currently in. Rich
Lotus.
is 1 away from his ult.
Solo
He's
plays
gotten
the whole
smart
time.
So far up mid here. And the smoke to deny on the other side. He should. Oh, he's going back in for the fight. He had safe
Yeah,
passage
they
out.
get over towards the side.
But
Pancard
instead
hits them
tries
all,
to
and the
deal
good
with
news
Loud
is
on the other
Pancard
side
has
of the smoke.
saved his
But
flash.
falls because of it.
Bad
Paula
news
able
is
to
he's
send
dead.
his shots onto Pancada, cleaning him up. 30 HP. But they've gotten so much of an advantage already.
Yeah, and already 3 members playing out, leaving Paula to his devices. If he can get another kill, he's got a job well done. Oh, I say that. There's a little flank here. Battle of the flanks. Paula cannot connect. Now everyone's smothered into B main.
Killing less is very important here, and Leicester staying alive is very important. What a shot. Oh my god. Yeah, now this guy over towards Sai has to try and kill the diffuser round 1, spamming on his own. Okay, shout out to Les, shout out to Cowan's in, like the 2 consistents at the moment for sure. Les did so good to pressure over towards his, they couldn't focus on the full spam.
Cleaning up the round.
And he hit
Tui's
an
was
absolute
just there
shot.
just for support, cheering his teammates on. Just an extra target to look at. MIBR had full control of this round and just slipped away. This, I wanted to speak about. That was full prep right there. So convinced that Pancada was playing there, but that initial kill, that head-to-head kill onto Artson from Les,
that was impressive.
tagged by a Cypher camera.
Yeah.
That was insane. He was so precise on that flick.
Okay, they have a chance to reset the econ. Saadhak is going to be absolutely sending with his ult over towards A. They're going to clear all of this. They instantly react to B. Probably not because that's what they want them to do.
From MIBR. They don't
So
want
they're just going to wait, and then they're going to late retake map control.
Gecko Eye will be able to be gathered once more
I
for
think
Tui, so he
this
will
guy's
have it for the
Dizzy's here,
retake
right? So they have no
on
Gecko
whichever
flash.
site, if need be. That's a very deep smoke. Wonder if MIBR decided to disrespect this. Oh,
Really?
this could be deadly. This is all off the jiggle of Pancada. It's going to connect on the 4 members, but...
Oh my god, the damage.
Paula pops his ult. There's no punish.
But look at the time now.
There's still 50 seconds left on the clock. There's still a lot of time
Yeah,
for
I
MIBR
mean,
to play this
they have
out.
this much map
They've done
control.
a really good job of baiting out certain
So
sets of
great at the
utility.
moment, and they called to hit over towards B, and then Loud insta stack over towards B. Okay, this was a great round from Loud. Yeah, we've had a very nice round here.
But with the thrash forward, they turn their attention back towards B.
Only
You've
one
got
gets stunned.
the
Do they
stack
tunnel
from
vision a
Loud.
little
You have
bit?
all of the Cypher utility here.
A great tag from the cam.
Through a smoke. The swing up from Kamanzin's only going to get one, but they managed to get the spike down.
Yeah, and they can just fast flood site, insta tap with the spike to make him use util. Man's going to tank that.
Smoke. It's another dump of utility, but Ardzine's the only
Yeah, they know this guy broke door, and it's not planned for him.
It's not planned for him.
This was lovely for Loud. That's more of what I think about when I think of Loud.
He's gotten it down to the 1v1, but the defuse already comes through.
Again, these retakes of Loud, they're just too strong, too much for MIBR to handle. I thought that MIBR had a good grasp of how to deal with this, but towards this B site so far, last couple of gun rounds, they haven't been able to convert. And the spam game, they're just seeming to lose it. I feel like
a good timeout.
If you're gonna want to plant out, you need to have at least a couple members sitting on a Phantom, not that Vandal where the tracers are easily seen,
right?
And you're able to be spammed back. With the way that MIBR are playing, if they actually did make use of the Phantom, they'd probably be winning a lot of these rounds. It's so weird how something that micro can be the difference maker.
That kill that Les got onto Paulo there was so free. I mean, just these spams through the smokes again, you're right. I mean, that probably needs to be part of the conversation here, is if you know that that's how B's often going to play out, the Phantoms might be the way to go. And so a timeout is called from MIBR. They're just down one round here, and they're in this fight. They're in a fight that, I'm gonna be honest with you, Dre, I didn't expect it. I think a lot of people didn't expect it, but MIBR have impressed.
Razor, yeah, he used it because the breach ult. I mean, as soon as the breach damage comes in, he knows they're going to be holding it.
Especially with
it was
the
a
way
nice
that
Razor, to be
Saadhak
honest with you.
Was playing Neon in their last
it saved
series
them at least
against
from
EG.
dying.
But, I mean, he's doing a little bit better here.
Yukishi 480, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you for the 2 months.
Kawazin's still doing his thing. From the side of MIBR, Artson, he's been a staple in this attack half so far. Whether it was that Sheriff shot onto Les, his counterpart.
Okay, hero guns. Do you know the good thing about that for Loud as well?
Open up that B site,
just
or his lurks
pretty
mid,
far
he's been
away
getting
from a lot of the big ult. Well,
even
a lot of these ults. These two ults are the main ones.
Pancata top mid on the rotate from A.
He's one away from his ult. Gets the Outlaw out.
Very impressive. You just saw a one-way smoke come out from Pancata from B towards A main, but MIBR are already ahead of it. Look at how far up Paula is.
Yeah, Paula's been calling this bluff multiple rounds now, and he has a Vandal there holding all that space. I think they should have a good idea. MIBR should have a good idea that it's the Cypher playing on the A side. It is kind of interesting, though, because Les's utility is so spread. Camera and B main, trip top mid, trip A.
Ooh.
That's a nice pick on a player who's been pretty much being a complete menace in the middle of the map.
I mean, this is interesting at the moment.
But again, the slow creep up. Now Paula taking yet another step.
They're ready. I mean, Les is ready for it.
And he's done so quietly this entire time.
He just turned away.
Oh my gosh, if he peeks right now. He's not going to, but my gosh, he would have found a vicious timing.
I really love how patiently he's playing this, though. He's not forcing it. He understands that the space that he has gained and the pressure that he can apply is infinitely more valuable.
Hit the second shot. That was giant. It was unlucky from Pala. He played pretty well, though.
Oh, so strong.
Liazi tried filling him behind it.
He never knew.
He was greeted by Saadhak on the other
No
side.
way.
What a mess this has become.
Wait, shot, bro. 2v5 at its peak.
Mazine, nothing but a Sheriff. Committing to the TP.
Cancels. Should be heard.
Yeah, they definitely had him cancel.
Pancata is the only one who would have heard it. Mazine playing on the other side of the smoke. There's no tap of it yet. Rich on the swing. He's gotten it halfway. It's gotten down to 1v1.
Oh my god, Chad, they 2v5 them. Rich hit some nice shots.
What was that, a 2v4?
2v5.
I think so.
Unreal. Cosmetic stun. Rich holding his ground in elbow. It wasn't pretty whatsoever. But man, it worked out perfectly for them. And Mazine even just getting a kill there. Look at this. Couldn't quite connect, and then he does this.
It was an absolute mess, and then he just stuck the landing at the end. It was insane.
Mazine played that really well as well. I mean, the Omen ult could be anywhere. I guess you're right. Maybe they didn't hear him cancel it. And a facepalm from the side of Loud.
Yeah, because
so that's the second
they are
thrifty.
so wrecked money-wise now as well. They got an eco. It's a good chance for MIBR to get the ults up. They could even try and save these ults for the big buy rounds. We'll see how close this one gets.
That was actually ridiculous.
I mean, it was round defining.
Took both timings.
There's just no other way to put that. This time, there's no early space taken for Paul towards A main. Loud, wise to it. Try to insert Kawanzine off the fault line. They realize they take some of the space back.
The MIBR look good or did Loud look bad? It's a solid mix of both. MIBR have really good reads at the moment.
So much utility used from the side of Loud. That should dissuade MIBR from wanting to take any of that space back. Rightly so. Les will be first contact. Doesn't see any players because he was unpeaking at the wrong time. So now MIBR might have a good idea that it's just Les on that B side. They hear the rotations coming out. They're going to cut it.
Collinzine gets caught. Trying to rotate through. Saadhak might as well, and he does.
Nicely called around so far from Mazin.
The
execution almost flawless.
Gun
taken out, and all of a sudden,
that's a weapon. That's a
rifle
upgraded in the hands of Les. They get the spike down, but it's not planned. I mean, it's not planned for Loud. This is really nicely set up from MIBR. Yeah, Les has a weapon, but they're gonna have to be proactive in this if they want to get this round back. The one benefit they have is take a look at Pancada's positioning. But MIBR is so
MIBR have put a level on these strats. Oh, they went really hard for this game. Yeah, you can tell.
I mean, that should secure the round.
Like even just this one alone, and like some of the Lotus stuff as well. Like the amount of times they've been disrespecting this Omen smoke. Like, they have good reads into when they're holding it and when they're not, and what's going to cause them to rotate and move off at certain angles. Like, they've really read into just like rotates. What do we have to do to make them rotate and then exploit the gap? Like, there's been a lot of that already, and we're only 8 rounds in.
They're set up really nicely.
Simple. Thank you so much for the prime.
This was great. From Mazin. He saw all the utility in the early round.
Dude. I appreciate you with the 4 months, man. Thanks for using the prime.
Just that slow creep up mid when they hear the footsteps. That's the affirmation that the calling was correct.
So what do they do with these two ults here? Do they try to NB again? I mean,
can't go wrong with going B with Breach, Ultimate, and Gecko Thrash. You could pick up that Thrash once again.
Yeah,
this might be a punish on the Les. You better get out of here really quick.
Yeah, I mean, Visual into Breach.
Get past the smoke.
It's just the Paper X. Just loop all the way around, clear sight, repick this one back up.
Wasn't able to find any success. They're gonna try to funnel.
They're just gonna hold the breach or like this for when they flood in.
MIBR back sight. Now giving the space back, but Loud have to invest utility.
3 people just play off the plant.
Oh my goodness!
Another clean snap out from Paula, and the Rolling Thunder forcing Loud back. Forcing them
Rich
to
is
play
doing pretty great.
As the smokes come through, Loud realize there's no way for them to really get in this.
They're taking the fight to him right now.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice simple round, but
full confidence
what you need to do sometimes.
Off the back of the rookies.
Especially when they got the ults.
Great entry from Paula early in the round. Rich looking confident in the middle of sight, going back and forth.
Yeah, he won a lot of nice jumps
went towards that B site. They've gotten that spike planted. And it's just been the post plants when they're playing out that they just can't get the spam. This time they decide to play up, take the fight to Loud. When there's no Omen smokes on the field, it makes it a little bit easier. No Omen flash that you have to deal with.
That's a fight you expect Pancada to win there, but Paul has just been ridiculous.
He's definitely gotten better as the series has gone on.
On his LAN debut, no less.
Yeah, and it's his raise. His raise is actually really good. I feel like on Jet, you know, it's one of those characters, especially on Ascent, it can be so hard to play. Sometimes you just can't get anything working. Defensive side is the only highlight for a lot of players that play Jet on that map. But on this raise, we're seeing him use really good utility. His pathing has been good on the entries. Even the solo like lurk timings that he took at A, or the solo disrespect through the one-way when he was able to get that Sheriff headshot onto
Pretty good that MIBR ain't getting new players when they have no chance of playoffs. Yeah, it's just looking into next year.
He really has no fear.
Yeah, it is smart. Really Again, I criticized a couple of EMEA teams for not doing this.
As we started to hear these rumors of who MIBR was going to pick
up. You got to get a head start. If anything, you got to look at Heretics. Had the best head start last year.
For good reason.
They secured all of the good players before everyone else.
He's been solid. He's been fine.
They had Woot pretty much signed before teams had even like finished champs. I'm pretty sure. Or like close to that.
To play
but that's what you want to be doing.
Specifically, so many
get those players signed before really these teams are even considering like changing players. Reformed Catboy, thank you so much with the 13 months.
To be said. And he definitely has something to prove.
You have to feel for QCKs. This is how they're playing without him.
A bit of early
yeah, I get what you're saying.
And it's off of a punish too. It's really nice.
Definitely don't feel like he was the issue.
Saadhak takes the space, gets a kill with the stinger, and then gets out.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, they played some weird comps with him.
Oh, no way. I actually don't think that they know you can crouch under that camera. Otherwise, they would have committed onto that.
Saadhak has popped his ult. Artsine is playing across the middle of the map. I thought he was going to.
There is a strong pause with this camera, though.
You got to be cautious here. Again, Artsine's in a really good spot. The wall goes up. The spike's still not fully committed.
Dude, it feels like when I watch MIBR, they know exactly where everyone is going to be playing for Loud.
Hit him, but they still haven't cleared it. They haven't gotten out on A yet.
They're so 100% confident it rotates. Like, look at this. They are so sure of what to do. They know exactly what to do to cause the rotate. Like, this is a fraud masterclass, man.
But I wonder if you expect him to
it literally is no doc.
If he's too patient with it, he's going to botch this whole thing. Manages to get less, tries to get Pancata, and does so. 3 on the round for Artsine.
It is an attack-sided map, though, so they need to keep going.
Called by Mazin. And Tui's, he got caught just in the open, running through basically screens area here. Off of first blood.
MIBR's coach used to be Loud's coach, yeah.
No smoke there, maybe it faded. Miscommunication.
So it's personal.
Yeah, nothing to cover elbow, you're right.
Yeah, not letting him know that there's a gap right there. And I feel like right now we're seeing a Loud that is feeling an immense amount of pressure.
Monkey Meatloaf, it's insane, right?
On a series that, you know, a lot of teams themselves probably thought was going to be easy breezy.
Again, early aggression out from Loud. They're doing a decent job of setting up Saadhak with Kalenzin's utility. We saw it in the previous round. We saw it here as well, and he gets his one, but this time not able to get out.
Yeah, and when you're even numbers, they usually tend to favor the attacking side when you go 1-for-1 like this. Too many spots to hold. You're kind of spread thin. That's why you see a 1-1-2 right now on the minimap.
Meanwhile, MIBR quietly heading back towards B,
his aim's been really good, but you can see that he hasn't spent that much time with the team, especially if you look at like the best example of it is the Lotus retakes.
And look at this.
Like there's 4 retakes and his Omen Flash either doesn't get used or it goes like just random flash where he's feeling where they are when they have like
they have some presence B, but
some kind of info util that could tell him where they are. So individually he's kind of looking good. Team play wise it definitely shows that they haven't been playing together for too long.
So is Last getting that kill in the mid.
And now they're going to understand where the hit is headed. The paranoia is really nice. Can Artsine swing and punish? No. Dissuaded by the fault line. Dissuaded by the wingman.
Yeah, and this double back of sight holders.
MIBR, they've met resistance every step of the way here. Every single area of the map they tried exploring was shut by Loud.
This time, Mazin overcooking, for sure. But a good read from Saadhak and the rest of the members of Loud to just hold their ground and not give in to running around the map like they did in that previous round, where MIBR basically made them run in circles and closed it out.
That kill that Les got, you mentioned it while it happened. It was a spam through the smoke, but that unlocking the ability for him to ult secured everything. Because up until that point, there was complete paranoia, zero awareness of where they were playing on the other side. It was very nicely done.
It's a tough spot to be in, and they made it work.
Right there.
That early Cypher ult from the side of Artsin gave full info on the setup of Loud.
Whoa.
Remember, the fault line has been often coupled with the Neon dashing forward and getting a kill and then getting out. This time, not the case.
They're playing Cypher a bit like a duelist right now.
The walk-up of Artsin on the opposite side of the map.
Spike dropped.
Multiple players jiggling. You're going to see an Omen Paranoia come out if Artsin decides to take a step forward. As this is all happening, the same thing is happening on the other side of the map. A little bit of a
they're all early.
MIBR can punish this really nicely. Understanding they have a timing window. That doesn't connect, but Kalensin does. What a shot.
I can't believe he sticks around and stays there when there's a raised
rocket
on the board.
You hear both satchels pop. There's a lot of confidence there. And speaking of confidence, Les recklessly swinging into another. Mazin and Artsine left alone. Les is weak, yeah, sure. But they're just going to get picked apart. And a situation just went from bad to worse. Farzine somehow managing to get another kill, but
yeah, and that's just a wingman diff again.
Already.
It's a lovely TP up the top as well. Okay, Loud might be getting too many rounds at the moment. This was a nice retake, yeah.
That kill on the rocket. That's crazy. He stuck around for so long.
I feel like Les played incredible
as well. He was so confident he was going to hit that shot.
And I love how decisive MIBR were with it. They saw the fault line come out.
He really did.
At the very beginning of the round. They knew that Les was close by because they'd seen him, so they understood there's a timing that we need to hit here so that we can get out onto B. It was just Kawanzine hitting that ridiculous shot.
Yeah. I mean, to just stay there when there's a rocket on the field, like imagine if Paula just does a little jump right there looking towards market. Yeah, he's probably going to kill Kawazine.
Yeah, he's dead for sure. So right before we hit the last round of the half, MIBR will call a timeout.
Last timeout.
Adjust as we tried to close this thing.
To get one extra round. That normally shows that he has very good confidence in the
I think a lot of the calling has been really impressive for MIBR.
It's a very bold call. You also got to remember at the halftime he can remind everyone about all of the stuff as well. He has like 2 minutes 45 seconds to kind of remind everyone about everything to expect on defense.
And it's really been the battle of the ciphers, and
yeah,
I feel like Loud
Broad at least feels like they have to get 7.
Understood that, and they're not really letting Artson get away with that crazy amount of lurk pressure or finesse that he's been able to do for, you know, those 4 rounds in a row that MIBR ran away with.
Doesn't seem, oh, actually, Loud might be doing some of this early aggression again. Kawanzine, 4 from Loud, excuse me, currently posted up A. And that's the look right there. As the fault line goes out, Saadhak dashes in, then dashes back out.
Towards this, they give breach hold as well. Very nice for Loud. Loud came up with a pretty good decision from this. Camera may be a little bit too low.
First point of contact here. He's going to try to get a pop shot and probably get out.
Oh my god, 3 people behind it as well. Dude, the breach hold hit 4. This was a great round from Loud, so Loud really came out on top of with this timeout.
He tried buying his time in the cage, tried finding comfort and concealment in it, and it was all for naught. What a strike from Loud. And it was all set up from the
very nice from Loud. The recovery at the end here was great as well.
Decisive moment. 6-6 at half.
Yeah, given the last 2 is giant. It's very nice for defense to get 6.
The moment he makes contact in mid, yeah, that is the key to pull that.
We've got a big pistol coming up, and Loud's undefeated on pistols so far.
I thought they were going to play a full retake B setup, but why not take the fight to them? They haven't done it once, really. They tried doing it earlier on in the half, but no one was there. This time, multiple members of MIBR there, and they get punished.
I think there's a lot of question about how much fight there is in MIBR in the face of a hit like that. How do they respond? We'll let the desk answer that.
Well, clearly there's a ton of fight in MIBR as they're currently up right now in this one, but look, we got to address the, just as we did for map 2, we got to address it again here. This is some messy gameplay that we're seeing.
It's muddy Valorant.
You know what? I'm not mad about it, though. Sometimes you got to get in the mud, get in the trenches.
Look, we've got insane late rounds. MIBR are running like fakes every single round, but there was some mess here, like popping this breach with tons of space from Loud, but they have their own Omen smoke that blocks it off. It was very strange, yet they go on to win the round.
Hey, that was
it was a good call from MIBR. It felt like every round on this attacking side, MIBR was finding the right gap, playing these slow mid rounds, getting into a post-plant situation, but it really came down to if they could win the post-plant.
I don't think that was a messy round. I thought that was one of the better Loud rounds that I saw.
Have between your teammates who's peeking what angle.
I kind of think that was the best Loud round that I saw.
We don't need to show this.
I'm just saying.
It's not relevant.
I'm just saying, guys. You know,
you admitted you didn't believe it. This would be a ridiculous upset. Remember the record for Loud against Brazilian teams. 24-0.
Yeah.
And MIBR have a good half here.
Yeah, a very, very good half for them. But the question is, can they close it out, though, Ender?
I genuinely think so. Like, I don't know.
Is there anything that is telling you that they wouldn't be able to?
no rounds make sense, Golden Ball. Like, literally, every round, like, even a round they win, like, the last one we showed, they're down in a 3v5, and they're winning fights while full stunned on 2 different players. It's silly.
If they were to win here for Loud, I think it would have to be, again, some of these individuals that have stepped up. Tui's, Cowanzine, those guys in the late round have been electric.
Nobody beats Brazil 25 teams in a row, not even Brazil.
With winning out on
I didn't realize they're still undefeated from Brazilian teams.
They got Eco to start that first half.
24
Loud has got to step things up if they want to stay in this game. It's critical for their playoff chances.
Loud have been 24-0 against Brazilian teams, but after this, the streak could be over. Let's send it back over to your casters.
Thank you so much, guys. I want to very quickly draw us back to something Mimi said at the very end there. Getting Eco after winning the pistol was so devastating, and for MIBR, that's been a large part of their success. They've had 4 so far.
That's ridiculous.
In this series,
They're just gonna do the thing where they hold map control. Zin, what are you doing? You're out in the open.
Half where Loud are fighting for playoff hopes would be devastating. We'll see if MIBR are able to pull something like that off on the defensive side.
I didn't like how freely he was playing over towards the side.
Advantage. Saadhak getting the opener.
That was quite the opener as well. IGL v IGL. Saadhak just absolutely decimates Mazin. And now you have
and they
full
might
advantage.
even be able to get double orbs.
Hit a sight.
And as this goes into a question mark over towards here, along with middle,
stuff right now.
a 4-person stack A, and Loud are good for 6 out of 6 pistols.
B should be able to get the spike down as the trips are
They
cleared.
would pretty much have to mess this one up, especially with the B main plan that you can do.
Just leaned into it. Seems like it's not getting any better for MIBR. Saadhak seems to be coming online, seems to be coming alive.
If he keeps this up, he's making a statement. Oh, he gets dropped down by Liazi, but he did.
Yeah, it's all about Wingman.
Good job so far.
I mean, he did his job as a Neon. He gets to 2 kills. He tries to deny some of the space. He forces MIBR back, while the rest of Loud
They tab the spike just in case they have any molly. They realize they don't have any mollies, and they go for Wingman defuse. Here we go. Yeah, they insta-mode him. Yeah, they insta-mode Wingman here. Okay, nicely done from Loud, dude. 6 out of 6 pistols. Can't win a best of 3.
Drops the Wingman. MIBR turn their attention to fight towards Loud, and it was just not enough.
It should be impossible.
Yeah, the numbers advantage was 2 in favor of Loud at that moment. Saadhak put his team in a great spot. Oh, that's a crazy kill. This one is even crazier. One taps Artson, who's been phenomenal this map. Even the last map is a big factor of the reason why MIBR won that Lotus. Now, you mentioned it. If Loud let this one slip away, it would be absolute disaster.
Got double sheriff. Look at the confidence.
This was the guy that opened it up the last time around. Can't connect.
But I mean, he's got the sheriff. He's the one that's about to get him picks.
You see how scared Loud are to lose a round like this.
And they're gonna have to wait out this one way, and then strike. Meanwhile, Liazi still has his fault line up. So off of contact here, this could be devastating.
3 people here. Contact stun,
swing.
swing.
Rotating over. There's the fault line, but the stun.
Oh, but the stun's the other way. Omen flash, double swing. Breach gets involved. Breach should have a kill there. Oh, 28, 47 HP. Holy hell.
This is ugly already.
And numbers in favor right now for MIBR.
I mean, look at the health. Look at the health on the side of Loud.
I was gonna say that.
Dude, they got an early camera on B. He's put the trip down here.
On the side of Loud.
They're gonna get early rotate. They're gonna have the nade here.
Utility on the board too, and they're running into
Dude,
him.
Liazi has all of his util.
Actually ridiculous if there's a fit.
Yeah, he can double flash. He's gonna get stun up in time as well. They can stun nade.
Here, 30 seconds left. Not a lot of time to figure it out. Less falls, but Tui's ever the steady hand for Loud.
No, you free your nade like that.
Swings things back their way. Meanwhile, for MIBR, no real opportunity to upgrade a weapon, so they're going to have to stick their pistols in. It very well might be enough. Saadhak falls, 12 seconds left. The spike still not planted, still not committed. Tui's gets 4. Can he clean this up on his own? Pancada's around.
Oh my days, that was close.
So dangerous.
Shout out to Tui's, bro. The individuals are bailing them out.
For Loud. Tui's stepping up huge. 13 and 6. That was all him.
He's got official, right?
Pancada, he was too weak to really support that much. He got those 2 entries. And then these 2 at the end. Liazi getting a little too anxious, going for that jump peek. I don't know. Sometimes the classic right click, it hits. But this time around, not a single bullet connected.
I mean, that had all the makings of a mess, right? But no real time to think
he
about it.
He throws his gun over
dodging that from Saadhak. Don't expect
just to make sure that they can actually capitalize on the fish or with the guns. They go to spam the fish and they hit the guy behind.
Ducking and dodging all this utility, and then he just gets spammed through a smoke. That's the most Valorant stuff I've ever seen.
It might have been on purpose as well, but
he's got the spike in hand currently.
I'd love to see a replay.
Thought that was going to be a really good breach set piece of utility, but actually doesn't reach far enough to push out Paula into the open. So not
still an okay round for Loud. Question mark created over towards it.
To the round.
Pretty much holds the 3 people here, and the Omen that's over towards B is already smoking for them on A. Makes the B hold a little bit weaker.
Has an idea that there might be
I think you might have messed up here.
Lurking.
Okay.
Mazine managing to get away, avoiding the thrash, staying alive. But he's playing really
He was about to help his teammate out again. The lean over towards A is insane at the moment. And I think MIBR heavy leaned A way too much, especially. They definitely thought it was going to be A.
They've gotten the real estate. They got what they needed here. And now they can take a step back. Now they can play towards their utility. Now they can play towards
It's not the good plan for B main, so they have to spam full left, right of this.
Space early on,
I don't know why they've all gone B main. It's a lot up to less. And as soon as MIBR see this plan and they realize it's not for B main, they should perma be holding one, watching the flank.
Is going about this. A reflank in towards mid. So while MIBR are focused with trying to deal with the spam through the smokes, Les can strike when the moment's right, or Counting can clean it up on his own. But the defuse came through, they stuck it!
Yeah, MIBR messed up a little bit here. This was a nice round from Loud though, even though they lost the duel over towards here, the pressure was just so much. And this comp, it can't clear any of the question marks. Going over towards here at the beginning of the round makes a lot of sense.
On these rounds where they get the spike planted at B, they're able to get the spam, something that MIBR couldn't do on their attacking side that well. So I wonder now if there's a change of pace for Loud. Maybe they play a little bit more aggressive on the next post plant. Yeah, that's so close. That's a pretty big watch party from the side of Loud. Nice job, guys. Good support for the squad. And that is the bonus win. That's a big round to win.
MIBR still have a little bit to bring into this round. Rich has a Guardian, Nazine with a Judge. And that's why you see how he's playing right now. He's a little bit further up, playing on the other side of a one-way, and Pancada gets dropped.
It just feels like these are the hardest rounds
oh, no.
for Loud. I say
That's
that,
so unlucky.
And they quickly bring the round into their favor.
What a shot, man.
I don't think Rich stopped running. I'm pretty sure he's still swinging. That's just insane. But again, there's still not enough on the other side.
I see down from Les on this one. Yeah, there's a couple of big jaws. Les played so well over towards the A kill.
At this round,
MIBR, no timeouts anymore. They used it at 5-6.
Slow down here a little bit here, because for MIBR, this is a must-win round.
Yeah, and some of the rounds have been really close. They're just not going their way right now. The clutch moments are leaning towards Loud. It's been in their favor.
So Loud have been tested. They have been pushed by MIBR. Still searching their first win of stage 1, of stage 2. And just when it seems like they're within striking distance, Loud starts to separate. Starts to create a gap.
I mean, it's been close because of the macro game from both these squads. It's been this back and forth, but now we're seeing the individual prowess and the players of Loud come out on top. They're just on point. Speaking of on point, that one tap was on point.
That's a nice shot.
We gotta have a one tap counter for this guy. He's came into the league and he's had at least, what, 4 or 5 in this series?
1 bullet, 1 kill. That's
ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Look at the confidence.
So many moments from this guy like this so far already. It's kind of crazy.
Note here, Cohen's 1 point away from his ult. Seems like they're gonna try to split. We've got a lot of space mid here. And they can just push into the smoke and continue to go if they want to. Mazine, wise to it, takes a step back.
Yeah, just less slowly and methodically clearing out this market area. They're gonna explode off of this trip.
Paul has to be careful. Stunned, rocket, hits it onto Les.
That was sick.
Pulling the trigger, but not understanding there's another one on the other side.
5 at its peak. This guy should go down without getting another, but I respect, man.
3 on the round for
yeah,
him.
this guy's doing great. That was a very nice round from him.
Nice connection.
Really
He's
nice
heating up right now, just in time for MIBR.
And I think part of the conversation we were having earlier was around how it felt like Loud were starting to create separation, and honestly, it was off the backs of their heroes. It was off the back of Les. It was off the back of Kalanzine to create this gap, and that's what you would expect out of your stars. But MIBR have a star in the making of their own. That's a big round from Paula.
Yeah, just picking one side or the other this time. Taking these fights, cleaning up the round. Great work from Paula into that.
And that was a must-win round. So for the kid to execute is very impressive.
Convincingly too. Now MIBR have a chance to start building up some type of economy.
And we're kind of close to some moves though.
Timing in mid from
Franzen already has his ult. And dude, MIBR at the moment have been stacking A so heavy, like they really want to punish A early on in these buy rounds, and Loud just haven't been going it, other than the anti-eco.
Yeah, they don't have to invest that breach ultimate. This in the post plant with how they've been already playing them, it's going to be disastrous for MIBR. How do you deal with this? You kind of have to go out with the first layer and not get punished by it. Or it's so hard to execute that.
Or just draw it out as early as you can and then reset. The problem is they don't really have enough of the tools of their own to do that.
Yeah, they're taking way too long here. Everything rests on the hands of Paula on this flank.
Oh, he gets caught by the trip.
They have no idea about.
Okay. Rich will fall. There's the rolling thunder.
I was gonna say they have no idea about this guy in sight.
A little bit too far up. Punished by Mazine. A 3v3 for the round.
Yeah,
and now the
that's
spam
just
starts.
a bad map design, man.
He's gotten it to half. He's not
Wait.
moving.
Whoa, actually got close again. Oh my god, he had to go down to the classic.
Too far out of the play. We've had too many of those.
Yeah, it actually has been a little bit close on them. They win a round, they lose the next. Money's low, like real low. This guy can just about. He can drop his other guy and then buy.
Fault line available. He didn't even have to invest the breach ultimate right away. It's just too much to deal with. And then, yeah, they just fall back on the spam at the end of the day. It's been working for them every single time. Why not?
That's so hard to deal with. If you don't have anything to really disrupt the spam on the other side of the smoke, there's a good chance you're going to lose it.
Okay, it's all on this.
Way that plays out.
I mean, B-side has been the name of the game all series long for Loud.
Yeah.
This time, there's not too many players of
They're
MIBR
not even gone
to
near A, really.
So that info gathered in B main, it's all for naught for Loud.
Well, he's playing very aggro official.
Now
Crazy aggro.
Rolling thunder
Okay, much better.
Rich has his thrash.
He's got to be careful here. He might get punished.
Oh, they've got a little bit of help over the top. Liazi still has his fault line. As soon as the flash comes up, he knows he has to take a step back. And there are reinforcements. If Loud overcommit to this could be a problem.
Dude, they're pushing middle.
Meanwhile,
okay, I mean this is around the round that MIBR's been waiting for, where they try force over towards A. But dude, look at Ascent.
He is not.
Oh no.
Oh no, he thought he killed the second guy. He already went for the third.
This gives Loud so much more space. They were trapped. But it just wasn't enough. And now the paranoia out towards B, intended to manipulate rotations back that way, while the rest of the spike, while everything else on the side of Loud goes in.
Rich, gotta make sure that you play retake. You go official. Don't sit in the middle of the site like this.
He's got a thrash, but nope.
I mean, nice shot, man. You still go down though.
That's a massive start.
Wait, can he get out?
Play his life. If he can stay alive, this is big.
Oh my god, it was so close.
Now Loud was so much more comfortable in the spot.
It's a lot harder to retake this now without the official.
They invest the rolling thunder with 10 seconds
there goes the
left.
spike.
Spike not down. He's got to commit to this here. Is there anything to disrupt? That aftershock looks like it was going to be enough, but it's
a little bit too late, but it got him the kill.
They get the spike down to 2v2. Mazine and Liazi have to go forward. Pancada falls left alone.
Not this guy though.
70 HP.
Ooh, nice shots, man. Nice shots. Okay, they just stay alive. Money's still low, like 3k on top of this. These two are still going to get a little bit wrecked money-wise. Better buy like Guardian Bulldog.
Getting that one tap on the first player and elbow. Great work. But honestly, Rich, look at this second shot. The crosshair's right on the head. It just doesn't connect because Tui's turns his head a centimeter. But yeah, a must-round win, and they get it. They're still in it right now. That was a one-tap as well from Mazine.
Love a good fraud pop off after
you can tell how bad he wants it.
Is in favor of MIBR.
They've navigated the toughest part of closing this out, is getting past all those ults that you just mentioned. You're absolutely right. And so now MIBR with that advantage, Paula falling in a duel that has often gone the way of the new kid.
Yeah, and that's a duel that he's been willing to take all half long.
Yeah, and with the camera, they worked out there's 2 people here.
He's ready to punish
it. Makes it an easy call. They insta-send it.
B. Every single time they've gone B, they've converted the post plant. Artson has to come up huge here. He has to make something out of nothing.
I think the big difference here, though, is that Rich has his ult. They have something to disrupt the post plant. They have something to disrupt the spam. But if they all crumble before they even get to that point, it's not going to matter. And now the Thrash is used from so far
fish
back.
or...
Artsine falls.
Yeah, well, that's the 2v5 this, and you would imagine that Les has it secured.
Play here. It seemed like they had an advantage. They had the conditions to make something of this.
Oh, I can't believe they put the official into it.
And they fall apart.
3v5.
The series point.
Okay, 4 chances.
It was Artson that had to make a play there. Instead, it was Mazin who wanted to take things into his own hands, but he drops before that Thrash is able to come. And all of a sudden, just like that, Louder on match point, and you don't have a Thrash to work with. That was such an early peak from Mazin. He went way too early. And these post plants from Loud, this time they played way more in. That's the change. They didn't all play out. So maybe that's why Mazin jumped the gun a little too early. He was so used to it just being Saadhak on site alone.
Being free space.
So many micro things that Loud, they're able to change because of their repertoire.
And now look at the buy for MIBR, man. It's abysmal. But again, 4 Thrifties throughout the series. Maybe another here.
That would be ridiculous.
The most pivotal, the most important. They have 3 members of Loud who have already crept up towards mid. The spike's not even currently at hand. If they can create enough space, it's scooped up by Pancada, and then they can end wherever they want.
Yeah, but they're doing a great job of keeping 3 players. Hey, I guess they're going to rewalk it anyway.
Les has already gotten ahead of the smoke.
Oh boy.
Has to be careful.
Ooh.
He connects. Now they slow down.
These rounds for Loud.
And they Omen flash to push him behind the smoke. They lost.
They have to leave Saadhak here, or else it's a weapon upgrade.
They lost track of middle at one point. They're checking if there was a timing by clearing out spawn.
So he puts the wall up, draws enough attention to at least have a couple members here. But look at MIBR; they're a step ahead of this. Liazi's already out. Paula's already out.
In?
And that paranoia is going to confirm their suspicions. They were right about their guess. The spike is headed B.
I feel like if they allow this spike to be planted, though, it's not going to do them any type of favor. The double flash play, it connects, but doesn't.
They definitely spoke a little bit about not letting this plant go down because they have not been winning
13 seconds left. Numbers the way of MIBR, but control the way of Loud. Not committing every single flash.
They had so much detail for this. All right, 4 chances to 3.
Another round the way of MIBR. It might not have been a traditional Thrifty, but the outcome is the same.
Oh my goodness. MIBR and these Thrifties, the mechanical talent on this team, it's definitely showing.
Yeah, that Bucky kill at the beginning was really big.
From MIBR right now.
3rd eco of the map.
Bro, this Bucky shot was ridiculous. This I understand. It makes sense.
Yeah, this is a mess.
MIBR was ahead.
Yep.
In that aspect, but that Bucky entry from Rich, that was truly it.
And again, we've got to give credit to Mazin there on the calling because Saadhak's wall goes up A. They understand there's some pressure, but they rotated away ahead of it. Now our team's already fallen. But look at Paul's position. 1, not able to find a second.
Oh, I think that's it.
And so now Loud can venture forth towards B with confidence. With
Saadhak, 28 HP, absolutely sends it. Brings it down to a 3v3.
3v3 now, the spike planted. And again, no big ult to cause chaos. It's really just in the hands of Mazin.
A good off angle from Tui's
here. Tui's who's been electric all series. Patiently waiting with Crosshair trained. It's heavy. The bullet goes just a bit wide. And now the paranoia out. A thrash in his face. It's got to connect.
It's unlucky. He wanted to try to get around the corner for the stun. The fish just got him. They got it half, by the way, with Wingman.
There's just not enough. There's not enough room for them to breathe. There's not enough space for them to sit comfortably on this. It's gotten down to 1. Liazi's gotten 3 on the round. There's just not enough time.
Oh, okay. Hey, MIBR gave this a good shot. They gave it a good shot. No pistols. Bit of a nightmare. Loud have some stuff to work on for sure.
And that was hard fought.
Yeah, that was a battle
MIBR,
for them.
They were no slouch today. Paula, he showed signs of greatness from a rookie. So many first bloods. He had a rough game on that jet, but on Raze, he looked superb. But it wasn't enough to take out Loud today.
But man, did they push him.
They did.
Loud got
50 rounds.
Loud got tested. Man, they got tested in a big way. Mazine's calling was something special. Oftentimes getting the best of Saadhak, I think you mentioned it, Paula. There's a lot of reason for excitement there. But Loud, when you're running for a playoff spot, when you're pursuing a chance to compete at champs, it doesn't matter if it's pretty, it doesn't matter if it's ugly. And so Loud can take a winner's bow, regardless of how that went down.
You just gotta get there.
Yeah, a win's a win. Cowan's still played insane though.
Good work closing out the map. It was those B post plants that sealed the deal and was the nail in the coffin for this MIBR squad.
Dude, MIBR have always been out of playoffs.
Looked like they might take it away.
I think there was real threat. There was real possibility that the strike was over, that the record was going to be broken. But Loud managed to navigate it. And honestly,
always, yeah, no, I corrected myself.
It doesn't really matter when you have a team.
I knew as soon as I heard it back in my head, I was like, well,
you're gonna have wins like that.
No one's gonna think I'm flaming.
And you gotta grind them out.
Yeah, and who knows if the run will end that way. There's still so much Valorant left to be played. There's still so much of the season left to be figured out. But for Loud, that's a big step and a desperately needed one. 2-4 going into that series. Potential hopes of I mean,
watching the LEV series, yeah, of course, dude.
Yeah, that would have been disastrous too. Not seeing Loud in Shanghai was already rough. Not seeing them at champs, that's a whole nother level that we have not witnessed yet.
And they would have had to have navigated playoffs. They somehow managed to stay alive.
Bro, they're not making champs like that.
Their Brazilian
they got to put in a little bit of work right now.
Let's send it over to Elizabeth down on the stage with less for the Verizon post-match.
They got a lot of stuff to clean up. The stuff to clean up is relatively fine.
Thank you very much,
gentlemen. It shouldn't take too long. And I
Brazil,
think this is like a free win for them, right? They just get a free lesson. There's so much they can learn from a lot of their games here.
Potter fans, congratulations.
They're long VOD review.
The first thing I want to ask you is, what is your mindset against playing against a team like MIBR that is, 0-6 in the season, is going through roster shuffles? What is the discussions beforehand, and what is your, personal idea and calculation of playing against MIBR?
Como é que é a cabeça de vocês para ir num jogo contra a MIBR do jeito que eles estão? Eles sofreram com problemas com o roster deles. E principalmente você, o que você sente enfrentando um time como eles?
Cara, eu sinto que quando a gente enfrenta eles, realmente a gente tem que dar um stomp, porque eles são um time que eles ferraram muito mesmo. Aposto que eles não tiveram mais de 5 dias de treino assim juntos na mesma área. Então a gente era realmente favorito. Eles conseguiram realmente tirar o mapa nosso, eles jogaram muito bem. Individualmente eles estavam muito bem realmente, mas taticamente dá pra ver que eles estavam um pouco atrás porque realmente nem conseguiram treinar direito.
We gotta go with them, against them with some kind of stomp. We know that they didn't have a lot of time to practice, maybe 5 practices or less. But we know that individually they're doing very well, but as a team, they still have a lot to go through.
My second question for you is, to be completely transparent, the desk and the casters today were very critical of how Loud played today. Said it was, a little bit messy, just not quite the Loud we're used to seeing. In your estimation, how do you think you guys played today?
Os apresentadores foram um pouco críticos do jeito que a Loud estava jogando hoje, que estavam meio um pouco zoados. O que você acha do que foi o jogo hoje?
Eu concordo sim com o feedback. Eu acredito que esse jogo, a gente ganhou o pique deles na Ascent, a gente fez um bom jogo e a Lotus era o nosso pique, a gente devia só ter mostrado o nosso jogo, destruído eles e terminado um jogo mais fácil. Então realmente não foi um exemplar jogo nosso.
Yeah, I agree with them. We lost one of our picks, so we should have played better there. So I completely agree with them.
I thank you for your honesty.
Bad underscore. Thank you for the prime.
He wants to work on
the
your
14 months.
confidence as a team. Point blank, are you confident in Loud?
A gente conversou com o STK antes do jogo, né? No meio do jogo. E ele falou que quer trabalhar na confiança de vocês. Você tá confiante na Lotus?
Eu tô quebrando geral. Eu tô confiante.
I'm going for it. I'm super confident.
Love it. I love to hear it. Well, congratulations, Les. Thank you so much. Give it up for Les one more time, everyone. A wonderful performance. We're going to take a bit of a break, but I know you know what game is next. It's Leviathan versus 100 Thieves.
Okay. The usual chat. Be back in a little bit.
Drawn. They're picked to pieces.
Cloud9 are so good.
Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
We've been improving a lot since that loss at Shanghai, I think it was a good wake-up call.
Last time it was to make Shanghai, beating Lev/Corbin, Com. Going against him again is going to be super fun.
But it's a 1-for-1. Cobb is now alone. There's that first and second on the paint. Clock is still ticking on that spike, and he's got the Hunter's Fury. He's just going to run back and play to his favor. Bazine now tapping on the spike. There's that Hunter's Fury, and there's that kill from Com. Wow.
100T are like very thrive in the chaos sort of team. They also do a lot of things like consistently well.
Going back to focus on the process is going to be a big priority for us, and if we can focus on the why when we were winning and not the like should we win or should we not win, which is the result, we should be able to beat Lev.
Really good for the Thieves right now, even if Ascent falls, but Ascent will get two before victory!
Obviously, you have the hype man and Boosty. Love that guy.
Definitely going to be getting all in his face as much as I can before and during the game. Ruin his chances of playoffs.
And we are back for day 2 of VCT America Super Week. And our second match of the day. You got Leviathan going up against 100 Thieves. Golden Boy here alongside once again with Athena as well as Mimi and Ender to break it all down. Now, fellas, team, guys, everyone, I don't know, thinking of words. I didn't think I'd have to do this so fast. I didn't expect that we'd have to start off with a player's retirement, but here we are. The player is retiring. As we have learned, you know, Busio, unfortunately, has to retire because, yeah, you know.
I mean, he had such a great career.
He really did. Won a world championship, so I mean, you know what? Good run.
Honestly,
we got some good B-roll from him.
He should have retired after Champions. That would have been a better note to end on.
Yeah, for sure. You hate to see it. We do have, we kind of conceptualized some future careers as well for Busio too, right? Didn't we do that? We thought about that.
What do you think he's going to be?
I think he'd make a mean plumber, personally. I think he'd
Only if he's in the full Mario getup.
Only in the full getup.
Or I guess like in theme with the green hair, we could do the full Luigi move.
Yeah, exactly.
Not all plumbers look like Mario or Luigi.
Those are the only two plumbers I know.
Okay.
Name a plumber.
Wreck-It Ralph.
Case in point.
Or no, wait, he was, never mind, I don't know.
This has gone too far. He's not retiring, but it is crazy that they lost that first game. I mean, this was the upset of the stage thus far.
The century.
Absolutely
the season, for sure, I would say.
For 100 Thieves to fall to Furia here. I don't think anyone could have seen it coming, but the post-event slump, I think, is kind of real. It's really tough to come back from these events where you're away for so long, you're on a different time zone, and then you're coming back and you're playing against teams who you don't know what to expect, who have had a lot of time to scrim, and this happens.
Yeah, and I think the unfortunate thing is that it happened in a way that we all kind of felt like was, yeah, I don't want to say predictable, but we kind of saw it coming, especially with the way that the events are. They last for so long. You're in another country. You don't have to prep work.
It's against Furia, a team who had been struggling massively.
Yeah, we did not see that coming.
That's true.
I will say, in their defense, it was like triple overtime games. Like, it was by the narrowest margins that they lost, but still, that is not how that should be going. And the real problem that 100 Thieves face is, even though they have all of these championship points, by losing this game, like, standing-wise, they're tough to break into the top 6 right now.
And there's only one championship point slot, and even that is tough. Like, there is still a lot of question whether 100 Thieves can make champions, which is crazy to say after how great their performance has been most of this year.
Yeah, it feels like they had this really good momentum, and then just a little upsets along the way has kind of put them in this kind of stagnant spot where hopefully we see them kind of recuperate and come back into it a lot stronger. But yeah, standings-wise, it's not looking too hot for them.
And specifically in that match against Furia, I think what a lot of what was going wrong wasn't that they were like taking a ton of risks or making some massive mistakes. They obviously were making mistakes in the series, but I think they were doing a lot of the same things. You think of their icebox, they're doing like the same A hit with the same util cycle over and over again that we saw a lot of times at Champions. Khalil figured it out. He was punishing them on that site every time. And then game 2, they go into Haven, and personally, I didn't think they had the right read playing into that KO comp.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that 100 Thieves is normally really, really known for is their ability to react and be super proactive at times together as a team, and it felt like they didn't have that synergy, and it felt like they didn't know how to react to the way that Furia was playing, which even now when I talk about it, like it was Khalil kind of just like playing aim labs at some point, but the whole time it just felt like it wasn't the 100 Thieves that we know. And going into this next week, like, are they able to kind of make up for that?
Sure, and I think there will be. We've had Zix on the post show before and talk about sort of like how he approaches the game and how it's so details oriented, finding the small like wrinkles in their game. Because I think that's where they got exploited, especially on that Haven map, was their default open towards A lobby was so similar consistently, and then you had Khalil finding ways to call around it and abuse that, and they didn't adjust in server. I think that was a big wake up call, and this week everything they will have been working on is fixing those details. Now they have real reps playing a pretty new comp on a new map for them.
Yeah, well, let's actually go ahead and hear from the newly retired player himself, Busio, standing by with Elizabeth. What you got?
All right, Busio, simple question. What happened last match against Furia?
Yeah, I think against Furia, we just weren't really playing ourselves. You know, we were kind of being a little too aggressive, not really caring what was going on. Didn't really play together as a team.
So is that aggression what you have fixed specifically for Leviathan?
We reviewed their game, and I think an aggression is a big part of our game, and we just need to do it properly and not incorrectly like we were doing against Furia. And I think we reviewed over the Furia match. I think we'll be good for this match.
Well, then kind of a left turn of a question. You are a very active person on social media, specifically X or Twitter. Do you think your Twitter activity affects your teammates at all?
I've never asked them, but I hope not. They know I'm trolling, so probably not.
They look disinterested, so I'm guessing not.
Yeah.
Cryo's inquisitive eyes says otherwise.
They talk about me.
That being said, though, there was something, a good takeaway, I think, from that, for sure, Athena, in that Busio talking about their aggression. Like, they like to play aggressive, but they were doing it improperly. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, exactly kind of like to touch up on Mimi's point earlier, where she was talking about the comps towards that Haven, and also, Ender, you touched upon this as well. They were fighting along every round. They were getting rolled. They could not figure out an answer to the breach and the neon stuns. They could not understand how to kind of go past it. And normally, in 100 Thieves fashion, they kind of talk about it, figure it out. But they just kept steamrolling through it and trying to kind of brute force their way into it. And it just felt so weird. Like, I feel like that's the biggest issue that they had, which is they couldn't figure it out. And then in turn, they were just kind of like losing all the map space that they could.
I also think specifically that KO comp's answer to A lobby tends to be a lot weaker than when you, like, because that knife will come out, it'll get you information, but a lot of the times, once that cooldown is gone, it's really easy for these neon breach comps to go for these quick re-clears, or even on defense, be ahead of that space. But for 100 Thieves, I think what was also failing was on their defensive side, when they're playing a lot of these flood retakes that are normally really good for them. We just saw fundamental issues. Maybe the micro comms are a little bit off. Players not quite swinging together. There was a lot of issues that went together to end up in that close loss to Furia, but that's a lot to focus on to improve this week against LEV.
But I feel like those things are usually like the small issues that you can kind of fix, like overnight.
Joga with the Prime. Thank you for the 8 months,
like, hey,
man.
we shouldn't be playing like this.
Thank
Hey,
you for
when
doing
we know that they're contesting along, like, let's just fall back. Let's retake it. Let's do X, Y, Z. There's like protocols you can just put in place. So overnight, technically, those are fixable. So I'm not too worried, but also it just looked really sloppy.
We'll check in after map 1. How about that? We'll see how things play out there.
I'm about to be so wrong.
No, I'm with you. I think that most of the issues we saw are very fixable.
Yeah, I also agree with you guys, because you know, this team, especially with the way that they have built it and everyone that is there, it really does feel like they're easy to talk to, easy to understand what the faults are, and then to try and address it. That's something that they've talked about numerous times in the past too.
Golden Boy, I want to talk about Leviathan.
You know what?
Can we talk about Leviathan?
You know what?
We're talking so much about Thieves. I want to talk about Lev.
Go for it, man. What do you want to talk about?
Look, honestly, I think I'm like the biggest Leviathan shill, and I know you guys are all going to try and shut me down on it.
Yep.
And I know that Leviathan, we're playing ancient, dinosaur age compositions here with the Jet, but I am going to, again, shill for them and say they played Ascent and Icebox. They're on the Jet maps. It's OSPOS. And I still don't think every team has to adjust compositionally, especially on these two maps. They look solid in their 2-0 win against MIBR.
And I don't disagree with that, but I still feel like the issues with this team are, first of all, I think there's a lot of the times over-reliance on individual plays. I think of that Ascent, and quite honestly, I think they won because of Tex. He had, that I can think of 4 rounds on their defense, and he was almost single-handedly winning rounds of insane individual performances.
It's a shame that they have such insane individual players.
But I'm saying when you go up against teams like 100 Thieves who can match that performance, who have, in my opinion, better fundamentals.
Than Ospas?
His aim's insane.
Really?
His individual performance is insane.
It's a
but I think 100 Thieves have proven themselves to be a better team throughout the run of this. Sure,
with their 3-3 record.
Insane 3-3 record. I don't care about
Damn, these two are just going at it, dude. You don't even need anyone else.
Stage 1.
No. Mimi has a huge point because do you remember the Sunset game? I forget who it was against, but they had the most.
No, I don't.
They had the most insane protocols. They were so quick
against
with their
NRG. Are you
against
talking about
NRG. NRG. I think you're right.
Yeah.
LEV. They had
but
the
everyone
most
was insane against NRG.
protocols off of flashes. They knew exactly what to do. They moved and synergized as a team. I think even more so than 100 Thieves probably at their peak did. But now when I watch LEV, I don't feel like I have that same feeling. I feel like they are relying a lot more on hero plays.
Ever drink coffee or tea? Nah, I don't like either.
I know it's Ospas, but you can't just have one person kill everyone
Well, we had Tex just the other day. Mimi was telling me all about Tex.
Against MIBR with 2 subs.
Checkmate, you lose.
Checkmate. Wait, you know what though?
Shazam, who doesn't speak Portuguese, and
let's keep talking about more individuals.
Let's do it,
shall we? Like Mazzino, for example. Actually, he would have popped off. He would have been the guy to be like controller of the week, and Khalil not had an absolutely banger of a game against 100.
All right, Chrissy, talk about the individuals. You love them.
Yeah.
I mean, Mazzino's out here flying. Like, what can I say? I don't know. Like, Leviathan, because they played these 2 maps that we already know them on, they didn't have to show brand new things. They just played good Valorant, in my opinion. Yeah, maybe it's a little loose there playing against MIBR, but like, all things considered, I'm happy with this team's performance.
Okay. What did you make of their performance in Shanghai?
You know what?
Because they played an MIBR 2 subs. What did you make of their performance in Shanghai?
You just heard it. You had to see his face. I would.
He's just going in.
To say the very least. That would be my.
I think they played poorly as a team, and when their individuals did not show up, they lost against other teams that can play to a similar level. I think that they rely too heavily on those players to show up, and when it doesn't happen, they lose.
No, see, I'm checking the Google Maps right now, and we're actually in Los Angeles, California.
Not Shanghai.
Not Shanghai. So,
Elizabeth, just take it away from me. We got Mazzino.
Dad are fighting
Just do it.
All right, Mazzino, we're in the new meta. There are a bunch of duelist changes. What are your thoughts on the new meta, and how does that affect your playstyle?
I really like this new meta because it opens like a lot of possibilities, like of compositions on every map. And on my playstyle, really, it adds chaos to the game, and I really like playing on the chaos. So yeah, I really like this new meta because of that.
Well, you talk about possibilities. We haven't really seen you change anything composition-wise, and why haven't you done that? And can we expect anything to change in the future?
I'm only gonna say that we only played 1 game, and it was the first week, and we didn't have much time, so you will see changes.
Will we see changes today?
Or no.
I love that. You'll either get changes or you don't.
It's Schrodinger's agent comp.
Hey, I'm excited to see what they do one way or another. But by the way, this actually is a little bit of a rematch, right? These 2 teams facing off against each other multiple times in the past twice, as a matter of fact. I think it's safe to say both teams, have a decent understanding of one another. But this is going to be an insanely competitive game, and I'm looking forward to it.
I think it's going to be fun.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a banger game. I feel like both teams have really good ideas.
Yeah, for sure. Now, the question on everyone's mind is, Ender, who did you predict?
Well, I mean, obviously, I've been talking so much about Leviathan that
naturally you picked Leviathan.
I naturally picked 100 Thieves.
What the hell, man?
So why were you just espousing?
Because 100 Thieves did better in Shanghai, right? And they have better team play that they can overwhelm individuals.
I think we're in Los Angeles, California right now, so
I'm getting strawman. I'm gonna leave.
Just take it to the stage. Let's bring out our teams. Unbelievable.
Riot Games Arena, let's get this game started. Give it up for 100
Thieves! Yeah, basically just trolled them the whole time. Giga banger? Maybe. could also be really messy. See.
Impactan las olas, controlan el viento y buscan victorias que se escuche para el Leviatán.
Brad chose LEV, yeah. He was, I mean, she was spot on about the Na'Vi game.
It's our final match of Sunday. 100 Thieves taking on Leviathan. 100 Thieves looking to right the wrongs from week 1 of stage 2. And for Leviathan, they just want to keep on adding to the total. Keep on adding in the win column and in the champions points. But can they manage to take down 100 Thieves that, well, you know they're going to want that dub today?
They absolutely do, especially after that massive upset you were talking about in week 1. But this is such an important game for 100 Thieves. 3-3 in the standings. Their chances of making it to the playoffs, of making it to Seoul, very much on the line here. Every win counts for these guys.
Indeed, it does. And I mean, of course, you know, for Leviathan, Ender, you know, you're such a wise man when it comes to all things.
Faster on Neon? I think it depends on the map.
Doesn't predict him honestly, to win. The map's what interests him the most in terms of
okay, kind of expecting it on
where
Haven.
We'll see new comps potentially, and I don't really think so. I think Bind is a pretty solid raise map.
Okay, well, they let Bind go through.
Are playing that, and honestly, I expect Osbos to still be playing Jet on Haven.
I feel like Bind
Dead on Haven? I think he's
going
going to be playing Neon on Haven. Maybe I'm just totally wrong.
Boost morale, kind of play the mental game against the other team where they're going to be super aggressive. And I don't know, I'm looking towards 100 Thieves for this one.
Makes a lot of sense. 100 Thieves didn't look great on Haven.
Patterns of just defaulting over and over again, and even running into the same obstacle from time to time.
On Haven, I'm really curious to see if 100 Thieves sticks to this KO idea, that comp they debuted last week. I'm wondering if that is their read or if they're going to go into something different. This is a team that I'm actually going to be pretty surprised if they make significant comp changes. You could play
hyper comp now. They won't do that.
In fact, I'd love to see it. He was great on it back on Fracture way back in the day on 100 Thieves. But something tells me that this is going to be one of those matches for both teams where we're getting a lot of older comps.
Bind is going to be fun, right? Because this is on 100 Thieves playground, and I mean that's what they.
I still think this is the best comp on the map. I don't think there's a reason to change. For all I've been chilling for Neon, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a very, very strong comp.
I'm not fully. The Omen's very cool, but in terms of optimal, I wouldn't.
Cryo's always great on Brim, so I mean I think that's fine.
I think Osbos is literally going to play Raze or Jet on every map in the pool.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just so damn good at both those stages.
Until a team makes him play something else, right? That's really what it boils down to. All right, well, this is it. Last match of Sunday, Riot Games Arena. Let's make some noise as we get ready for this matchup. And send it over to your professional yappers. It's Bryn and Sideshow.
Let's get to it then. Yeah, LEV versus 100 Thieves. An important match, honestly, in the grand scheme of things, but I've been saying that every single match we've covered in Super Week. So it's hard to really see the long-term vision with a lot of this, but in terms of the standings, we know that roughly once you get to that 6th win, it makes a tremendous difference in terms of getting
Bren,
champs,
hello.
eventually champs, you know, the playoffs themselves. That's the main goal for all these teams.
And even for a team like 100 Thieves who have a lot of championship points already, you want to be able to get to playoffs because you can't guarantee that even those championship points you have are going to be enough to get you to champs. So you need to be able to get into playoffs.
Right, let's see what these teams have got. I don't even know, dude. I don't even know what to expect on this one. I really don't.
3-3 record goes up against a 5-1 record.
On defense.
Expect Leviathan to be the favorites.
100
Most
Thieves
people, I
on
think,
attack.
though, looking towards 100 Thieves as the team with the advantage in this, based on just having a better performance in the Stage 1 playoffs mostly.
especially on this map. I mean,
yeah,
the
Molly missed as well. It's not a great stuff for 100 Thieves.
Doesn't shove King off the angle, but he's going to at least give them respect. Working
away. Molly over towards the long, hit the roof, and then he gets one tapped.
That's an important one.
It's huge. It just relieves all of that pressure over towards A. LEV, if they want to, can start making the rotate.
Zero top seas is very good. Ascen's going to be ahead of most of this now as well. That util sails into the back line. Con being removed, just couldn't stand his ground against it. Asna overzealous, man.
I respect that, man. He jumps from the corner so his team can get the trades. King did incredibly well to get 2.
Versus 100 Thieves, and LEV not messing around here with the timing. They want to try and take this one fast and loose. Aspas is left alone to do the most. 2 shots to the body, all it takes. 2 left in the chamber, left to the 1v1. Him versus EU. Comes down to the wire.
Okay, that was a good attempt, though. Shout out, honestly. Shout out to Asana here. That jump in the corner is big.
Very active there from 100 Thieves.
I like to see that kind of stuff.
Once they got the plant down.
And they hit a cool Teva nade back sight as well.
Combo. It wasn't. They still had the C's active later on, so...
Wait, was it not?
Marked him up, I believe. And this kill almost made it feel like LEV had a great advantage
in the
round.
Dink into nade? Oh, Dink into nade.
Feels like he's not safe. King did a great job of being able to collect 2 in elbow, but not enough. And if you think back to what stopped Leviathan from getting a better position,
I'll keep an eye on pistols. 1-0, obviously.
Where they did at times look like the best team that we had in the league. I know if people have been watching the playoffs, and also LEV's pretty poor performance at Shanghai, it can feel odd to be reminded that Leviathan at one point we were thinking were perhaps the best team in Americas. When they battled Crew towards the end of stage 1, that's what we were setting up.
Yeah, living up to the title of super team, but
it hasn't felt like that recently.
100 Thieves sticking with the Antico.
A little bit sloppy.
They did this, this is like, what, 5 times in Shanghai?
One of their favored maps, so going to be expecting them to be looking pretty dominant.
Don't blame LEV for having 4 people here.
Squad, and it's an important series overall for them. Obviously, sitting at 3-3 overall standings. A win on the board, getting themselves up to 4. Everyone counts.
Yeah, and also some fairly tough competition. They still have to play against Furia and MIBR, but those are not free. Oh, I mean, they've already lost to Furia, sorry, but they still have that upcoming game against MIBR.
EG, Loud 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And while earlier on in the year, maybe we would have thought, yeah, no problem, should be a breeze. The deeper we get, even the teams towards the bottom of the standings are looking like they can do damage, and 100 Thieves know that better than most, having just lost 0-2 to Furia.
That's the wrong.
They know exactly where Aspas is. It's not getting away with anything.
No chance. And a very clean conversion of this round 2 from 100 Thieves. Like you said, Brent, they're on the attack side of Bind, which was, they were untouchable. Definitely. Even though the results may not have exactly mapped 1-to-1 at Shanghai, I do still think 100 Thieves were the best team on the world at this map. They just put a target on their back by being so damn good at it. And it's the attack side that was working phenomenally for them. Aspas instantly picking up an operator as soon as he could.
No armor.
Glass cannon on the raise, no boombot, no satchels. Purely relying on the op.
That first shot's going to be so vitally important. Usual exec that 100 Thieves like to go for towards A. Sending Asna in. Trebuchet in him.
Rokoas, thank you for letting me know.
Potentially to support. A smoke's blocked off in the face of Aspas, and again, seeing Asna already takes up that spot and space. That's just spam into the smoke potentially.
Oh, who is that lunatic?
Revealing himself, even though
how they alive?
Trying to dominate that position and retakes control of Shower. Spike drop down in the middle of nowhere. Detainment somewhere towards the back. Cryos hunting and beaming them all down. Eventually going to be back there. 2v2 is what it's going to be returned to. Doubled up now, hopping over the top, returns it.
I tell you what though, for a bonus, only one person surviving, that's pretty legit.
King with a lot of value on the pistol round and manages to get his way up to the top of the scoreboard again by winning a really important clutch. We're seeing 100 Thieves prioritize very early on here, this idea of going for a jump peek and having the second player swinging behind. Both times that we've seen someone go for it, that front player who goes for the jump is just getting eviscerated. It's a nice push from Cryo there to collect 2. And honestly, LEV bailed themselves out of a pretty bad spot there as Aspas' op got no value.
Okay, fade eye out over towards showers, but they hide from it.
King forced to pick up the judge, but you're not really bothered about that on bind. Hookah extremely difficult to get through. Aspas position given away by that Dizzy is going to have to return into a bit of a more passive crossfire alongside Tex.
Free reign going to be given up towards showers as well.
Yeah, and 100 V's literally just hold a default at the beginning just in case there's any kind of push.
Slow and steady from 100 Thieves. They don't want to rush into anything.
All goes into hit over towards B.
Looking like they want
and they're making
over towards B long.
Sound and pressure over towards showers.
Down to that minute mark.
There can be gaps in
just going long and doing the normal exec.
But once they gather up for the execs, those look very drilled. Both orbs being used over here and both running out of fuel, so an open avenue for
level no sound over towards A. Aspas gets over here, has a nade, 30 seconds.
Release to stop them. I think Aspas has the nade in his hand, and there it is. Sails right over, lobbed it into the corner, forced them back and
wow,
around.
Boostio, okay, I was going to say this nade was on Boostio's head.
To two-piece, alt-earn, rocket, still ready.
20 seconds.
And waiting, fires and lands. 3 in a round for Aspas himself. This guy's looking demonic. And bang, can only do so much. Tucked away into a tight corner of only 10 seconds. Running away, EU. Down to 1v1 once more. Surely can't do it again. Forced to stick the plant. Now it's the only possible. Win gone!
Oh, honestly, respect to EU there. He nearly won that. That was impressive.
Shuts him down.
Hey, back-to-back rounds. One person survives, but gonna be enough. 100 Thieves has to eco.
And one of the stats that I was looking at the most coming out of 100 Thieves lost to Furia, one of the stats that I thought told the story of the match was that there were 8 multi-kills of 3K plus that Furia managed to put up against 100 Thieves. 8 on both of the maps. That's almost a third of the rounds where Furia were able to get 3 or 4 kills against them from one individual.
That's insane.
I mean, that's ludicrous.
That was a lot of
kills.
Yeah. And that speaks to 100 Thieves not quite being able to trade out those positions, not anticipating aggression on defense in some spots. Normally 100 Thieves are pretty good at being able to shut down.
This is a good chance for them to try and stack up a lot.
Yeah, against Furia in
get
that
a
game,
outlaw and it can only one-shot 2 people.
Having inordinate impact, and they've got to stop people on LEV doing the same. It's very difficult when you're going up against people like Aspas.
Now we're going to be seeing the silly gun doing a bit of work.
Cryo, surely not.
Sound hookah, easily enough.
Speaking of the silly guns, Aspas with an outlaw as well that he's taking over towards market.
It's less silly. He's shrugging over there. They can't see it. He disagrees. Everybody walking themselves over towards LEV here. Nice little double stack. Wall goes down. Wants to take a face as well. That's right through the wall. How did we get a second? Definitely did the damage. Just holds the trigger there. It was patience being played. Bang. He's returned to the shot to the brain. Boostio trying to take that timing straight past the smoke.
LEV
will get punished in the
really
end.
wanted this clean win.
Very limited onto this half by 100 Thieves.
30 seconds left.
Bang's going to try and work things here. If we can do a little bit of damage to the economy, it would have been useful.
4 people don't have to rebuy any armor. This is a really nice round for
LEV
them.
have been winning, but they haven't been concrete, decisive wins up until the anti-eco. Leviathan really trying to put an emphasis on pushing out of short, I've noticed. You know, they took on the pistol round the fight against Bang really early on. And then since then, they keep pushing forwards, they keep trying to fight aggressively. We've still got
double ult for 100 Thieves, double ult for LEV.
It almost feels a bit like a bonus.
This is going to be pretty mental. 100 Thieves, if they lose this, got eco.
Heavily reading into the fact that 100 Thieves are going to go
if they get a
plan,
plant, maybe they force.
That's smart when you look at the ults the 100 Thieves have as well.
Similar round to what we saw earlier, just straight up default. Hiding from the fade eye again, just waiting for some kind of push.
Yeah, one of the classic
makes a lot of sense when they have this many ults if they wanted to push.
To send the fade down through showers and then running the other 4 players going for the exec down short. And this has been exploited in the past. We've seen people tucking into pocket and the fade utility is not there on the short exec. Now, these should be things that 100 Thieves are aware of because they were getting caught out on bind by teams pretty heavily anti-stratting them at Shanghai.
No punish in sight there for the jiggle again. Time is running short here down to the minute mark.
Yeah, not too bad though, and they're grouping up over towards B, which is very weak currently. It's only King, and he can't even shoot from elbow right now. He's got a judge.
I mean, this is
so
the
he's
exact
just
same round as what we saw earlier.
We're calling for the reinforcements for the Dizzy.
The exact same thing we saw earlier. If anything, 100 Thieves have less time for it. The only thing we haven't seen so far is Aspas gambling with the rotate.
This will be just essentially that
The LEV on this one, just playing more off-site. They want to let them use the ults, and then it's going to retake with their own ults.
Clears out most of the side, so peace of mind there for 100 Thieves.
If Ascent gets his kill, it's
going
all.
for elbow aggression in the post plant, but looks like they're not opting for it this time.
So as soon as this fish goes out, you would imagine that Tex receives the Brim on his head.
Used. One for another. Haunt over the top as well. It's going to be dealt with, and he order strike. That's beautiful.
Yeah, they tried to tether nade. They're a little bit late with it, and now they can just fish ult. I think 100 Thieves might have messed up.
No real danger here, but Boostio still tucked to the corner. Still, LEV winning this one out with all of the guns. The weaponry
low
doesn't matter if
HPs.
it was subpar. They're dominating their positions. And already in onto.
Yeah, you got the shroud spam.
EU doesn't look like he wants to try and go for this, but the spam's just not there, not through the wall in time. So, full stick and a retake.
Well,
success there for LEV is really surprising
they,
to me.
I mean, they messed up their timing on the ults there, really.
King got a kill throughout all of that with a classic from elbow. He's just hiding in elbow the whole time with his judge, and he eventually got a kill with his sidearm. I mean, it is on a detained player. I didn't quite realize that. It makes it a bit more reasonable, doesn't it? But yeah, the whole of Leviathan, extremely patient. At the same time, though,
Brimalt, I would just always save the Brimalt here for the
that's even in that area, and he was the one that got detained in front of Garden. The final player that stays alive is in Hookah, and it's not planted for them.
Yeah.
So, you know, if the plan
they kind of went into their normal protocol where they normally just play it with a tether. Like if a tether hits, then they go for the ult. They messed up the timing.
Are not looking great here for 100
And I think when they have that ult, you got to change your normal idea.
Put into pause in the play, but it honestly might have been better spent just holding it in case they use the thrash.
Which they said in the interview they're going for a slump at the moment.
Potentially.
Yeah, they kind of flamed Sentinels for being burnt out, said they wouldn't burn out, and now they're saying they burn out.
Like that is that Cryo genuinely thought that was the timing they were going to retake. Right? When you're a player in that situation,
a little bit of karma. I'm not going to lie.
iPad the entire time.
No, of course.
Playing Fruit Ninja, just waiting for them to go for it. No, surely he'll use the thrash at some point, and then they run at you with guns out. So, you know,
kind of flamed as a stretch. I mean, they literally said we won't burn out.
I don't necessarily fault Cryo for going for it, but there are problems with the way that 100 Thieves are getting set up into these spots, and they're down onto another really poor buy. But I do think that they're finding the right ways of being able to get into positions. They're just failing to convert.
Again, it's going to be that cautious tail. 100 Thieves playing it out. Beginning of almost every single round, honestly. Just this slow default, seeing if they can catch any form of aggression. But LEV are perfectly happy to wait them out.
They had a patch change at least. Sentinels didn't. Sentinels played properly 3 months before everyone else, though.
Apart from that, they are very confident.
You gotta give them that. They were playing the off-season properly when it was the whole Pancada or Zelsa's thing.
Over towards B. And that's not going to be successful too often, but they're very confident in the idea.
Here's the setup from 100 Thieves, at least. Oh. Prowler's going to be just expiring. Short of the mark. Here's the Mosh. Selling overhead alongside the Dizzy.
Nice.
And the
Nice hit on this one, though.
So 100 Thieves committing a lot of big tools now to try and win this one.
Oh my goodness, how did that hit him? I thought he was going to kill himself with it as well. Okay, and he doesn't get the plant off, so someone's got to pick this one off. Double smokes deep as well, very hard for them to get back onto the site.
Molly ended up missing.
Yeah, Molly from heaven tried to hit the box, just went a little bit wrong.
Could be absolutely crucial that Molly missed there from Mazzino, because otherwise the pressure on this plant would have been enormous.
Jump over the side. Aspas trying to set his team up, but it's a little bit delayed. Boostio.
That was nice. That was nice timing with the Tevra. Not that the Tevra hit, but it was nice timing of it.
Empowered now, and King, last one left. 1v4 scenario. Does not look winnable, not with a pit in his way. Even with the disadvantage he's facing. Will be forced to save at the end of the day here. So, the committal of ults from 100 Thieves. It's going to work out. They're going to hunt down these kills. They're going to want Cryo to do it. Oh, he's found himself a rifle. He's happy. He's backing away.
They're just sending Bang forwards because he was the player with the stinger.
Yeah, it's a lovely round.
It's about building up the economy at the moment rather than trying to focus on ult.
Let's see what let's see what they got the official.
Pushed into the dirt a little bit to begin here on Bind. That's a great one to be able to put on the board, though. They were in a disadvantage, but again, they actually find themselves in a spot where they control the site. But this time, one piece of plant denial utility missed. So they're in a favored player advantage, and they're able to get the plant down and play opposed with the pit. I think if Mazzino had landed that molly, the rest of Leviathan were ready to retake
land that
on
molly.
the next. You know, as soon as the molly expired, they
He's
were
trying to
ready
shoot a
try
molly
send that
through a
forwards.
smoke by pinging the floor of where the box is.
Didn't work out, though.
Instant
like,
pick
I
to
get
try
it.
to deny
Probably
some
should be
short
hitting it.
control
You would
here.
practice it on the server.
That's
But
one of the main areas that 100 Thieves are going to try to
I would
go
also
towards.
understand why he's missing it.
Seeing Bang really favor this attacking Viper's orb.
Works through smoke
deep
lineup
up B
in
long.
like back wall. Problem when you have that stuff is
Trying to
just
make it difficult for Lev to play in that
gonna
area.
get spammed.
Aspas is worried anytime
You're,
that
like,
goes up,
fully
well, they could
covered.
be trying to pop through it. So he's taking the risk of going inside the orb.
This is risky. The crosshair placement of Bang is impeccable.
Nicely done on this one. Lev called to hold over towards long, and we just have an instant drop of the smoke. Double kill.
They never know whether there are players behind this Viper orb. Very difficult to deal with. Perfectly played by 100 Thieves.
And it did, dislodging the defenders.
And still Boostio calls the very slow approach to this round,
Yeah, I mean, they
expecting
can still
some kind of play
force.
to be made. And we can see that it's happening over towards Showers here. Com just looking for that mid-round information, seeing
they
if he can
dropped
push
the
up,
Viper
find the
roll.
timing. We know that Com
Drop to the
loves a
Viper roll.
flank.
They
Mazzino
cleared
is so
showers,
damn
get a
committed.
full
He has to be.
rotate so they can
Anyway,
get
he's
two
gonna have
here.
to turn this round
Zeno?
away. Maybe
Ooh, they
potentially
didn't expect
Prowler
him.
in his face. Fully blinded
Oh, you
up,
got another
still
one. He actually
gets
did
two.
really good.
The
Did they
question
expect
is,
this
has he
guy
got
here so
enough? Is he
early?
locked on? King is on top.
Okay, 3v5.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. Dude, shout out on how proactive they were on this.
Prostrate at his feet. I can't believe he's pulled that one off. The aim just looks so snappy.
Yeah, the first two kills were
What
so
a
fast
difference
with
it
this.
makes when King is on fire for Leviathan.
Oh, yeah.
You know the peaks that this guy can hit. He's been a
I mean,
monster.
you got to do a small shout out
all
to
across
Com
his
here, though.
career.
Like
But
3v5,
when the
he goes
team's
proactive
struggling,
over towards
his
showers,
mechanics
clears
take
all
a
the
bit
showers
of a
to make
dive
the
as he's
sure that
trying to
this
figure out how to call
Viper
forward.
can get into this
But
position to make
otherwise,
this
the
happen.
movement is so
Like,
impressive.
Com gets a
Here's
silent
this horn that
MVP for
lights
that
up
round.
people over towards Fountain. Shouldn't really catch
In
on
the
the back.
3v5,
Playing
just
a
played
very
all
safe
of this.
position.
Rotate in.
But that was a 3v5. And Leviathan won. 100 Thieves can't catch a break. This is their map. This is their home territory.
Got to be able to close out rounds like that.
Mazzino should never be getting two in that situation. The haunt wasn't actually very good from EU over towards the garden. But let's let bygones be bygones and focus on the here and now.
Yeah, and here and now, Lever stacking, at least with 3 players, looking to try and fight and contest this one. Slight gap into the smoke. Mazzino can play inside that one on top of the truck. Can't be playing from that position, at least Mazzino. And Tex have got their watchful eyes onto this one. Nade rebounding over the top. You're still a minute on the clock, but 100 Thieves, issue has been forced. Doubled up now into Lambs, praying that somebody will just wade into them, but doesn't look likely. There's a lot of discipline on display right now from Leviathan.
And look how good the plant denial is from Lev. They're never allowing 100 Thieves to just get it down in the first wave. Mazzino dominating Showers control now too. Very tough for 100 Thieves to turn it.
Yeah, it's a nice smoke though.
They're going to need the same level of ridiculous individualism that
Creates a
we just
good
saw
amount of
from
pressure.
Lev.
Also blocks the fact that he can pick up the spine.
Sees the angle of fight to be taken. Aspas winning is out. It's an individualistic moment.
That's so
Right for the
unlucky
smoke, Mazzino
timing-wise.
seeking them out.
Yeah, nicely done from Lev on
Put a
this one.
finish to it. 6-3 now.
Gotta look over towards it.
got.
Going down to another eco.
An early days in this match, but what a return to glory this has been
Yeah,
from
Lev
Leviathan in
looked
terms of the level of Valorant they're playing currently. This was the team that everyone was looking at during the middle portions and the late portions of the regular season in Stage 1, saying, hey, this could be the best team in Americas. Like, they are playing some excellent Valorant. And then towards the playoffs, it looked sloppy, post-plant problems. Shanghai, genuinely...
Don't talk to me about Shanghai.
Yeah,
I mean,
genuinely dreadful from Leviathan.
Dire stuff going on.
But they've rebounded, and they're playing really well right now.
And it is looking better. Aspas looking to punish. Bang! Just holding that one for the rest of his team.
Reaction, they hit a side with 2 people that can just wall up Molly though.
To offload that ult. Even utilizing it against the weaker buy of 100 Thieves. Molly going to be stopping them in their tracks, surely. 100 Thieves looking to disrespect past it, but
it's only Ascent in.
Yeah, Ascent to solo, isolated. One player to make something happen, already with a shot hit. Zeno taken out, and now just finding the timing out throughout, but that should be calmed and called. Going to be aware of the fact that he's flanking. Full attention over towards Octagon for now. Again, a lot's going to be asked once more of these 100 Thieves players. Not with the guns for the job. Still, Aspas will not be denied.
Whoa.
Running just a mockery.
He's on his way back to another ult.
It's a 4-piece for him.
You're up. Stay safe. You're going back in.
Started around with an ult, three on top.
He's been there the whole time. The big wins that they got during stage 1 against Crew, against G2, those were powered by Aspas.
Just sitting on that fish ult. Yeah, is it 3 rounds in a row or 2 rounds in a row?
He needs help.
You gotta use
today.
This one.
King, Mazzino, they're delivering it. Only a single round, and I believe that was an eco that 100 Thieves found after the pistol. This is a horrendous way to start the series for 100 Thieves. Coming off the back of that upset to Furia.
It's rough. A lot of the success on Bind for 100 Thieves as well. It comes from the attack side rounds.
Yeah.
Well-drilled executes.
They've got big ultimates to work with here, though. This one is the best chance they've had ever since they expended all of those ults to win the Thrifty in round 7.
And again, not willing to rush into anything, just making sure it's slow and steady.
Dude, every time they hold this default, I swear.
But
to be honest, they're finding the correct course.
This one's a little bit different though.
That they're hitting.
Yeah.
Way more people
they're
going
not ready
hookah.
for Leviathan's plant denial.
One or two things just chewing them up here. Asuna.
A great tether. Oh my god, this util was sick.
Sailed right past. Potentially could have been a winner for him, but no, not quite. Nade off into the corner. Tap of the rifles, King. Steady hand, steady aim still. We're playing this one side by side.
No way. Asuna's still alive.
In play, but Asuna finally brought down to his knees. Tex following up through the window and through the back of the site. That's going to be the plant. Boostio committing to 2v1. Tex might be able to take this timing. Maybe brings it to a 1v1. But does he know he's being flanked?
Yeah,
that's the
any
question.
idea? Wingman creates so much pressure. He can tank that.
He's revealed his position, but
whoa, what a shot.
The call coming too late.
I think maybe he heard it. No, I think he didn't hear it and his teammate heard it.
That's a bonkers final situation there. Bang, he had to run all the way through spawn.
I felt like Asuna did really good again, to be honest.
Tex already knew that he was coming from that direction. And Tex was none the wiser.
And does the molly even kill Wingman now? I'm not even too sure.
No, I mean, it's not going to be super useful in that kind of spot.
Yeah.
You're expecting Aspas to be able to get one from that spot, I think.
Listen, it got the job done.
It did. And I think 100 Thieves, they need to be able to get to 5. They've just used their big ultimates, but one away from getting Nightfall online.
And this looks pacey.
All these showers, we got the Gecko on this one as well.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Taking that showers control.
He should be wrecked.
Aspas forced to take the shot early, but a Prowler in his face is already the orbital strike.
I tell you what, he was pretty calm on this one.
And cut them up, it does. It's 1,000 cuts and Death by it in this round. 100 Thieves. Only with Cryo and Asuna left standing. And again, you're going to be asking for miracles from them.
Aspas? Yeah, he kind of looked at it and was just like, well, I can tank this molly the whole time.
Just stops 100 Thieves.
Ignore the Gecko molly, don't step into it.
It's a lovely setup. And EU gets melted. They know he's the only person in showers.
One enemy remaining.
Spamming the smokes.
Pretty sure Com hit a tether on short when they ran up as well, right? To combo with the ult.
Being assailed. It's inevitable. It's going to be the 8-4 finish here. Asuna have to pull off the play of his life,
I mean,
think,
what
to
a
make it out of
half.
that one, but no.
What an absolute half from them.
Is the finish. 8-4. Really good lead by Lev.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, this is 4
excellent.
with a pistol.
All of their game plans are working. It feels like they've got a great read on what 100 Thieves are going to be doing. The team play is looking nice as well. I mean, look at that setup. Beautiful to catch EU, knowing he was the only person there. Detain comes through, easy kill. Leviathan have 4 multi-kills of 3+, 100 Thieves yet to get one.
Yeah, everything going right now for Lev. Let's send it down to our desk to hear what they think about it.
Lev looking great in that first half, an 8-4 lead here, Mirna, and it seemed like everything was working out for this team. The individuals are coming online, and these late round retakes in particular were excellent.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy to watch 100 Thieves default and try to get map control and just absolutely be dumpstered. They could not get past certain points. Even when they did get those first kills, they could not capitalize. They couldn't get into sight. They couldn't get into the post-plant situations properly.
And look, people told me that 100 Thieves, their team play would win out. And look, it starts out good, but you forgot about the individuals. Look, Mazzino getting 2 kills there is disgusting. And then from on sight, like these shots breaking the Dizzy 2, King is unreal. Mimi, where are we?
Los Angeles.
Where are we not?
Well, we're not in many places, I feel like.
Specifically?
Well, like anywhere else.
We're not in Shanghai. Leviathan are back, baby. They're smoking 100 Thieves on their best map on Bind, up 8-4 at the half. Ospas out here doing Ospas things. We didn't even have to show you those highlights because we've got King and Mazzino doing the heavy lifting. Mimi, 100 Thieves, they're faltering against the individuals of Leviathan.
The prophecy has come true. I mean, it's insane because so many of these early rounds, it seems like 100 Thieves is doing so much right in their default, getting themselves in a winning position. And then it's just falling apart to individual performances.
Specifically in like post plants too, right? Like Leviathan had this one retake where 100 Thieves are getting people smoked off, Dizzies aren't being broken. 100 Thieves were really struggling to deal with the utility.
Ender, oh no, I mean Ender owned it because he also picked 100 Thieves, so it's like he has a win-win.
The timing wasn't right. The crossfires weren't right.
He defended Lev heavy, so he can fall back on that. And then if they start losing anyway, you can just be like, well, I picked 100 Thieves. It's fine.
We'll have to see if
A 3v5 loss. That was all down to combo, really, in my mind. I mean, obviously the individuals did insanely good in their positions to get multi-kills. Especially Mazzino, to be honest, getting 2 when he I don't know what utility 8 here.
Yeah. It looks like 100 Thieves need some.
Triple Sheriff.
And the devs were talking about post plants, but a lot of the time Lev were just denying the plant from even
Triple
going down.
Sheriff.
It'll be interesting to
One
see
on a
what
Viper,
style
one on a
Thieves
Gecko.
run. They were previously doing a
Wingman
lot
for
of defensive
pistol?
re-clears against slower paced teams. And this one, it feels like they're doing this B pistol strat that teams have run. Viper wall is really difficult to get info on both sides.
Ayusha with the Prime, thank you very much. Appreciate the 21.
This is just to try to
Thank
pull
you so much for
attention.
the 21.
All a bit of a ruse.
What a shot.
The Maiden switch is
Yeah,
already
wall
pulling players
goes up. You
rotation.
kind of got to play one
And if you
elbow,
wanna
one
talk about
side, but you've been
individuals,
told to play together.
Opens things up again.
That's right. Might have gone for another one.
At this point, though, Boostio's got the read. You look at him rotating over towards A, and Lev might have missed the timing here.
Yeah. There was a potential window. These were players rotating away from A with a smoke drop down in their faces. I've lost that window. Dizzy's pre-aimed. Cryo locked in.
What a flash, man. What a timing in the flash. Oh, no. How?
I can't get away with that, son. That
How?
is dirty work.
Dear Aspas. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's insane. He did it again just without an updraft.
No words. Gross.
Oh, boy.
That's disgusting. I mean, the Dizzy gets so much value there. From Boostio, who's rotated over towards A.
And the flash was incredible.
Does it
Dude,
matter?
Cry is just going to be devastated.
No, it really doesn't. Yeah.
And this just here, I mean, my goodness.
It looks ridiculous from his POV.
Tragic. The 100 Thieves players flooding back in one by one to try to right the ship, hoping against hope that they can pull out levels of individualism that we've been seeing from Leviathan, and it's not the case.
W movement, yeah. It was really good.
Barring a ridiculous thrifty here, Lever in complete
That
control.
one pretty much summed up what Ender was saying the whole time. Like 100 Thieves, they've enabled their team play. We've got a flash to enable this guy to get a kill.
A slump
Somehow.
and you know, there's been a lot of
Aspas dodges like what, 7 bullets?
To be able to adjust, etc., etc. And Lev did get knocked out of Shanghai a bit earlier than 100 Thieves,
They did,
but
they got sent back.
But honestly, it wasn't
Glamorgal.
Both of these teams were there.
Glamorgal? Yeah, Glamorgal.
Setup is quite
With
nice
the 5 gifted. Thank you so much. Chat, you know what to do? Let's get some oiler slugs. Spam going. Thank you so much for that, dude. Go gifted. Make sure you say thank you to him as well.
Be pre-fired.
Glamorgal, thank you for doing that,
Position
dude.
of Lamps here, just trying to buy some time for the rest of his team as well.
Hopefully I'm saying your name
in
right.
through the back as well, but he's swarming together, and he can win on the cards potentially. Takes what is that?
Wait, what?
Straight transfer and around with the ghost in hand, sidearms. Apparently, the play in that scenario, 2v2.
They're so weak.
Column single digits, Hex. One shot to the body from a Sheriff will do him in. EU, precisely the weapon. on hand. Nails it.
2 HP.
One to the chest. One left to stand. And
Holy, they equaled them. Dude, what was this spread from Texas Stinger?
Order there for 100 Thieves, and it was all set up from that cheeky play out towards B long.
I really hope we get a replay of it. That looked mental.
Has just been thrown out to 100 Thieves as they were
Back
sinking
spread,
into the
that
mud.
looked so dodgy.
If they can start to right the
Dude,
ship
that
and
happens
get
to me in ranked,
themselves
I'm probably reporting that guy.
into this map,
Like, if I'm spectating Tex,
they've
I'm
still got a
reporting him.
chance here.
Nah, I report that, I think. That's crazy. That is mad.
And you can see what it means on Boostio's face there.
Dink, dink.
Now, the danger.
Leadox, 21, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you, thank you.
He still lingers.
Yeah,
What is that spread?
With a Vandal and full armor. He's torn through them so far. 14 kills across 14 rounds.
Leadox, again, thank you
and a
for doing
4K
that.
under his belt.
So, 2 people that had
looking to cement the lead.
Ghosts, and I think it was a Sheriff. Whoa, by hero guns into it.
Absolutely sublime.
Yeah, lovely
His
shot.
aim is so strong.
There might be more where that came from as well.
Yeah, he's just got his own personal bodyguard. Dude, King's turning around to see the spacing as well. He's just double checking he's right behind him before he jumps the corner.
Need to be made. Boostio might have been considering. He's trying to swing out and wide.
Oh my.
That decision out of him.
Damn, bro. He's got a whole team jumping in front of him to make sure he can get kills as well. The first shot was very nice, though. The first shot was impressive as hell.
Beautifully set up. I mean,
Hey, well,
that is exactly
they did it back
how
to
you
him.
empower your superstar player. King leaping forwards.
Yeah, leaping forwards, and then we got 2 people in front of him distracting. We've got a flash on top of it.
And then trading. As those final players flooded through, that's another 4K on the board for Aspas. His 3rd of the big multi-kill rounds.
Yeah.
And the 5th 3K plus for Leviathan. I mean, it is feeling a bit like the game against Furia. 100 Thieves, they just can't stop individuals from snowballing against them at the moment.
Beauty of it is in this map here, I mean, Aspas, a lot of it's coming from support from the rest of his team. He's been set up for it. He's not forced to deadlift everybody.
Higher, lower, contact, tether. This guy drops to the side nades.
Holding the angle though. Slide jiggle with it. Sees is good. With the connection, finally, they bring him down.
This is the same setup that they used to
I'm
win
not
the
sure that
thrifting in
nades ever
round
getting
14.
kills.
Not sniffed out.
I think that like that has potential what they're doing, but that other guy has to be spotting, and this guy has to have a nade here ready.
Weaved his way right past, and the Wiser! Comp falls. It's going to be an upgrade. Available with the rifle picked back up. King wants to slip
Wait,
himself
what's Brim
past,
doing?
maybe catch
Brim's
Tiny
sending
on one
in
of
to
his own,
Hooker on
but
his own.
Lucio's aware of this.
Brimmy?
Pinging it
Chris?
like they could have
The duel going
worked their
on.
way in through a short. Wants
Yeah,
to hold on to
Mazzino
Shout's
spots him over
position.
towards
It's the
Hooker, and then
100
goes
Thieves
all the way
looking
back.
to right the wrongs again of the previous round.
The teams with the light economy finding those advantages early on. 30 seconds left. Is there any plant denial here?
Down King is super isolated.
Oh my god, he drops down as well.
Plucks him out of the picture. Tex is low enough. 1 damage, 1 single bullet will do it essentially.
Good luck to
here.
Mazzino.
TP
Oh, they
through
know where he
finally
is
with the
now.
punish.
It's
Mazzino,
done.
though, they know his positioning, and he's the last one left.
What
in
on
a 1v3.
earth
All they gotta
is
do is
this?
hold this one
50
down.
into
Trust in the
50
teammates.
into
Boostio
50.
with a full stick through. That's another thrifty round.
Back to back to back. 100 Thieves are just desperately holding on.
Dear_Faye, thank you with the 3 months. Appreciate the tier 1.
It's going to be Aspas
Oh,
with a
hello.
hero
Thanks for
rifle.
doing that.
100 Thieves at some point have got to dodge the danger coming towards them and shut down these individuals to stabilize. They've run this same thrifty setup with a triple stack and then the C's from the player
It's
close.
actually not. It's not as bad as I thought. They nade deep and then they double swing for anyone that's close. Pretty cool still. Yeah, I take it back.
Get a bit of stability going.
The double swing makes a lot of
Very
sense.
close to it.
There's combo to kill here,
One away
guns
from
to
the
kill this
showstopper
area.
orbital strike, even with Thrash sitting in the back pocket.
Haunt thrown over towards Showers. Com pulling people over towards A. EU was in spawn, just playing that rotate position. But the spike, the exec, heading over towards B. That's where Tex is. That's where Aspas is going to be if he picks up the showstopper.
How is your Twitch name? Stephen Liggy Botfrag. Surely that's not a thing.
Easy
You guys change Twitch names so much, man.
As I say that, the spike's starting to head back over
No, I
towards
didn't
A,
even realize
just
people
as EU
changed Twitch
starts going
names
towards B. So
until
they are
like
playing the rotates
about a month
really
ago.
well.
You lot have been wild with it.
Right there.
Good calling here.
And a push and pull of players.
King and Com combining together.
Might not be much of a defense on the side of 100 Thieves here. What's going to be asked for?
That'll be huge, chat.
Alongside Cryo, they might just try and delay. Yeah, he's detained. He needs
Dude,
some
they
coverage.
tunnel vision for this guy. He's just strolling out of there.
A volley at the feet, I think, potentially coming from Cryo. That's just to prevent them from really just trying to dive onto him.
That's Mazzino's molly.
Mazzino's?
Yeah. So I think that
They're not going to eco them back though, right?
Catch there
they might.
Didn't quite work.
Still a shot.
Oh my god.
4 cylinders
Wait, they got no smokes now. Do you... That's all?
Cuts away the sound cue, spam into the corner. That's going to be that entertainment still. Maybe that advantage.
Whoa, that was nice. Oh, and Aspas hit triple with his. Yeah, and unless Com gets a kill, I think this one's done. Okay, the first bit of normality for this one. And we got a game.
First big successful retake for 100 Thieves, and the anti-eco finally coming online. 100 Thieves can stabilize a bit.
I thought he was going to use his Razor a lot earlier than this.
Going to another really important rifle round. Showstoppers traded on either side. Look at that hawk.
Wait, where's that fade eye? Holy hell, that fade eye got everyone.
Pretty nice stuff, well coordinated. And as Ender was talking about, there was a lot of discussion. Is the team play of 100 Thieves going to win out against the individuality of Leviathan? I think looking at recent form of Lev and how
when
they
top
played it
showers,
tonight, a lot
oh
of
my
people
god,
were
it
on the
was
side of 100
giant.
Thieves. They're looking good. Don't worry about the loss to Furia. As our desk was pointing out with their power ranking segment yesterday, it was simply a case of the 10th best team beating the 2nd best team. Upsets, they do occur.
Crew and 8th. There's some words to be had with the power ranking. I'm not gonna lie. Listen, I don't want to throw too much shade.
Everyone's got their own opinions.
They can't answer back. So listen, I'll slow it down.
But at the same time, a lot of things are in flux, and when you come back from one of those international events, it can be difficult to keep up your form. But I think for some teams, they had a fire lit underneath them, and I think for Lev, it was a bit of a wake-up call, a slap in the face, to realize they are better than that. They made some changes, shifted around their coaching style. It departed saying that he wants a more aggressive version of
Leviathan. 2-9 loss bonus, so they can
want to swing, want to take their fights, and are not
let's see if Lev get a plant. If they get a plant, they're all good. They can buy next. They got 2 ults, so hopefully they're looking to win this one anyway. We got double Brim ults, so everyone's trying to hit the Teba Brim combo.
Yeah, certainly.
Could be scared of these.
Not much moves in terms of which team's going to be favored in this round, really. Still some big ults on either side. Maybe Lev with the edge, but Bustio just jump spotting. Sees the top of Aspas's head. I think it's going to be giving him a slight indicator, potentially. I mean, Lev, you can feel the fear, I think, as well in their steps. They are very worried about these trap plays.
And this is already nice from Lev, though. Set one over towards Hookah. You're going to hear this guy jump spotting. Okay, they hear this guy jump spotting, and they're like, you guys need to try kill this guy jump spotting. So they're going to try time it, walk out, crouch, shoot him, and then they're going to group up, hit back over
especially when you've been inserted, as King has here, and you don't have too much help.
This was nice though from King. No way they popped the molly. Just it's crazy timing. Okay, so instead they want to fake over towards it. Oh boy.
Oh, that's a delivery. Spike dropped down into his lap along with those 2 kills. 100
That was
Thieves.
insane.
Gonna be happy with this one.
How is Bang?
They read that was a hard fake. There was no response to the nightfall.
I don't know how Bang
Bustio did
was
not
so
move.
on top of this.
Cryo stayed glued over towards B, and Bang delivered on his off angle.
I just popped the smoke.
I feel like both
so
of these
early
teams
though.
have been feeling each other out quite well.
Yeah,
on
like
the
he was
attack
jump
side,
spotting
still
for
finding
ages.
good areas to end, and that's one of the few times where the calling from the attack side team.
And then just as they were gonna punish him and jump peek in, he pops the smoke and goes to the other side.
Really highlighted it too much, but I see this devolving into that, battle of the
Makes
minds.
sense. Yeah, that was sick.
Over one another, but 100 Thieves slowly creeping and crawling their way back up to potentially going even here with Lev. It's a really important win in that round as well. We'll see how it affects the economy. Might still be able to get a buy together.
Yeah, it looks like they will scrap a buy together. The B-long control has been a massive
Yeah, great off angle as well.
for Leviathan. Think about the 2 thrifty rounds that we saw.
Yeah.
Those were both going up B-long and getting caught by that same trap play, like you were calling it.
A lot of people surviving for 100 Thieves on that one as well, so their money's really, really good.
Inside garden, and they're again bang on an off angle, catching. How 100 Thieves were dealing with that was that they were throwing their Viper Orb over towards B-Long.
They were absolutely sending it.
Across the map with a molly. LEV, do they want to try and go off of this one? It looks like they're trying to set up something put together, orchestrated, maybe an exec. It's a little bit disjointed though. And Ascent has managed to get ahead of a lot of this now. He's going to be playing this tucked up, close position. Potential for the anti-flash. Orbital strike not going to be getting too much. Satchel through! What is that? Snap straight to the dome with Ascent dropped down still. It's going to be ultimate.
Oh my god. Everall. Really good.
All of it. Tex, he's going to get the plant down at least with the wingman, and he's still alive and active.
Okay, Tex and Mazzino has to go unreal here.
Through it, brute force. He's to be on display.
They've done pretty well, man.
Forcing out the util. Mosh pit.
They did pretty well until Boucher popped in.
Raw gunplay at work.
Hey, getting close.
Lovely high-low setup as well, though. One player over towards bench.
Ascent did very well to get a kill here.
Great team play there for 100 Thieves to get it across the line. Com got completely caught there over towards Showers. I mean, he was out of the ultimate, and then he walked back into it. Couldn't tell you exactly what. He must have been afraid of being peeked from the retake. Lost the awareness of what was going on. Com, obviously, it's no secret, has been struggling massively with his form.
I'm pretty sure he's just tethered so he couldn't move, right?
But he's still not lighting the ball on fire, obviously.
Poor guy, man. They're going in on him and he ate a tether. He can't move.
Saying that there was a Caesar play.
Yeah.
But, I think locked into place. The decision was made for him.
There we go.
Essentially go down to it, so.
Bail him out, Bren.
Leviathan, I did miss that.
Leviathan, again, trying to take some B-long control. They don't have that same attacking orb. King is using the
Poor
orb
guy.
over here in the classic
Being
spot.
dogged on and there's nothing he can do about it.
Now, in my opinion, on attack side of Bind, you can't really do that very well anymore, but they're using a Brim Smoke here to stop the angle from on top of Tube being taken.
Dude, it's just the game, man. There's so much that goes on. It's so... Like there's so many little things, and like if you look here and something happens here and then you miss it, or you're not looking here at the util, like it's so easy to miss stuff in this game.
They drop down. There's a lot of noise being made here. Reclaim with the molly, yeah, mosh pit.
I think a tricast could be good in this.
Cutting it up. Aspas needs to do a lot here.
Wow, man. Yeah, they went for the reclear. They knew, yeah, they definitely knew exactly they were going to go for this.
You saw Aspas, as soon as the first piece of util was thrown out, he tucks himself in that corner. He knows exactly what's happening. LEV look very prepped right from the beginning of this map.
Already? Yeah, I wonder if it was like something similar to like once they've punished here, then they normally go for the reclear. Like they'll punish and then they'll make sure that they give you the space.
To come out the better end of it. Making that adjustment to take some B-long control, throwing out a smoke early on, even though it commits Mazzino to only having 2 for the exec itself. No problem if you're ending B. It looked like
always reclear, yeah, they have always
reclear. LEV take one step closer to winning here.
I mean, the problem is they've just shown this comp so much, right?
We've taken the swap of sides. 100 Thieves are doing a better job at it, but it may end up being too little, too late.
Extremely back and forth, but finally, LEV finding a bit of a solution to that B-long take. They were missing the protocols earlier, but all came together just then.
Yeah, and the advantage of that smoke is it stops
you
the
here?
high-low
Hello,
setup,
Titan.
so there's nobody
Hello,
to
mate.
play contact from sight, and also it allows you to focus all of your guns on the left side, so you don't get caught by bangs off angle either. So it actually works really nicely against both setups.
What an absolutely savage gecko flash.
Decide to do the reclear a little earlier, perhaps.
Yeah, sick.
Before they've taken guard and control, it might be a little easier.
Yeah,
but I think Leviathan have got to be credited for having a great read. Timeout call by 100 Thieves, and Zix is going to try to add his input and see if he can make this comeback a reality. It was 4 in a row for 100 Thieves just up until round 20 that we just watched.
Doing a good job of stemming the bleeding for a little bit, but like you said, there's not much room to work with if you are 100 Thieves in terms of the rounds left. I mean, 2 more will do it. Be a map win to lead the series up on 100 Thieves map pick. Which is Bind. You know, we're all expecting this one to be favored towards this team. They've looked really, really good all year long. Don't need to say it much more.
Yeah, it's been their home territory for sure, but I think because they were so good at it, it painted such an obvious target on their backs.
Big old target.
If you're going to anti-strat 100 Thieves on any map, it's going to be Bind, right? Because if you ban
with the 22
else,
months, El
you know
Schlumpo as
that
well.
That's going to be the first
Same time
in the series.
Blindness,
So it makes
thanks for the prime, mate.
very
Hello, thank you for sending that as well, dude.
And I think
appreciate
that's
the 22.
double-edged sword when you've got a map that's just so good for you. Everybody else is going to be trying to take you down there. Whereas Haven,
it's a good timeout because
who knows what is going on there?
Yeah,
this could actually get pretty bad for LEV, right? Fish all into potentially getting the Viper to plant and win the round.
Enough about that. All eyes on Bind here. Through.
Wait.
Molly going to be dodged and shoot.
Is this not going to be Fish all into Viper planting to lose the round? No, Wingman goes out to plant. Okay, maybe they. Wait. Did King get the kill? King got the kill. I thought the Raze got the kill.
At least with the elbow control and maybe just everything banking onto Cryo trying to take this flank timing, but he's slow with it.
They're not watching for the hookah flank. But at the same time, I don't think it's going to help them get through the pit. Here's that second wave of the Thrash that caught bang.
Clearing it out. They do spam it down. It's nice movement, potentially dodge those bullets. The K's kicking in as well as putting that.
100 fees is so much money, they might as well go for it.
Able to see his connection. At least Boostio does find the one, but no easy targets finally. Cryo reconnected with the rest of his team.
What a fade, eh?
Setup is just immaculate. Still the pit doesn't cover. It needs to be covered from multiple angles here. With the smokes in the face, sticking in.
Whoa.
King, has he done enough?
Oh, that was close in the end. Yeah, that was close. King had to get out of his Viper ult just to double check that.
What a setup there.
Yeah, nice and simple from LEV here though. And when you're looking at 100 Thieves, they just gambled wrong with the 3 stack. Yeah, it's kind of like a 50-50. Do start 3B, do start 3A. Oh, this was nice though. Molly in the smoke to make sure he can't help his team out on site, so he can't shoot the Fish ult. But this is a good round.
That was Con just getting caught towards the end, but this could potentially be a final round.
Three chances. QZ90, thank you so much, mate. Appreciate that.
This map
Thanks for the prime.
That's what it comes down to, but as we were saying earlier,
yeah, dude, this Molly was really cool though.
I just need one, and they brought the operator up into.
Is that just the Molly lineup from here? Whoa.
That's pretty big, and it breaks this B long setup.
It's not. It is. It feels like that's everything, man. The smoker. Like now they can just create a bit of pressure, wait for this wall, and then they got nothing over towards.
To send that on somebody B long, or possibly even through the
taking down the smokes here is insane.
Taking contact, but now that entire idea falls to pieces.
Aspas, another kill, gets his ult
towards hookah. This is how the house of cards can tumble after just one pick.
Is he broken? Fired off by the op. They know where Aspas is.
He can just hold this now. They don't have a flash to get.
EU this off angle.
EU has to kill two. Pretty much. That's just the round done.
They're going to be ready for it, and they spot him.
Oh my god, Boostio.
Thrash sees round and about, but it's going to get spammed down. It's 3 players space.
LEV handled this insanely well. Good luck to Boostio.
That leaves Boostio alone. The IGL to do it all. One shot found. Still tucked to the floor. Dizzy.
Oh wow, Boostio did unreal work.
Still maintains that composure. Maybe he's done enough. It's a 3v3, but a spike is planted and down. Full rotations now by 100 Thieves, just to stay alive in the map. Takes getting cheeky with it. It's forward. Out through elbow to seize connects. King is low, at least with the decay. Prowler through as well. Asana wraps it around and whips it around, at least with the rifle com. Forward, debated switch setup.
Asana kills in mid-air because he's tapped the vulnerable of the molly. Dude, hey, shout out to Boostio on this one. Boostio kept him alive. That was impressive. 2 there. What an absolute hero. Okay, 2 chances now for LEV.
On the second swing at least, the first one Asana had to finish the kill himself. But EU with good utility pressure, denying the fact that Aspas keeps getting these opening kills, and what a performance from Boostio in that spot. EU completely abandoned him. Asana with one of those.
Dude, this guy keeps getting jumping kills. He was the guy on Icebox, right? That got the
2 more rounds to take
got the guy in heaven.
It's a hard ask for 100 Thieves.
That's probably the most mental jump slot I've seen in the game, I think.
He's looking a little weak.
Change hands a bit. It's going to be a showstopper.
Okay, respect. They take each other down. Now Bang needs to kill one. Okay, I think because he doesn't get one, that should be it. EU has ult. They want a fast flood. Boostio has a op. Can't pick anything up.
Advantage again. A lot going to be asked.
Where's the rifle for Boostio?
Yeah.
His economy was
have a
flourishing,
backup
but he didn't
one.
feel like he could commit to buying a Phantom or Vandal for him as well, so he's on the retake with the op.
Dude, Texas Fish ult.
Potentially looking dire here.
Oh, you can't kill us with the AWP.
Clear it out. The shot misses. Teammate's got his back. Out and through here. Nightfall has to be committed, and you have to make a go of things here. Only dodged by the one player. Got to try and at least get yourself
they have
into
no
the site.
Viper wall.
King,
they have
speaking
no.
of nuisance, time ticking away. Mazzino,
Okay, they have one brim
holding the
smoke.
slightest of off angles.
Gotta protect Wingman. Wingman halves it.
Cryo. It's already doing quite a lot here.
Great fade eye, man. Com hit a great fade eye at the end here. Shout out to Lev. This was a good game.
100 Thieves map pick combined.
They did some good homework as well.
Early on in this series.
That's a great opening from Leviathan there, finding huge individual performances.
Yeah, the individuals
towards the top.
Wrecked
Looked
some
like
rounds.
an absolute nightmare for 100 Thieves to deal with. And this old reliable map of Bind ends up biting 100 Thieves. Lev just looked so prepared.
Some good moments from 100 Thieves, don't get me wrong, but yeah, not enough. When Aspas is in that form, 23 and 16.
Yeah, I think
stop him.
At the same time, underperformances from players that we expect more from in the 100 Thieves camp. Cryo, Bang. I need to see more from them on Haven.
Gonna be stepping away up next. GB and the analyst desk breaking it all down.
Oh yeah, we get Haven, bro. So happy Haven's back in the map pool. I wonder what I mean, I imagine Aspas is on the jet, but I kind of feel like there's a world where they play Neon. It's very strong at the moment.
In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Okay, chat, gonna spam me some ads. Back in a little bit.
Red Bull gives you wings.
concurre la mira de Aspas. Y Tex por ahora consigue la primera eliminación, la segunda también, la tercera va en busca de eso. Quedan solamente 2 balas. ¡Ay, la paranoia no conectaba!
Second one with shot, crowd swings out. That's a 2-for-1. Now the tap on his flag. Gets the ace to get the extra innings.
Here with the coach Leviathan Itopata. You stole 100 Thieves' classic bind away from them in pretty dominant fashion. Obviously, we saw lots of hero plays, but I was talking to Kam earlier today, and he was telling me how he just feels so confident he's able to be himself. You know, working with the boys now, how confident are you in them, and why are you confident in them?
I'm pretty confident. As you see, we're playing really good, and I think that's the main part. I feel like everyone understands how we want to play, and because we're able to replicate it in the server, I feel like everyone is super confident. They're playing together. They're picking with confidence, and that's one of the most important things in this game.
When you say how you want to play, what do you mean by how?
Like our game plans, our play style in general. I feel like right now we understand it way better on how we want to play, and that's why everyone is so much more confident.
All right, best luck on map 2.
Leviathan managed to pick up the win on Bind against 100 Thieves, a map that they have certainly had a lot of success in the past, but this time around it'd be Leviathan's day. This is their map, at the very least in this series here. Welcome back, everyone. You got Athena, Mimi, and Ender as we break down what we saw in map number 1. And honestly, I mean, you know, Ender, you were kind of cooking, buddy. You know, you talk about the individuals, you know?
I mean, like, genuinely, Leviathan is a team where if you don't do, like, the basics perfect, they're going to beat you, right? If you have holes in your set pieces or anything like this, if you're weak in your openings, right? Because Leviathan do such a good job of setting up Osboss to get early kills. And then again, even when you have a numbers advantage, like this round is a perfect example of the spacing 1 by 1 coming through that Viper's wall. Yeah. It doesn't matter they sent a Dizzy because King is snapping up to break that before he gets those next 3 kills.
Yeah, it's literally one gap in how you're scaling, how you're trading, and one of these players is going to get a multi-kill. 7 rounds where a player from LEV was getting multiple kills in 1 round. Wow. I think a lot of that was coming from the defense where these anchors were eating 100 Thieves up. That's their win condition. They hit it. And for 100 Thieves, I mean, this was a struggle compared to what we've seen in the past. I feel like they were leaning really heavily into their structured plans, and when that was failing, they were just kind of falling apart.
Yeah, we were talking about this a little bit off screen where we said that their defaults were just so slow, and every time they did manage to get any of those first bloods, they were not able to capitalize off of anything. Even their retakes on these post plants were just so slow. They had to take their time to coordinate their plans, and every single time it just felt like they just took so long, and LEV abused that.
Yeah, and LEV, I mean, you heard it from the coach earlier. He's really focusing on making this a more proactive LEV that's taking the right risks, taking the right timings. I think they did actually a really good job on their defensive side of being disruptive, fighting forward, and stopping 100 Thieves from just going for these set retakes, which is a big part of why they won this map.
Yeah, well, now the 100 Thieves is down a deficit here, 1-0 in the series. Let's go ahead, jump over to the other side of the stage. Hear what Coach Zix has to say ahead of map 2.
Here with Coach Zix of 100 Thieves. It's not often we see bind stolen from you, but we did see that map pick stolen from you. I talked to Boosie earlier today, and I asked what went wrong last game, and he said we were sloppy, we were too aggressive. What went wrong this time?
I mean, to be candid, we're definitely like in a bit of like a slump period. And I'd say we've definitely started turning it around the last like 2 days of practice. And I think basically like the way that it works is like you actively think about something or you passively think about it. Our team play used to be so passive that everybody's just doing it super naturally. But I guess maybe confidence was a factor. But because of how confident we were, now we have to kind of focus more team play again because we started focusing more individually. So we've been kind of going through that phase, but I do think that today had a lot of really good signs despite you know, how our attack half looked. There's some bad rounds, obviously. But there's a lot of good signs and things that I'm looking at that I see are like, obviously, like we're fighting well together throughout the match. Like Peter was jumping and entering really well for the team. So those are things that I'm looking at that are like really good signs going into the next, you know, this next map, the matches to come. All I'm interested in is playing good Valorant. And I think the back half showed that we're here to play some good Valorant, but first half did not show that. So we'll see if we can carry it over into Haven.
Well, always appreciate your candor. Best of luck on map 2.
And that kind of aligns with what we were talking about before with this 100 Thieves team. You know, I did like that passive to active thought process, right? Like some things were instinctive for this 100 Thieves lineup, Ender, but now you're starting to see that become a bit more difficult for them to put together in some of these rounds.
Sure, and I think like that interview was very candid. I think Zix usually gives like pretty open interviews in that regard, and I would say that it's also very easy when you have like a focus on something that you're working on for other things to fall apart, right? So if they're focused on, you know, like trading together, fighting together, stuff like this, maybe they are taking more time actually getting into a site, etc., like you were sort of alluding to.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I guess it is that we saw, but that being said, this was their pick, so I feel like for me, from my perspective, it should be a lot more fleshed out, that you don't need to take that much time in order to kind of set yourself up for success.
It is an interesting contrast, though, because I feel like Leviathan in that map was playing very cerebral Valorant, right? Like, every one of these players, seemingly when they see a timing and opportunity, they're swinging together, they're fighting together. We see 100 Thieves going back into that same comp on Haven we saw last time with the KO. The question, what is Lev gonna play? Does Aspas lock the Jet, or do we get something
Wait
cool?
for it, wait for it. We got the neon, baby. It's in there.
Okay, that is exciting.
Okay.
I want to see what he can do.
Aspas
with this.
neon,
honestly
okay.
has something to prove here.
They
The
might do
last
it.
time we saw him actively playing Neon
Breach,
was
so
Masters
they go for the
Tokyo
normal
way
comp
back
just
last
with,
year. I think this is a great comp on
Neon.
this map, but we haven't seen him on the Asian in a
Asuna
long
goes for
time.
a KO.
And he's got to
In
be
a minute.
great. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, indeed
KO
it is.
over
Is 100
Breach.
Thieves going to bounce back, force this map 3? Let's go ahead and find out. Send it over to your casters.
At least
One
got the
more
silver.
time.
Kinda
Brandon
fine.
Sideshow.
Certainly about to find out here. Heading over towards Haven. Definitely a map I've missed, man, as well. We're seeing already.
How do I feel
the
about
meta
this
changes in effect.
competitively? I think it's gonna be
Neon
sick
being
to
played
watch, to
quite
be
a bit.
honest.
Not too much change in terms of the initiators, but you know, Neon.
I see it playing out a little bit like Icebox
dabbled in
kind
it
of
in
mixed
the
with
past,
Breeze.
At least trying to play it.
Doesn't sound great,
Yeah, absolutely.
to be honest.
Now, you know, front and center, a lot of teams just making it a priority.
And Furia certainly did. That was one of the
Yeah, I
big
think
reasons that they
I think
were
it should
able
be
to
pretty
beat
good.
100 Thieves on Haven, was running this Neon Breach idea, though they paired it with a Gecko Killjoy. So slightly different, but the same theme of setting up that primary duelist, and Aspas, all eyes are going to be on him as to what he can do, especially on the pistol, where it looks like he's going
Yeah, and it looks like they're
down mid.
absolutely
I thought they were gonna
sending
feign
it.
like they were taking
3-person
that A lobby
push,
control,
retake
the
over
full
towards
line
C.
across the board,
Double
but
info with the camera.
Making sure they face it together, break the turret nice and early.
Yeah, and that puts a lot of fear in 100 Thieves that there could be somebody deep down.
We do a so they
do a
smoke
decent
long
job of
and then
clearing
they
it
do
fairly
a
quickly.
recon.
Looks
Clears
like they
long,
wanna
but it
pivot
doesn't
into a
clear
hit.
short, so
Yeah,
they're going to keep two
walking
people
up, two
here.
players to meet
Especially
them.
when they see that recon.
King and
They know it.
Aspas up through the back here, and they're just walking
Great
right
stun,
into
man.
his crosshair. Placement's there, bit of a glide as well, disengage, but just decides to take the fight straight up.
Hey,
Wants to
that
try
was
and
a
at
nice
least stop
start,
before they can
man.
even
I
get the
love
plant
the
down, and he's done
reposition
just
from him.
that.
He just used the extra movement speed to just
EU.
get where they had already cleared, where they
Alone
thought it was
here,
not going
right
to be.
click, doing a bit of damage, but position's known, picks up the upgrade, 4 bullets though. Not a lot to work with. And
Really
Tag
nice
goes
round. Shout out to
Tex.
Aspas here, that was great.
Finally sniffs him out, hunts him down.
Another 3K from a
Chat.
player from Leviathan.
This, right?
They're 8th in the match.
I think it's 2-1. I think
Aspas
it was
doing a
1-1
great
for the
job here.
first.
The desk wondering how he would be able to perform on Neon. And looking pretty good so far. I mean, Aspas is pretty happy taking duels against people
His
when they're not
subs
stunned.
them.
Imagine how unfair it is when he's
Oh yeah,
swinging you and you've been concussed.
Brador99 with the 4 months. Thanks for using your Prime
Not
on
gonna
me.
feel great. He's gonna
Appreciate
pick
that.
up a
And
Vandal
Kenny
round
Lakes as
2
well.
as
Thanks for
well.
the 2 months.
He's
Yeah,
feeling it.
dude,
It's just
TMB not
unfair.
streaming
Top
again? What's
form
going on
for
today?
Aspas.
There.
To be fair, I can't talk. I miss
Predicting
him
as well
days.
that they're going to be trying to farm up these orbs. To dart. And they use it here with a full
Reinhardt.
spam inside though. It's a little bit
Thank you
delayed.
for the Prime. Thank you.
But for 100
You went to
Thieves,
sleep. It's
I
pretty
mean,
valid.
unless you're going to farm up
It's pretty
Aspas'
valid.
ultimate, not
It's like
really
3
that
o'clock in
huge
the
odds to use
UK.
to, like, get
That's valid.
deep onto a site.
2:30 a.m.
Com faking,
Let him off.
baiting somebody into punishing him by tapping that ult.
Rocket Kitty as well.
Punish
Rocket
bang,
Kitty
nice play.
64.
And he's
Thank you
drawn
so
the
much
other
for the
two
Prime.
players of his team into
Appreciate you
defending
using Prime on me.
Looking good here, Lev, in terms of their defensive protocols and rotates. I think 100 Thieves are a little behind the meta, trying to run Sova and the KO on this map. But I think that comes back to a wider discussion with 100 Thieves. If you wanted to run an Eon, it probably wouldn't be Cryo. And then it means you have to shuffle around all of the roles. Do you want Cryo to play smokes? If so, what's Bang playing? You're probably not going to play Neon with the double smokes.
It's good damage done to Tex here, but okay. Pistol of their own with the classics and the right clicks. Shouldn't be too much danger in for this round.
Oh my
We're
goodness,
doing a lot
ding,
of
ding,
damage there towards the end by EU, but overall,
They
put the
don't lose any
focus
guns though.
on Lev for a moment here. I feel like, scriptwriter's getting lazy, still in the same storylines that we had for them, you know, the rejuvenation that this team's had. In stage 1, it was like a bit of a slow beginning, questions circling around this team.
KO on attack, I got some pretty good stuff with KO on attack, but I agree. I just think the breach is just better on this map.
A very strong start after a sloppy Shanghai performance, and honestly, I'm pretty surprised. You know, they've handed the easy win versus MIBR to a degree, you know, playing with 2 substitutes.
Finesse normally gets the prime now with the go-to. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, I need this guy to win, man. I need this guy to get the jumps. I think there's a lot of you.
A crunch is straight through the mall. Bang. Cuts it up onto the tight angle here, but Mizzino follows through in the end.
A lot of people in the FNS camp.
These ideas. Many layers to it as well.
And the Thieves in a slump. I don't think they look great on this map. I think that's one of their big issues as well.
The Neon just pairs so perfectly with the double initiator because you're able to follow up on that utility instantly. It doesn't matter how far the distance is.
I got the spike.
Bang is pressured super heavily by that aftershock. Recon out as well. Stun. And then you've got Aspas barreling towards you.
Ryu as well. Ryu 0071 with the prime. Thank you very much, man.
Good luck to him. Have to be a hell of a clutch. Slight bit of noise made. It's going to be spotted by the cam.
Wow, my eyes are down.
One problem removed. 40 seconds to work with. Time going to start to get whittled down. Not making it easy for him, are they?
Hey, what?
30 seconds left.
No, he's found a little bit of an opportunity if he wanted to take this over towards A.
Fault lines up though. Force him off the plant. Shot dart, not sure where that one's going. Maybe a bit of a distraction play.
Okay, very nicely handled though.
Reign supreme. Lev went out their bonus.
It's a great strategy from Leviathan. And they caught 100 Thieves perfectly. So, I mean, a lot of the time when you're going to run some kind of crunch on an area of the map, there is a little bit of luck involved. Do 100 Thieves actually commit to fighting for A long in a round like that?
Oh, there you go.
Caught them perfectly.
And
as Mimi was talking about,
Neon in
it's been a
2024.
long time since we saw Aspas play Neon.
Yeah, I mean, it was Tokyo, right?
But at the moment, Neon just looks
Tokyo,
so
no
powerful. And Aspas, even when he plays Jet, is known for his movement.
Thank you so much.
Stringing things together.
That's a difficult one, though. Sure.
Does get around the corner, though, and we got back up, and he is one-tapping everyone. And they used the Sova. Oh.
A second triple kill back-to-back from Mizzino. Got one on the bonus round and then cleans up for Aspas. Quick shutdown.
Oh, I imagine he popped the ult when he had 2 more people that were alive.
He's on fire. I mean, the scoreboard was brought up briefly for a moment, but 7-2. He's carried it with the momentum straight from map 1.
But I'll tell you what's more impressive to me. A lot of the focus is going to be on Aspas because he's an extraordinary player. And he's been playing
I was invited to play a
well.
show match.
But
Yeah, they look pretty
I'm
fun.
more impressed today
Looks like
with
a stream
what
after.
King and Mizzino are doing. Because they're the supportive elements who are stepping up and making this feel more like a super
As long
team
as Sideshow's
rather
on the
than
other
just
team.
a superstar.
I'd agree.
Get some
And I
easy
think
kills.
that's a big difference when it comes to Leviathan, is whether
That's my
all
rule.
of the pieces on this roster are actually pulling their weight.
I mean, it's Lev not winning maps because Aspas goes nuclear. You know, he drops 30 where it feels like him versus the world.
Yeah.
Finally, the pieces are clicking for the team.
Yeah, he's got some help.
Sportive elements. And you've seen the panic button hit very early on here by 100 Thieves. I think that's understandable. EU whipping out the ult there on a round that they really didn't have much of a chance to win.
Yeah,
Economy was half by and everybody had fallen.
Yeah, they have been trying to put orbs into EU. That was the player that was going around picking up ult orbs, but not the highest value of being able to turn that one around. This timeout, though.
Right. 5 rounds.
I'm not sure
yeah,
really
the
what they're going to be
Sova ult would
discussing.
have been pretty nice for this round.
The bonus round was just a set play from Leviathan, not one that they're going to be running.
Lev have been adjusting their setup almost every round too.
They have. And this is another situation
Let's
where
go
they
for
do it
something
again.
aggro here.
So going for a fast push down C long, the idea here being to drive 100 Thieves into A, where Com and Tex can potentially get some cheaper kills on people with recons and trips.
Tex is really changing up every single time he's going to put this.
Oh, popped off.
Do they insta-react or do they hold?
The faster protocol,
They just
reacting
hold.
into A, instead holding their ground, waiting, knowing that even though they've given up C-long control here, they don't want to be driven into the strong site for Lev.
Not losing that composure. Nice jump spot from Com though. It's good information for the mid-round. Early there into the minute mark of the round, but...
And throughout all of this, Aspas all of that early pressure with the fault line and the paranoia has got him posted up on a pretty good angle with the Outlaw.
That's the important one.
Everyone can tank everyone can tank a shot though. Or not if it's in the head.
Perfect head height. No jump spot.
You could see there that Cryo knew he was going to be posted in that spot. Swung it to try to take the duel, but Aspas faster on the trigger.
Too quick with it. Not being tagged up as well. We'll have to respect this surely with the util coming through. There's a slight gap in the defensive protocols. Boostio weave himself in and potentially salvage.
Does he get around the corner?
Entire operation. It's a game of timings right through the back.
Oh, he
and
just got here.
Straight there. Right when his team needed it. 100 Thieves.
It's a great kill from Mizzino. Recon was nice as well.
That much more tricky. Aftershock. Laid it all up along with a fault line. Touched themselves.
Both tucked in the corner, doesn't have breach damage anymore.
Still with the flash.
Got 20 seconds, they have to re-hit.
I mean, team blind matters.
Wow, look at them all together.
Exactly where these players are.
And it was a pretty devastating beginning.
It was a great round from
100 Thieves tried to claw it back in a bit of a comeback. It's another bad start for them here on Haven. Once more, the Neon Breach compositions ripping through what 100 Thieves are bringing to the table. And the Neon and the Breach both up towards the top. Mizzino's done an amazing job of following up on all of the space that Aspas gives. It's looking clean here, the game plan from LEV. And Com fired up, you can hear him there, gassing the team up.
I love that.
And just completely different to how dejected he was at the end of their Shanghai run.
That's right. I mean, Com, when I think of this guy, I think of him as a team player, system player. And LEV were looking shaky in that aspect. Most of this year, you know, when we were attributing a lot of the wins to this
Everyone's
guy,
a one-shot apart from Boostio.
Still with the Outlaw in his hands. He's against the half armor, so he's still going to be cleaning
and
up.
that's a jump peek for the corner, as in this corner. So they're not expecting him on that off angle, so it's an easy shot for Aspas.
Now that you're seeing the system come together,
positioning from him,
pieces falling into place for Leviathan, it allows players like Com to really shine.
Yeah, he hasn't had the most moments today, but I think certainly other players.
Okay, this might be the mess up from
King are finding their spots.
Okay, that's good though, left side.
And I would imagine it's only a matter of time until we see big stuff from Com coming back.
Take it all back. They played it perfect. I thought they were going to try to hold one.
Boostio is really trying to find these timings around the rest of the map, and 100 Thieves have got a plan here.
And they're on top of the fact that this guy trying to lurk now.
Trying to find through the smoke.
Yeah, and he's just looking for the breach damage. This is the lineup that hits all four angles on the bottom, so you have to get forced into the open. And normally there's an Omen flash to make sure that you go out into the Omen flash.
Util has been dodged and avoided, but the jump through. Everybody not able to really get a clean shot at any of the Leviathan players. Able to barrel their way through the main choke point.
And how difficult is it going to be for 100 Thieves to play post plants when you're up against fault line? Two flashes that Mizzino didn't even have to use. A paranoia coming at you as well. Recon is going to be fired out. But there's just so much utility there.
It's drilled, yeah. They look good.
Yeah.
Look really good.
6-0. Dominant beginning here on Haven for LEV. 100 Thieves, they get rifles back online. Another opportunity to have a crack at this and at least put one on the board. Asana's ultimate could be the difference maker, perhaps. It will stop Aspas's legs from working.
Yeah, when are they going to get a buy round?
You know, maybe you can get him.
I mean,
they're going to do something a bit faster.
And that's the problem. That is the problem.
Aspas gets the op. Is he okay? Just angle holding on garage.
White hot in terms of the form.
He hits so many.
Straight up the gut into the B site. Along with it, Asana just hops himself into position here, at least for this plant answer.
Keep an eye on Boostio. This one is a very nice luck.
So far onto the attack
all the way through C. The KO ult hits the Cypher.
Where does he take the timing? This is a risk to be played, but it needs to pay off big time. Still, King unaware. The paranoia sent flying forwards. Aspas unable to return at least with the bullet. Still there. It's aware that Boostio is going to be that problem. Dart in his face, finally cleaned up. Now they can finally get a handle onto this retake here, but it's the best chance that 100 Thieves have had in a long while. Swapping around the guns. Aspas is fast into the fray. Cryo, it's going to be that piece of bait. Just offered up onto the front section of the side, but it's all about the post plan and how it's played here.
I mean, this was really, really nice. It's a good round from them. Okay.
They're
on the boards. We've got 3 people that have to rebuy. If they get reset here, they are so wrecked in this half.
Desperately important because they were at risk of being ecoed again there. So 6-1. Boostio found another great timing here through C.
Yeah, I mean, this is triple luck in a row though.
Tex's tripwires. And Boostio, he keeps trying to find these lurks. He's been fairly successful with it overall as well, and this time put his team in a spot where they could win that post plan. On Bind, they could barely get the plants down.
Oh, they have a recon up from over here, though.
To try and set this one up as well.
The line's good from there. Oh, the line looks great from there.
Position, bang with the cancel.
Whoa,
they wanted to commit it.
They were baiting him in there as well. Tex and Com definitely knew he was behind.
It's the absolute classic from LEV, but I've never seen it done from here. That's a nice recon.
Placing swamp grenade.
Play it down, though, in terms of this scenario. Boostio committing that one. Locked down into the corner. Taking a tremendous amount of damage, and now the Swarm just cutting him up. Placed down at the feet. And that's fast disrespect being shown. Sky is going to pay for it with his life, but he would have entertained anyway. Makes a go of things here. Trip's still up and active. No one to really play up with it, and Boostio's just wandering around aimlessly.
They feel like they have to make a play. The plant hasn't even been committed.
And bang, finally commits. In through the back here. Play has been made. Stepping up to the challenge. Paranoia at least buys them a little bit of that space here, but still, they don't know where King is. Man. They don't know where King is. Reposition, looking in the wrong place.
Yeah,
and wrong
you know it's a
time.
plant, you can flash.
Now. 1v2. At least finally the plant.
And this comms recon come up.
But LEV can just take their sweet time with this one, make sure that they can try and double up. At least play this one closely together. King's gonna be blocked off from them. Still has the util in his back pocket. Holding and posturing, I think, for that paranoia as well. Is gonna be potentially using it. Finally comes through.
Recon.
Now a bit of time. Working against them potentially with the dart. It goes a miss, but finally.
That's just tagged him twice.
Cryo pre-aim. It is there. Still there. And King.
I don't.
Fast up onto the line of side angle.
I mean, that was very nice, man.
What a round
Recon
from
was
King.
huge.
Omen Ultimate scattered the brains of 100Ts. They had no
let's test the
idea
PC
where he was
desk.
playing. Thought that he was over towards garage. And King just creeps up from C.
Stress test the new PC, see if it crashes.
A set play to open. 100T's forced to use the lockdown even to get into a plant position. Boostio tries to make the play. He keeps trying to be a playmaker for the team, but had very mixed bag of results. And in the meantime, the kind of bread and butter of 100
went hard for it, man.
Composition where you should be trying
Even
to set up
YouTube
the jet.
chat's going for
that
it.
aspect seems to have gone out the window. Cryo ends that round 2 for 8. He just hasn't been able to be set up in these spots. He's almost a distraction for the Boostio lurks.
Oh, wait, whoa. What a
Us,
read. Okay, so did they read that this is what they like to do with the ult?
To hit the neons when they're going that
And
quickly
then they
sliding.
all
The exploration by
stood
Mazzino.
back here.
It's definitely risky, man. You're up against a half by here, but a rifle upgrade obtained.
That was cool.
Pass that one off to the rest of his team as well. Still have the Blade Storm to work with for Cryo.
All stood in the line to
Hold
dodge
ground
the
down.
stun.
Even this repush, man, doubled up. I mean, Mazzino and Tex. Is this even going to be expected? 100 Thieves. Still holding. Tex is
No way, they got
Gets away with murder.
Respect, man. They're so confident. Like, doing this against an eco is pretty wild, but they already picked up the gun, I guess, right?
They're working out in their favor. Fault line into the corner. That's
They had
Boostio
this.
seeking
Oh,
to
man, he
evade.
dodged it.
All of it coming his way. Boostio will fall. Bang. Finally. It's turning up.
Everything has no bullets in.
Reload inside, potentially a wing con into the round. It's a 1v2. Taps the orb. Baits the face, but
We're on
loses
a
the fight out
little
in
bit of
the
a
end.
different
King.
page here.
Another one on the board for his team.
Still not bad at all.
And another example of the monstrous performances we're getting today out of Mazzino and King. They're side by side with Aspas. That's a great opener for us now. But in the end, the economy not quite there, and Tech's doing a great job of putting additional pressure down C-Long. The 100 Thieves players not finding their moments as often as LEV, and LEV are always in control of the tempo. This neon just sets the pace.
Yeah, they're so proactive. There's no moment of rest here for 100 Thieves.
On their attacking defaults, 100 Thieves are forced to be as passive as they were on Bind, just so that they don't fall into something quick.
Always something being thrown into the mix.
Can they finally set up Cryo to do some kind of entrying for them in round 10?
Oh boy.
Tiniest of angles that Aspas has to work with. He's just waiting, hoping, fingers crossed that somebody's going to be walking right into it. Shocked, ice cold, doesn't budge, doesn't move an inch.
His reflexes up. Supernatural.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
I mean, we can see when they're about to peak. He can't. Has to be reactions. Calm now. Hearing it. Roar and Stampede, plenty of players now looking to make their mark over towards this side here. Tucks to the corner. Saadhak pushed off. Shakhtar doing good damage. Still with a paranoia. Sweeping through Rubicon. Just was blinded up or something. Not too sure. Mazzino can't stand it. He's not into the anchoring position. Anchor. He's Aspas here with the operator in his hands.
The first time that maybe they heavy committed on site.
To the post plant. The first times they've really been set up for that success.
Finally, it's round 10.
What a shot.
Before they get into a good position, Cryo still falls a 3v3.
Dude, imagine they lose this one still. Oh my god.
There's no way they're crumbling like this.
It's so good.
No
way.
I was holding my breath for the moment. Surely it doesn't fall like that, but 100 Thieves, they just
Tex.
can't hold on to it.
Leviathan didn't even have a big coordinated retake there. They just slowly posted up on angles and found 100 Thieves isolated one by one.
Yeah.
EU even had his ult to play
When
off.
am I apologizing to Dryad? Yeah, dude, I was not familiar with her game.
It's very difficult to win with just 100 Fury in a 1v2.
Fair play.
Tex was so free and heavenly.
Dude, to be fair, the Giants one over Na'Vi was way more of a shock than this. This one was pretty close.
It just utterly crumbles. 9-1. I'm worried, I'm very worried about the fact that Zix in the map-to-map interviews was talking about being in a slump and just wanting to see some good Valorant.
Yeah, he's very candid.
He is, and I appreciate that. I really do. I love the honesty. But it still makes me worried for 100 Thieves because their record is 3-4. I mean, sorry, 3-3. But looking like it could go 3-4 if Leviathan close this one out.
Yeah, and that's a problem.
That's a big issue for them because the teams that they're coming up against, they're no slouches.
Yeah, I mean, he might be able to get an easy one against MIBR coming up next, but then he got EG and Loud.
Yeah.
And essentially, if you lose this series, you have to be perfect against them. Is really what it boils down to. There's still a chance. If you get 5 wins, you might be in. Listen, the math's
slim.
Ignore the numbers. Just trust us on this one. It would really most likely have to be that perfection from here on out if they lose that series. So just makes the road to playoffs that much more difficult if they end up going down the series here and now.
Yeah, double timeout in one half.
The less wins you get, the less
I just kind of want to see him
so
take like fast garage control or something like
the
that.
Top of the table, they might end up losing out to a team like Sentinels, and if Sen bomb during playoffs, 100 Thieves will be kicked out.
Actually, one.
They need to find a way to turn this around.
Here we go.
And whether or not it happens here,
Bit of pressure over towards A. Try and make sure the 2 people have to be there. Shout out to Aspas. Disrespects the smoke over towards long. Holds A with 1 pass and taking a stack 3 over towards C. Aspas has done incredible. I like this change up from 100 Thieves, though. It is something similar to what I would go with.
It's going to be broken. Paranoia. Bit of a team flash, but reveals them all. And finally, grabs a time to strike for Tex. Bang! These were the Guardian. There's some precision there, but a util out in his hands. Caught unaware.
I'm so impressed with these defensive setups.
Yeah, the setups are really good, man. They are on top of it. Level of crazy drilled on this map.
Their garage play.
And 100 Thieves still look a little bit
you feel
rough on it.
incentivized to commit to the C site. And once you get there, you're blinded
Dude,
up,
this
running
Omen
into
flash.
Smoke in the middle.
Like the Omen flash hit 3.
At no point can 100 Thieves just pause and retain some control over
The
the
garage,
pace of the
yeah.
game.
I mean, they went pretty
Even
heavy
when Leviathan are allowing the
afterwards.
play to come to them, they're still forcing the action.
So with a KO,
making it uncomfortable
with a KO, there's something pretty cool that you can do over towards garage, where like you knife here and then you can have a flash that pops over
Looking
towards
quite
the
similar
top.
to the pistol round setup
Maybe I would
here,
start doing that
Aspas.
stuff to take like
It's
garage
slightly better
control
than a
early,
pistol
then
in
you can
hand.
break the camera, but
just the off.
I don't know. It's hard, man. The roughing for 100 Thieves is they played this map twice, and each time they've gone against someone playing a comp for the first time, so they don't have any idea how it plays. So like this camera that's been getting full info over towards C the whole time, like they don't really know that it's up all the time. They're just... Because they don't have that info, they're just going in blind and they're getting so wrecked. Because as well, Lever just drilled as hell on it.
Smoke to cross over. Fault line. It's a knife dodged and avoided here. The dart over the top. That's comp. Send that one a little bit early. Has been baited out by 100 Thieves. Could be the second wave of things
I think that was nice though, because they might be able to bait out their smokes, yeah. They do a recon, they got double smokes down, then they Omen flash, and then these smokes go. So they got to be scared of heaven.
Cryo adjusts. Tucked to the corner, Hunter's Fury was the extra thing needed. The cherry on top, and 100 Thieves now just need to sail it home, but already flooding in.
Okay,
not giving them a
surely
time
they win this one.
to catch their breath, not in the slightest. Playing forwards and into the smoke, and away! King! He's trapped inside of it. Cryo! He's done so much for this team, and finally
they double the rounds at the end.
Maybe there's a
Two.
lifeline.
Switching sides.
Eventually, Cryo finds his value. Very quiet across bind, but doubles his kills there towards the end. To sit
It
at
feels like it's not a great meta for him. Not that I've seen him on Neon before, but in Fury, like playstyle-wise, doesn't suit him too well. But 100 Thieves should also potentially be good with Neon, just because they're very good at coming up with like util combos and like good hits. They also haven't had time because they've been at Shanghai. Asana? Yeah, I think Asana would be great on Neon.
I am here with Leviathan Safiro, who has an insane chat, who's super hype. It's just insane. The question I have to ask you first is, since you've played professionally, I had to get your read on the Aspas Neon on Haven. What are your thoughts on that?
Bueno, en español, he jugado profesional hace bastante realmente y creo que lo que puedo opinar de Aspas es creo que lo que concuerda muchísima gente. Para mí es el mejor jugador del mundo, es un jugador súper completo, tiene buen aim, siento que se mueve muy bien adentro del mapa y sin dudas ninguna es un jugador que le des a la gente que le des la va a romper porque es increíble.
Yeah, he says Aspas, you know, he's one of the best players in the world. Many other people share this opinion, and you know, his aim is great, his movement around the map is great, and Les and other people have praised him as well.
Now, since you've played professionally, what is easier, watching your org play or playing for your org down there?
No, 100% mirarlo, porque cuando estás jugando tenés una presión encima que cuando en realidad lo ves jugar no la tenés. Entonces jugar es 100% te agrega una presión.
Shay Delicious with the Prime. Thank you so much for the numbers.
Creo que querés dejar conforme a todo el mundo y a veces es muy difícil.
Yeah, he says that for him, it's really easier watching because when you're playing, you're in these really intense moments and it really puts a lot of pressure on you. So no doubt, like watching is easier.
All right, last question. You flew here to come watch every single game. There's someone in the crowd that flew 2,000 miles to see Aspas play. Talk to me about the Leviathan community and what it's like being a part of it.
La comunidad de Valorant es algo que al tener gente de diversos países y de muchos lados creo que se agrandó bastante. Es lindo tener a un campeón del mundo, 2 campeones del mundo de hecho, entonces creo que hay gente de Norteamérica que nos banca, hay gente de Brasil que nos banca y también por supuesto de Latinoamérica por King y Masino, entonces creo que es realmente una comunidad muy amplia en la que todos son bienvenidos y casi siempre, de hecho siempre todos tratan bien a todos.
You know, the Leviathan community is incredibly diverse. You know, we have people from all over because obviously, you know, we have 2 world champs. North America, Brazil, it's, you know, we have a lot of fans from everywhere and, you know, everyone treats each other well in the community.
Well, speaking of community, you have a game to watch, so let's head back to the game.
Yeah, 2,000 miles, a hell of a time. I mean, Josh, you're a super fan, man. You travel 5,000 to see Aspas play. Guy's his biggest fan.
That's true. I'd travel 5,000 miles to see anyone in
and
play.
Cryo gets raid boss, saves the 400, so they're going to try get him and op nice and early, even if they lose the pistol.
Yeah,
and then eco.
In this
game, and then
right,
it would be 12-2.
I really feel like that defense side
they're still trying to get it.
Inspire so much confidence back into how Leviathan have approached stage 2. Whether the credit goes towards King or Idapata or whatever it is, Lev just look utterly rejuvenated, and their defense side setups looking very reminiscent of when they played against NRG on Sunset and utterly crushed them there so long ago.
Yeah, a while ago, but very well drilled.
We might not even get to see much of this attack side. It would have to be pretty impeccable from 100 Thieves. Lev grouping up, taking A-long control very easily here.
Big Joe.
Never say never, begins with the pistol round of Cryo falling early.
That is a fast double dink though.
Texas the one as well, taking that contact just makes it feel like it's not even potentially leaning A.
There goes the raid boss.
Just a Cypher player that's spotted. Footstep heard. Asner out wide, just trying to throw that util to set up the play.
Yeah, and as soon as he sees that flash, he knows that the flash is for someone who's just ready for the swings. Pre-aim's just aimed a little bit lower.
And again, an open plan here for Leviathan. Almost unlosable into the post plan.
2v5. Only with classics. They still do have flash recon to play with, but it would have to catch onto everyone for there to be a chance.
Mistakes need to be made here by the LEV players. Paranoia is good, at least spotting and isolating out these players. Still Mazzino is quick with it. Fast around the corner and straight through the wall.
That was a nice try from these two.
2-0
for this. 3-1.
Really nicely
the best
done
of
there.
3.
It was fairly effective. So when King calls attack sides with this Sova breach composition on Haven, it's been his MO the entire time.
And Cryo's like, no, man. They're forcing now. I eco to buy the AWP.
Control at the start, and 40 seconds later, 55 seconds on the clock, they go for the exec as soon as the recon comes back online. It is readable. If Boostio can get an idea of those timings, he can find those mid-round gaps. But if Cryo's going to lose the duel anyway, then it's going to be rough. 100 Thieves, they are forced to force. They're down 11-2. And this is looking like it could be the decider map.
Has to be that investment. Pre-firing onto just two of the angles. Bang, just couldn't retreat in time. It's dropped and slow and steady as it goes here for LEV.
Yeah, and this time looking to try to increase the tempo. Popping way before the minute mark, not using that fault line or recon dart at the start. 100 Thieves are going to be forced to run a retake where they have no smoke for the spike, no paranoia to work with either. It's so tough.
That's really rough. You could just play this all the way from the long angle. If they so wish, not really giving up that backside control though. That's forwards. On with that flash.
Wow.
Broken. It is.
Having that flash is nice though.
Boostio.
That was cool.
At least dropping Mazzino. Finds another one. They can't deal with him. This guy is more than pesky the IGL, but it matters into his own hands.
Okay, that was pretty impressive.
That
was actually pretty impressive.
Find that advantage.
Okay. That's what you need to be seeing for 100 Thieves to bring something back here. Perfect coordination.
And they get a lot of upgrades on this.
No way you're breaking that one.
Sure.
Really well timed between EU and Ascent.
If they got more stuff like that,
to apply that pressure. No one from LEV could take him out.
Yeah,
a bit of a chance.
Beautiful stuff.
Peak timing off of all that util. Yeah, it's perfect.
One down.
Already, yes, man. Yeah, running rampant into the round, but maybe, just maybe, there's a possibility. Slimmest of margins to work with, but 100 Thieves are probably going to take it.
It is furious.
There's just been so many individual moments from LEV over the course
The
of this match.
insta complaint to your assistant
and
coach.
many
That's so funny.
for both teams across bind. It feels very unlikely that 100 Thieves would be able to make the run back from 3-11 down, but never say never.
Yeah, we've seen crazier stuff.
Yeah, 3 sheriffs.
Seen much crazier stuff.
3 sheriffs. Good chance for 100 Thieves to get money and their ults.
Just a one, Boostio.
And speaking of ults, Boostio's 3 away.
Just tapping them, picking them apart. Under that, swarms as well. Order shots fired and a wrap around.
Right, EU 1 away.
Very clean. EU 1 away from getting his ult online, which could be devastating for LEV as they try to get step back up with rifles in hand. LEV often have these kind of setups where they look immaculate on defense and can't quite get things across the line just as cleanly on their attack side. They seem like a very prep-based team in terms of
the most like you would expect them to be going for this ult.
Setups that they
so
can
if you're LEV, you're going to be stunning, sending it.
Now the onus is on King to push them across the line with his calling. Again here, pay attention to these fault line and recon dart timings used at the very beginning of the
round. They don't send, but they smoke it off and recon. Like they did the whole thing just to try and make sure this guy doesn't get this ult. It's a nice A-long default.
So that also means that 100 Thieves can try to get aggressive in these kind of moments because LEV slows it. They slow it right down. Once they take that initial piece of map control over towards long, they don't tend to go aggressive until the recon and stun are back.
Not sure where that shot landed, but heard it fired off somewhere.
So 10 seconds here until those pieces of utility are back online. And if I was 100 Thieves, I would be anticipating this to potentially be ending A within the next 10 seconds. And if not, then maybe you go on a fact-finding mission.
The util 4 but the flash, that's going to indicate quite a lot. Nate has to be dropped down at the feet to try and prevent him from getting in, but it's the slightest of gaps, at least with the wall up as well. Flash rebounds again. Just overhead, popping it backwards and forwards.
Bang messed up his smoke a little bit. It shouldn't matter.
Struggling to get themselves in. Great supportive util.
Might matter.
It's allowed that angle to play in. King. That is just, okay, egregious is the word I'll use. Just running and gunning back and away. Mazzino can
Angso has open flash. Like the LEV learned from the previous retake, then more of an off angle from Aspas.
3v3. Gonna be holding it. Lessons learned from LEV. They're not playing into those similar positions and angles, but now at least down by the heaven angle. Out, down, through.
Yeah, this was great, man. That was nice from Aspas.
You can't be letting that happen. The 12th on the board for Mazzino. He was caught. Dead to rights by the paranoia.
I get 8 chances.
Nearsighted gets 2.
Absolutely wrecked.
Leviathan did commit, but it was more of a staggered push off the back of the recon dart. So the timing is again on that kind of predictable flowchart call from King, but they very cautiously approached that one, knowing that 100 Thieves had stacked the site. They're up to match point. 8 chances to close out. Almost impossible for 100 Thieves. But at least I want to see something more from them. More like that retake that we saw over towards C. Just some better Valorant being played.
Yeah, show us that something's been cooking.
I mean, it would be nice to see them win a map after coming back from Shanghai. Yet to see that.
Jesus.
It doesn't look like it's going to be on the cards today.
Under the high ground, rolling funded. It's a hard committal. Boostio.
It's a good omen flash, but Boostio is tanking and all. And oh my, bang, you gotta kill that.
He can't be stopped.
He got pinged and got the lurking garage as well to secure it. But yeah, they smashed them. They absolutely smashed them.
Wiped in a neutral. A 2-0 victory for Leviathan.
And as I said earlier, I think that's got to put so much confidence back into the left side.
Yeah, because it was a really good performance
as well. The community in general over in Americas. The record going up to 6-1. One of the teams fighting for the top spots as we head towards playoffs.
Yeah.
And things just looking so coordinated on defense and on the attack side. Rounds like that, closing things out really nicely. And anybody who was wondering, could Aspas pick up the Neon? Well, I think, take a look at that map. 19 and 10, top of the scoreboard on both maps today.
Sure
good as well.
Narrative that we're having like in 2021 or something. I don't know. I mean, it feels like
got
this
a
guy
big
can
old
play
smile
anything,
on his face
and
as
he's willing
well.
to prove it on the big stage time and time again. But today, this team, they were more than the sum of their parts, and I think that's one thing that we were looking for from this squad. Tournament elite, perhaps for them, deeper and deeper into stage 2. They're top of the standings, looking to keep that spot.
And I think if they hadn't rebounded immediately coming off from Shanghai, the vibes in the team would have been at a low, but this is such a different squad. Immediately brushing off that performance, knuckling down, putting in the hard work, changing their
definitely put in a lot of work because this was drilled as hell.
Looking fabulous. So many different defensive setups here. I think this was very impressive, the defense side. Always chopping and changing. And of course, this is the first time that they brought it out, so 100 Thieves didn't really have a read on it. It is going to be more difficult when LEV bring it out again, the second time, third time. They need to continue to adapt. But today, this was straight back to the top kind of level that we expect, and honestly, that you demand from a team that has that level of talent on it.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't agree more. This team is the real deal right now. They're looking like they deserve that Super Team title. Been saying that one quite a bit overall. I mean, listen, still plenty more matches to be played in the season, but it is, getting steadily closer to that playoff spot as well, and every win does matter. With this win, 6-1,
they're looking good.
Nice. Looking good for it. Let's send it down to Liz, though. She's waiting down by the stage, standing by for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And I'm here with Tex Leviathan, a superstar performance every single time from you, Tex. But seriously, such an amazing job. I want to talk about something the casters, Brendan Sideshow, have been talking about a lot, and just kind of the difference from Shanghai to now. They kept talking about how Shanghai was not your best. You performed maybe not quite poorly in their own standards. Now they say you're completely different. Would you agree with that assessment?
I think I played pretty good in Shanghai, honestly, but I think as a team, we were missing some things that we really needed to add, and I think with this off time we've had since Shanghai that we're, a way better team.
What have you added specifically that was missing?
Just some layers. I mean, we always had the overall fundamental just bases, but we needed extra things, we needed layers, we needed to change things up a little bit. That's really it.
And I was talking to Com, I ran to him in the hallway, and he was like talking about how confident he felt, and it got me thinking about how You know, how do you guys feel? Like you as techs, how confident are you right now?
I would definitely say I'm the most confident I've ever been in my career right now. Even in Tier 2, I've never been this confident. And that's really, I think I just have a really good foundation around me. And I've been working a lot harder than I was in Tier 2. So I just feel really prepared and on point.
What from Tier 2 prepared you for now? Like what lessons have you taken from Tier 2 to here at VCT Americas?
We played on the stage in Brazil. It doesn't compare to, this stage or, the stage in Brazil, but I got some stage time. I had a good team, G2 now, who they really play together as a team. And I think I learned a lot from them, honestly, playing with them. So just how to be an overall complete player, really.
Again, our casters were talking about how, you're really starting to earn the title of a super team. Do you think you have earned that, or are you still working to earn that?
Yeah, we're definitely still working. I think we have the potential, but until we at least make champs and have a really good placing in champs, I wouldn't say that we really consider ourselves a super team. But we have superstar players for sure.
Absolutely.
Which is another reason why I feel like we're so confident. How can I not be confident? I have King to my left and Auspus to my right.
And you have you.
Yeah,
Don't count yourself out, Tex. You have you. You did excellent. You always play excellent. Give it up for Tex, everyone. What an incredible performance today. Thank you so much. We're going to send it back to the post show where we have come with them.
Okay, chat. I'm going to stop it a little bit early, so I'm going to get some sleep. Up for Pacific in. Time is it?
Thank you so
5
much
hours.
for that,
Wait,
Elizabeth, as well as
6
Tex.
hours.
Great
Not
to
too
hear
bad.
from
Just
him.
under 6 hours. We take
pick
that.
up the dub in, I would say, dominating fashion. Looking pretty damn
Like
good.
that.
Taking out 100 Thieves. Oh, man. Oh, wait. I just saw something flicker in the room here. In any case, so we got
chat,
Con
give me
joining
some
us
to rate.
here. Brother, congratulations
We rate
on
him
the
right now.
victory.
Thank you so much for watching here. I appreciate you all. Thank you. Appreciate all the subs, just lurkers, just everyone in chat.
You guys were looking pretty solid going
Mods
into
as always.
Shanghai, but it feels like coming out of it, it's like you guys are, I don't want to say a different team, but you could definitely see the mentality has changed.
Yeah, I think
John?
for sure,
Ooh,
like
yeah.
everyone feels super comfortable. Honestly,
John.
like I feel like we flipped like a switch to get on another level. We're really like working really hard, even with this short amount of time. We've really found like our rhythm overall, and honestly, I feel super comfortable.
Do you feel like Shanghai was a wake-up call for you guys?
I would say a little bit.
What's John got in
because
his
I feel
name?
like whenever we went into Shanghai, we didn't feel like super prepared, or we weren't really playing like our full game to what we were confident in.
Sure.
And then I think after Shanghai, we kind of like found ourselves, and also like I think everyone just feels a lot more confident
that looks
overall.
good.
So can you talk me through that process then, from losing the last match?
All right,
at
thanks so
Shanghai,
much, everyone.
realizing
Thank
that
you,
you're
thank
going
you. I'll
home
see you all in a
probably
little
much
bit.
earlier than you would have wanted to at that tournament. But then
Again,
coming
it
back,
is, remember it's
having a
America's
coach
Super
change,
Week as
and
well, so
like
we've
you
got a
say,
lot of
finding
America's games,
yourself
so
now.
anytime it's
Did you
this
feel like
time,
there was
should be
a
online
turning point
streaming.
where it like clicked and you felt like you were that team
All
again?
right, peace everyone. Peace, peace, peace.
I can't like pinpoint one thing to be honest, but I mean after that
YouTube
Shanghai
chat.
loss,
You too,
like, I
guys.
was devastated.
Peace.
I mean, it's no slout or no like rumor or whatever that